are back with 12 Hour Live. I know you guys are so excited. Don't worry, there wasn't long of a delay. We are back for part 2. We are continuing with our 12 Hour Live. We hit 7 hours on our live stream. We're continuing for 12 hours strong right here. We also hit 935 comments on our last stream and cannot wait to see what this one brings. We'll be right back. Hey everyone, welcome to our 12 Hour Live. If you are here live with us, we would so appreciate you sharing wherever you are watching. This is such an easy opportunity for you to connect other educators to a free and great resource that they can learn from, not only with Katie and I, but also with all the other guests that will be joining the show. If you wouldn't mind sharing out that you are watching the new stream so that people can get access to the live one, we would very much appreciate it. It also would be really fun for you to tag your friends in the comments and give them a shout out because you love them, and that way they'll be connected to this too. Katie Miglin, are you live? How's life?
I forgot that we switch, but all of my streams are done on all my screens.
I know. I had it up too, and it was over, and I'm like, but I'm still here.
I was like, wait, why don't I see my face over there? That's weird.
Yep.
Hey, how's it going? Do you want to talk? Getting gritty with it?
It was so bad. Yeah, we're talking about the grid in this segment as well. I keep saying episode in my head.
We're a really good series, you guys.
Can we take a break for 2 minutes as people come over? I know a lot of people are here already, but hi guys. And Remy is so funny. He's a part of our grid method cohort on Thursdays, and we have so many good inside jokes with him.
I just wanted to be clear that all day I have giggled at his comments, and I mean, I'm just sitting in my office alone, but Remy, thank you so much.
To be fair, that's what we told them to do. We met with them last Thursday, and we were like, guys, make us break character as if it was hard.
Right. Yeah, after the first 15 minutes, it's oh yeah, we can't keep it together.
I would love to know of the people that have been with us today. And I know a lot of you have come from one stream to the other and have been sharing and tagging and putting green hearts. Hopefully we'll be able to hit that comment limit again. I would love to know what has been your favorite thing so far. There's so many different things that has been shared. I'm a little overwhelmed by the seriousness and yet the fun and shenanigans that have happened over the last 7 hours.
Yeah, I hate to be the bearer of bad news to you, but the bar was pretty high all morning, and now it's us, and we've got to maintain that. I don't really feel like we were set up for success.
No, it's okay, because Brad, Hughes, and Josh are up next, and Brad's hysterical, so we'll be okay.
Yeah, that's true. Thank goodness for them. All right. Hey, since we haven't really gotten into the gritty yet, see, I'm going to keep doing it because it's just great, and it's all for Remy. Do we want to do a quick shout out for giveaways?
I would love nothing more than for that to occur.
Okay, well, we have 2, even though our script says 1. It's just because I forgot about 1 earlier.
Wow, I wish the person that was in charge of writing the script did their job. It's awkward.
Okay. Okay, the first one we're going to shout out is Jen Manley's course, 5 Hours Less. If you don't know anything about Jen Manley, first thing, go find her. The second is that she does a ton of stuff about saving time and just gaining time back. And that's what this course is about. And it's called 5 Hours Less. So she's giving that away, which is valued at $150. So it's you're winning $150, but not.
Can I just say, I know Jen Manley, and she's going to be on the Teach Better Today morning show super soon. There's no way it's only $150. That girl spits gold. It's probably more $150,000. I wonder, can someone tag Jen and tell her that I said she spit gold? Most importantly, I get
I can't. Remy, I can't. All right. The other thing we're going to give a shout out is Andrea Bittner has an amazing book called Take Me Home, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yes. I thought there was more to the title, but it's Take Me Home. I love honestly, the cover, the topic, all of that good stuff. So go check those out. Both of those are on the sign up, which you can register to win.
Also be prepared to cry because Andrea's book is like really heartfelt and sweet and has like emotional stories and like grab your tissues. That's all I'm saying.
No thanks. Pass. Hard pass. All right.
No, it's so good. It's like an education book, but she like wrote it with her kids because she's like, amazing.
Why are people so cool?
Seriously, Andrea should have been on our segment about writing a book because Andrea wrote one book and like now makes people cry for a living. Like that's epic.
Oh my gosh, that's so great. Hey, you know what we do for a living?
Make people cry.
We make people cry by helping them incorporate the grid method. So do you want to talk through not only, hey, grid method, but specifically something that both gets us pretty excited, and that's collaboration.
Yes.
So let's talk about that. Let's get back on task because otherwise Jeff might fire us.
Okay.
Oh boy. Okay, for those of you who are listening in your ear, Joshua Stampert put, I can't wait to cut this segment up. And what you don't know is that anytime Ray or I are live, sometimes we go off script. And by sometimes, I mean all the time. And Josh likes to use it as blackmail later. So this has been really fun. All right. So Ray.
Could we do that thing where like we pause for a second and like people take a picture and they post that they're watching on the new stream 12 hour?
I'm just not prepared because I thought we were doing that later and my props are not next to me.
Oh, wait, do you really have props?
Do you know me? Yes.
We could do something cool.
That's fine.
I can't even handle it. All right, moving on. All right.
Okay, so Ray, can we just go back to when we were like young educators, lost in the world of education, just hoping to make a difference? And we both dreamed of students talking and collaborating and working together. Do you remember those days when we dreamed about said things?
I still dream about said things.
Okay, well,
you just called me old. My birthday's next week. I'm not old, and you're so much older than me.
That's off topic. All right. So when we're talking through collaboration in the grid, obviously that is something that I think every educator probably wants. I don't know that I've ever met an educator that's like, I don't want students to speak to each other ever, and I want them to sit silently. And if that is you, let's talk because I have concerns.
It'll be bad teaching.
Right. Oh, you just said it.
It's true. If you want your students to be silent for the entire class hour and not communicate with their peers, then that is bad teaching. I will say it.
She is in charge of the company. I don't know. So she gets to say those things.
We've been live for 7 hours and 8 minutes. I'm allowed.
It's true. It's true. Okay. So when you're thinking of the grid, we are talking to people who have experience with the grid, not necessarily if you fully implemented it. We're really just saying, you know, something about it. Ray, go ahead and give us your 1 minute summary that you did last segment. That was perfect.
Grid Method is a mastery framework designed by Chad Ostrowski that allows you to take whatever curriculum you have for your classroom, whether it's mandated or not, and put it into a framework that allows you to facilitate a classroom where you are no longer the content delivery system and instead get to facilitate learning.
My gosh. You should really work for Teach Better. You could be their spokesperson. Okay, so when we are talking through the grid and you're thinking, okay, we've got all the grid pieces, like the actual framework, there's a shift that you have to be mindful of because it's really cool on paper and in your head, but then the humans walk in and you've got to actually implement it with them. So Ray, both of us had experience with great collaboration, students working really well together, but that took time. And so can you kind of just walk us through those early days of implementing the grid?
Yeah, I think there's a common misconception that mastery learning, which is students working at their own pace, means students working individually. And those are not the same. It might mean that it happens occasionally, but it does not mean exclusively. I know a lot of educators that are turned off by the grid method because they're envisioning a classroom where students are sitting in their desk, looking at a computer screen, and that's how the future of education is going to look like. And that sounds horrible. I wouldn't be a teacher if that was my work because that's not fun for me and also not effective. So
Very
I hope
boring.
I would, yeah, that would be terrible. So something that we like to look at in terms of collaboration can be a number of different things. I don't know a better way to say it, but Katie, you've heard me say it a million times. I like to think of the grid method as having opportunities for forced collaboration and optional collaboration. And I kind of think that that's what we'll focus on today is either you are forcing collaboration to happen, which we can give you a number of examples on how to do, or you are providing opportunities where that's an option and students can make the choice based on the day, the activity, the time, whatever, to collaborate with their peers. So I don't know where you want to start, but what are your thoughts on those two concepts as our starting point?
Well, to kind of take like a baby step even into that concept, you have to decide what the collaboration is going to look like. And I'm saying that from somebody who hadn't totally thought that through. Ray, I knew every day I went into your classroom, students would be talking, they'd be working together. Like that was the environment you had built. But it doesn't just happen. You know, some people, yes, their personality lends itself a little bit better. Some students just know that's the teacher's vibe. But in some ways, like type A personality teachers, I had to kind of free them of that. I had to like coach them on, yeah, get up and go talk to them. It's okay, you know, like, or I would like see, you know, this really sweet kid like whispering, and it's like, hey, you can talk, like you can just talk normal.
Yes.
And you do have to kind of coach them, especially as you're transitioning into this, so that they feel the freedom to actually collaborate. Would you agree?
Yeah, you're essentially setting a norm of what a typical class looks like. And
Yes.
depending on your teaching style, my assumption is that most of us will lean in this direction, but might have different noise tolerances to consider. I would challenge you to start small if you are in any way hesitant, but teaching students when collaboration is appropriate in the grid is going to be your first step in introducing the procedures of the grid. It's just as important to introduce the tracking page, the triage system, student reflection, physically moving throughout the grid. It's just as important to lead those procedures as well as volume, when they can work with others and when they cannot. So thinking through your opinion of where you're comfortable in that setting will probably be one of the first collaborative options that you'll most likely be most comfortable starting with.
Absolutely.
For my class, Katie, and I know you and I think had different rules. You know, we taught this like over the course of so many years. So maybe some years they were the same and sometimes we changed it.
Mhm.
I feel like I changed rules in my class for the grid constantly based off of so many factors.
Yeah.
But more or less, unless it was an end of level quiz, which I always had a quiz in my math class at the end of the level, unless it was that, you could collaborate on anything. You could take notes with your partner. You could do an activity with the people around at your table. You could even do exit slips with people around your table. All of that was free reign. The only thing where I wanted their individual attention was those end of level quizzes. I wanted to see what you knew in more of a formal test format because I was required to give a formal test at the end of the unit. Or when you came in conference, I might separate you from your buddy because I want to see what you know. And if you've mastered the material by working with a friend, I'm good. But it's the problem when it comes in is when they haven't mastered it. They've just duplicated the material. And then one friend gets to move on and the other one needs some reteaching. So that was kind of a culture that we set in terms of collaboration was if you're learning by copying someone else's notes and you still get the same end result of understanding the information, collaborate away.
Yeah, I had similar things. I would just, in my directions and the way that I built the grid, it would be this needs to be done independently, or this, you know, can be like, I wouldn't say anything, honestly, if they wanted to work with somebody else.
There was some way to like signify that. Okay.
But yeah, it was the same kind of way. I typically did like any formative assessment had to be independent. But then, yes, if they were conferencing with me, I would just be strategic on how I grabbed a group because I did want to see them, you know, different in different groups. And I also had the rule in a conference, you can't speak twice unless everybody in the group has spoken, which even if a whole group of friends did end up coming up together, they knew they each had to hold their own in the conversation. Otherwise, we were going to keep talking. So I did feel like we kind of set that up correctly.
I love in conferences when you'd pull a group, and this was like, conferences were my favorite part of teaching with the grid. But you'd like have a group of 3 that were working together. So you're like, I don't mind, but I have to make sure they actually all know it before I dismiss them. And so like we would have a mute button where I'd be like, you're muted. And then they couldn't talk, but they had to stay there for the rest of the conference till they were unmuted. The benefit of this is that yes, it like allowed everyone to speak. But also, like, if they learn by talking it out with their peers, that was a win for me because I want to make sure they've mastered it and retained the information.
Yes, absolutely. We do have a question that I think is probably good to address kind of early on in our conversation. The question is essentially, how do you know if students are collaborating that they're on the same spot in the grid? And you can do this a couple different ways. We typically use our tracking page. And so both Ray and I had the rule in our classroom that if a student wanted to work with another student, they had to be within one box of their current work. So what I mean by that is on the tracking page, it's students' names, and then the grid is, it's like 1A, 1B along the top. So if Ray was on 1C and I'm on 2A, we may not be able to work together because we were too far apart. So that allowed some students to be able to see it and be able to pick their partners, but not always rely just on their friends.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know that I ever had a rule that they couldn't collaborate with somebody that wasn't on the same part of the grid, but it just wouldn't make sense to have, which I think is what you're implying. Like if they want to sit next to their friends and work on different stuff, but like be next to each other,
that's different. Yes.
I was fine with that, but it wouldn't make sense for you and I to work together if I'm behind you, unless you're like not going to work on your stuff and teach me my content so I catch up to you. So it's more about it like creating a culture where it like making good choices for learning just becomes a part of your decision making. Like looking at the tracking page and being like, I don't want to work alone because I'm social. I am on 2A. Can I look up and be like, is there anyone that's on 2A in the classroom that I would like to work with? And then me as the teacher being able to facilitate that reflection, going up to a student being like, Katie, I know you really like to talk, but your best friend, Caitlin, isn't on the same spot that you're on. So let's look over here. Oh, hey, Sarah, I know you love Sarah. Why don't you go sit next to her today? You guys are on the same step. Like the teacher would kind of facilitate modeling that type of thinking. And when you're doing this every day, especially after a grid or two, like these things start to stick. It's just kind of nice.
Well, and I feel like maybe we didn't, maybe you didn't have this set rule. I remember really the time that this rule came out it was during that messiness of COVID where you would have kids out for extended periods of time.
Yeah.
And it always broke my heart, but it needed to be said. I'd have a kid come back and they would be, for right or wrong, behind, but they'd want to sit with their friends. And I'm like, that's not going to help either one of you because you're both at such different spots. So having that conversation with students, however it goes down, just so that they understand the purpose, it's not like it had nothing to do with behaviors. It was more what's best for your learning so that you can get the most out of this content. And that can look it can look a variety of ways in each of our classrooms. We're all different.
Yeah, the other element of collaboration that we can touch on here is forced collaboration, which I hate the word forced, but I think it's like funny. I like don't know. Someone give me something else like required collaboration. Anyway, it's a moment where in the grid, rather than signifying you have to do this individually, you're signifying in the directions you cannot do this without a group of 2 or a group of 3. So if they're waiting for a group, you just can teach your students to kind of move on in the grid and then come back when their group is formed. The easiest way to get a group for students, and I say this, it's the dumbest thing, but it works every time. Have the students go write their name on the board. And when there's 3 names on the board, that's your group of 3. Like, don't make it more complicated than it needs to be. But then that activity has to be done with a certain amount of students. You need to have some reflection here to allow that if they're waiting for a group, can they still move forward and do the next step? Like, does the content allow them to do that? But I love forced collaboration activities. I think it's great to implement those. I would say it's interesting. I see a lot of forced collaboration activities when we see grids in like PE and stuff like that are really utilized efficiently. And that seems to be like at those non-core content seem to be some of the best places I've seen examples of non-forced and forced collaboration.
Well, yeah, I mean, the way I would word it sometimes in my grid would be like, go find 3 people,
Yes.
go find a partner. And again, it comes down to what is the purpose? What is your intended plan? And when is it appropriate to force, for lack of a better word, a student to go find others versus what are some things that you're okay with working, students working independently? Because we know that there are students who cover that gamut of socialization. Some students are like, just get me in here. I'm going to do all my work by myself and I want to be done. But we know there is value in collaboration. So how can you get those students who prefer to work independently to work with another student, but you want them to see the benefit of that. You don't want it to be like, well, I have to stand here and talk with somebody else. Right. You want it to be an activity or something engaging that they actually can get something out of talking to others.
And it has like a start and an end. That way, if there's any issue with your group, it's like, hey, it's super short, like trying to like get through it. I will say, so I just built a basketball grid. Whenever I was in Talmadge, we talked about this school district a bunch. Whenever I was in Ohio a few weeks ago, and I was working specifically with the non-core teachers. So I was working with like art, STEM, PE, all that, health. I asked them what example grid they wanted to build together, and they chose basketball, which was like super easy because I like have done so many of those, and I was so glad because it's like easy to talk through. But when you're thinking about forced collaboration versus non-forced collaboration, in level 1 of this PE basketball grid, it was all relatively individual, optional collaboration, learning about the rules of basketball. What are the things you need to know? Like, I'm not a basketball person, but like, where's the hoop? What's the ball look like? Like, how do you dribble? It's like the skills, right? The skills that they're learning, practicing shooting, things like that. Level 2.
Which makes sense. Sorry to interrupt you, but it makes sense for that to be more independent because that students will dabble in how much they know. You might have a student that needs every single piece of level 1 because like we have to tell you it's an orange ball.
Yeah.
And other people are like, yeah, I know, I'm on the basketball team, so It is helpful in level 1 to be some more of that optional independence or optional collaboration because then they can pick and choose.
Totally. And I can go to my friend who's on the basketball team and be like, hey, can you show me how to dribble? Because I know I'm supposed to use my hand, but I can't figure out how to make it come back up because I'm not pushing it hard enough, right? Like,
I honestly am imagining you having these conversations, and I assume this is your childhood.
This is my entire life. I actually am going to go play basketball later in the street and try and find friends. Level 2 then can be drills where you're actually like passing the ball and working on like rebounding with a partner. And those can be forced collaborations that don't need to be the same group of forced collaboration the whole level. Maybe for dribbling, you have one partner, and for the next activity, next drill that you're doing, you switch it up. So again, those are forced collaboration activities that you can figure out in level 2. Level 3, let's get into a game. Let's get into 3-on-3 or a little bit of a tournament and really look at how we can put all these skills together and apply them in more of a strategic way. So as you look at collaboration, there are so many ways to make it powerful for students. But I love, Katie, what you shared earlier. You just want to make sure it's intentional. If you're going to require a partner in something, just make sure that it makes sense to really enact change in the activity. If it's really hard to rebound. No, I don't know what the basketball.
Yeah, just stop.
It's hard to pass a ball when you're by yourself. Like, you need a partner. You have to be able to pass it. Right? Yeah. That's a good one. Rebound, you can technically rebound yourself, right?
Yeah. We should probably pick a different topic that you can provide more.
Passing was a good example.
It was a good example. It's true. But yeah, you're right. Like certain pieces, if you want someone to analyze work, that's a perfect opportunity for them to grab a group because everyone solves a problem or solves something, and then you pass it off to somebody in your group and they analyze it for each other. But also something we have not talked about is students who will struggle for mental health reasons or for whatever reason to collaborate. And so giving them the opportunity to say, yep, this is short. This is the purpose of why I want you working with somebody else. And then, in middle school, they always are like, I don't like that person. And my response was always, I didn't ask you to become best friends. I asked you to collaborate for a short period of time.
That happens at every grade level case, not just middle school, elementary school, high school.
That's true. That's true. Middle school, I just felt like they were much more like about it. But
I'm sorry. One more time. What was
because
that?
I know Josh is already going to take this segment and use it against us.
I didn't see. I think I missed it. What?
Anyway, but just being mindful that you will have students who really struggle for real reasons to collaborate. And so if you can really kind of think through what is my hope out of that piece, that forced collaboration, what do I want out of it, and how will students learn best is super helpful.
Can we talk about the fact that while we wrap up this segment with 5 minutes left, Jeff Gargas, who we can see backstage, we also can see Brad Hughes and we can see Joshua Stamper. They just came on. They're so excited for the next segment. They are talking through a piece of paper that they're holding up to the screen. Jeff just held up a piece of paper that said, "Hi, Brad." Versus texting, chatting, nothing. Literally a piece of paper. These people are middle schoolers that we work with.
No kidding. Is that why we got hired? Because we knew how to handle them?
Like, I don't have anything to write on to be like, "Hi, Katie." Like, hold up a second.
Right, I got it. Yeah, right. You keep going.
Wait. Guys, we've been live for 7.5 hours. As we wrap up this discussion, we want to let you know that grid method information is always available. Obviously, it's something that we train on a lot. For those of you that are looking for a mastery framework, if the grid method isn't for you, no stress. Katie and I are here to support you through anything that you're trying to figure out. So if you just want to take a dip in the mastery learning pool, let us know. We'll help you figure out where is a safe place to get started.
Well, and right, because usually we cover like how to set up a grid. I feel like that has been common in our 12-hour. We kind of bypass that today specifically to talk to our grid users or people who are familiar.
Yeah.
So we really, truly mean if you are at any point in your grid process and you want help, or you are like, I've tried this and this isn't working, please, please, please let us know, because today we're specifically talking about topics that have come up in our private Facebook group or just for educators that we work with or our cohort, shout out on Thursday nights. So that's why we're specifically talking about like our formative assessments that we'll get into here in a little bit. But if you're, wherever you're at, we'd love to help you.
Yep. Head over to teachbetter.com/thegridmethod for all those downloads and tools that you can use. One of which is going to be our next commercial that we'll have here to transition, which is a really great download, even if you're not a grid user, that we always encourage educators to grab. It is our question STEM guide, which is super easy. You don't even have to I don't even think you have to give your email to grab it. It's a really easy tool for any educator to use if they want to be better in questioning. We're going to transition here, assuming that Josh and Brad are ready. You guys ready? Here we go. Struggling to implement good questioning skills this year as an educator? Head over to teachbetter.com/thegridmethod and go download the Question STEM Guide. This will separate out a number of different question stems using Webb's depth of knowledge, allowing you to scaffold your questions every single day for students. Apply this to conferences, assessments, or anything in between where you might need to evaluate students' levels of understanding.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Brad and Joshua here. We're turning the corner on the 7.5 to the 8th hour of our 12-hour live exclusively with the Teach Better team. Joshua Stamper, 12 hours of live, free professional learning for educators. Is it fair to say we are in the Super Bowl of professional learning right now?
Yes, and I'm excited because, people just keep saying we should keep going and make it 24 hours.
I think Teach Better 24-hour live is probably something we should consider for the 25-26 school year. And I can see our Teach Better friends responding to that suggestion backstage. There's a mix of responses from terror on the part of Katie Miglin to jubilation on the part of Jeff Gargas. But we are here, Joshua, for a fantastic segment called The Language of Behavior. Before we get started, Joshua, I think what is on everyone's mind as we consider the relationship between Josh Stamper and Brad Hughes, both of the Teach Better team. We've known each other for several years now. We're both have experience in the classroom, school administration, as well as good friends. What's on everyone's mind, Joshua, and I think it's trending right now, is have Brad and Josh reached bestie status? Josh, will you be my bestie? And what are your thoughts on that?
I thought this was already established. I don't know, Brad, if you saw my bingo card for Teach Better. It pretty much was filled with hang out with Brad more. So I thought that status had already been reached.
Well, bestie, I'm excited to hang out with you more, and we have a wonderful segment planned. And what makes it really exciting for both Joshua and myself is we would love anyone and everyone listening and watching along, no matter where you are, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, X, Twitch, LinkedIn. Hit us up with your questions and thoughts, the things that are facing you in your schools and classrooms, and maybe even in your households and communities when it comes to behavior and sifting and sorting the language of behavior to be even more responsive, more caring, so that we can soothe and support kids who are experiencing all kinds of behavior. So please hit us up in the comments with your questions, what's coming to mind. And we've got Sandra in the comments. Sandra, thank you. We are the Dynamic International Duo. Joshua, I know that you have been on the 12-hour live for some segments already. I wonder if you could just take a couple of minutes to set the scene. Who are you? Where are you? For those who are just tuning in, what does the world need to know about the incredible Joshua Stamper?
Oh my goodness. How do I go after that setup, B-Rad? All right. So I'm Joshua Stamper. I got a new title. I don't know actually if I stated this on the 12-hour live, but I'm the Director of Innovation now. So thank you for the Teach Better team for that new title. I love it so much. And yeah, so I work with a lot of different projects on the Teach Better team. But one of those pieces is on trauma responsive care and restorative practices and just helping educators through that process. Yeah, I have been an administrator for 9 years. I've been in education for 18. I've done everything from paraprofessional to art teacher to coach to dean of students and assistant principals. So I've gone through a variety of different positions, a lot of different campuses and districts in the state of Texas. But I do now reside in this beautiful state of Colorado. We made the transition this summer, and the family is absolutely loving this new state. B-Rod, you're muted, man.
Josh, can you confirm that right now you're experiencing a Rocky Mountain high, being live with hundreds of educators, and later streaming later? All of this goodness is going to be available to our audience later on?
Yes, I would. I would say I'm on the Rocky Mountain high, although Pikes Peak is outside my window with the beautiful snow caps. So yeah, I am so excited not only for this event, but then also for the content to be live in various platforms for folks to consume later on.
Josh, I'm thrilled to be co-hosting this segment with you. Like you, I am a school leader and a member of the Teach Better team. I think my new official title is CCR, that is Chairman of Comic Relief, and perhaps of obscure and somewhat dubious Canadian trivia and culture. But I am also a training and development specialist with the Teach Better team. And in my role as a school leader and as a community member, I always strive to be a chief encouragement officer as well. So it's wonderful to partner up with you. And I want to start off by asking, Josh, why this segment? Why this segment, Language of Behavior? What's coming to mind for you?
Yeah, I think for myself, and I can just give a little bit of background of why this is such a passionate topic of mine. Myself and my wife have been just in the foster care system as far as foster parents for 12 years. And, being a dean of students and working with student management for 1,400 kids, I was realizing that I was just getting burnt out for the idea of trying to manage so many students with really big behaviors. And I was only using detentions, in-school suspension and out-of-school suspension. And that was not working. And the data really showed that. So it was kind of this crossroads moment for me in administration, but also as a parent. I had 2 biological children, and we started going to that foster care process, and there was a ton of training. One I wasn't really expecting. They really comb through your family, about your personal life, and making sure that you have a stable home for these students in need. And so going through that training specifically with TCU and Professor Purvis, that kind of gave me hope, really, of understanding that there's another way to work through student behavior. Now, we were going through trust-based relational interventions with that training specifically. But what I was noticing was that the behaviors they were talking about for our foster students really was translating to the behaviors I was seeing on the campus. However, what they used was like this ideal response, which is a fancy acronym, but that response relationally was really about bringing the child into that resolution, where what we were doing was essentially sending kids away. And so that's kind of where this work came from. This is where my passion grew quite a bit because of working with that student behavior. And then I had an opportunity to implement some of this work and learn with my colleagues, like I said, at multiple campuses and multiple districts.
Josh, it's fair to say that when we as educators and maybe even as parents and caregivers talk about behavior, we often shift the conversation and attention to the behavior that's maladaptive, that's disruptive, that's upsetting, that's concerning, or maybe we even refer to severe behavior. But it's very hard. How could we define behavior and provide a baseline for us to consider what is behavior and how can we begin to learn more about it?
Yeah, so based on the topic of today, right? Behavior is a language. And that was something that I learned in regards to the fact that our kids are having rapid brain growth, especially where I was in middle school for all of my time in education, and their brain was rapidly growing almost as much as a 2-year-old. And so learning just a lot about the brain that I didn't know prior was astounding, in addition to the fact that the statistics showing how prevalent trauma is in the lives of our kids was something I didn't realize. I figured it was maybe like 1 or 2 kids, in a class, and it was 70% of our kids have at least some sort of trauma experience. And so to get that information was staggering because the tools I had in my tool belt, but then also my staff, we weren't prepared for that. We had these assumptions that were not correct. And so, for us, it was about, trying to change what we were doing as far as a behavioral system. And then, of course, how we were going to react to that. So back to your question with behavior, a lot of the behaviors that we saw, which were pretty low level, was based on the fact that a lot of our kids didn't know how to deal with stress or adverse situations. And because of that, we saw some really extreme behaviors that we didn't identify as something that was to a deeper level. And so for us, it was kind of a charge to figure out, is there a way to get to the bottom of what's truly causing our kids to behave in this way? And unfortunately, as an administrator over the years, I've had such heartbreaking conversations of trying to build these relationships, but then also finding out just what our kids are experiencing at home and what they've had to go through. And that's not even talking about the pandemic. This is pre-pandemic. And so, it was just amazing to see how our kids were just trying to survive, let alone trying to go to school to learn the material. And so, for us, it was kind of just changing our mindset of, yes, the behaviors are going to occur, but just to punish and expect this magical change to occur wasn't really going to happen. So what were we doing as a campus to help the behaviors and identify what's truly going on?
Josh, what are your reflections on how and why the needs of our kids and communities have shifted in the past 10, 5, even 2 or 3 years as we have survived a pandemic and we're now in a post-pandemic era? What has shifted? Why are the needs becoming prevalent? And what do you think is your reflection, both as an educator, but also as someone who is an author, a collaborator, and a parent himself?
Yeah, I think a lot of data is coming out right now, within the last 10 years specifically about just how punishment isn't changing our behaviors whatsoever. And for my data on our campuses, it actually made it worse. We actually saw an increase throughout the year the more we leaned into those very punitive responses. And so for us, it was, just making sure that we understood, as not only a society, but then also on our campus that, mental health, like that's a big proponent right now of people, right? We need to make sure that we're focusing on that. Well, that's the same with our students. It's important for our teachers, it's important for our administrators, but the mental health of our kids, I mean, that's a huge piece. We talk about Maslow's needs, right? Which is important. And going through our teacher programs and administrative programs, we talk about it a little bit, but we don't really like show the effects of a kid that's being neglected or doesn't have food or doesn't know where they're going to sleep at night. I mean, those are some serious issues that are occurring. And so I think just as a society, especially with the pandemic, we saw the effects of what our kids and our parents and our community members are going through. And when there's high stress for such a long period of time, just what in turn is going to happen as far as how we deal with adverse situations. And so I think it's just more of an educational piece. I think people are also more inclined to talk about mental health. I mean, before, talking about going to a counselor was faux pas. It was like, oh, what's wrong with you? Right. It was something that as a society, we just thought that it was a bad situation, and, no one would use that as a basis. And some of our guests this morning also talked about the importance of that and how that's healthy. Like, we should have an opportunity to go someone, have a safe space to reflect on practices that we're going through our lives. So I think just as a whole, not only at the campus level, district level, and society, I think we all are starting to understand how important those things are.
Like you and like many who are watching and listening, the transformative perspective on behavior is learning to recognize that what we see on the surface is simply the tip of an iceberg. There are so many things bubbling under that surface that will lead to the behavior that we see presented in front of us, whether it's in our household, in our hallways, in our classrooms. I'm wondering how we can begin to shift attention. If we're not yet making that shift, how can we begin to shift attention from the behavior that we see, however disruptive or distressing it may be for us, encountering that behavior? How can we begin to make that shift to dig deeper below the surface, Joshua, and to try to understand the language of behavior, what that behavior is trying to express to us?
Yeah, I want to say kudos to whoever put that in the comment about, just as far as control, right? Because so often we want our students to have and possess the skills necessary. However, a lot of times it doesn't exist. But, I always talk about like being a window, not a mirror, right? I have control over myself. If a student is escalating and is going at me, I have a choice there to either mirror the behavior back to them or allow that behavior to go through me and make sure that I'm using the appropriate communication skills to de-escalate the student. And so for us, that was what we did. For myself, we created a relationship action team. And what we did was we were just trying to learn the skills necessary to be trauma responsive, but then also to talk about how these strategies can be implemented into our classrooms. And so that group specifically had 3 rules. One was be open-minded. We need to make sure that any biases or experiences that we had needed to stay at the door. That way we can come in with a fresh mind and be able to learn and grow with the material that was brought. I myself, although we went through training, like I said, with the trust-based relational interventions, the TBRI training, I wasn't the expert. I only had maybe a half-day training on that. So for myself, I want to make sure that group understood, like, I'm here side by side with you learning. And that way I'm not taking my biases. I'm being open-minded just like you. Second piece was like, whatever is being shared out to the group, that we at least try it within our classrooms and in our schools. That way we could say, yes, this is something that's beneficial to our students and is effective, or, you know what, for whatever reason, it missed the mark, it wasn't successful, I don't want to implement this moving forward, right? We had to make that decision based on the experiences. So we had to be in a safe space to understand that it may fail and to be okay with that, or maybe it's just making modifications. Last thing is when something was successful, that we share it out with other people in the building. So I myself as an administrator could say, hey, everyone needs to do this. It's a top-down initiative. As we know, probably educators will do what they need to do based on what was being demanded from administration. However, the buy-in probably won't be there. Whereas if a peer is saying, hey, I tried X, Y, and Z in my classroom, it was successful, there was a lot of buy-in from a peer sharing that out. And so the group that started out very small, was like 7 of us between, teachers, counselors, coaches, and administrators, turned into almost half our staff by the end of the school year, just because they were sharing out these ideas and people were hungry to learn about what was going on in other people's classrooms. They were seeing the same thing in their classroom as far as behavior, right? The data comes from those classrooms. So they were all hungry, searching for some other tactics that could be placed in the classroom to help. And that's what we were all searching for, right? And so again, if we're not taking our biases, we're not taking our experiences or going on traditional practices and saying you have to do this, right? We're giving permission to try new things, right? So as an admin, I wanted to say yes to as much as possible as far as being creative when it came to student behavior.
You know what I think we're advocating for here, Joshua, and I'd like to set up the next part of our segment is shifting our approach when we encounter behavior that's distressing, disturbing, or a student's in distress. It's shifting from a reactive mindset to a responsive mindset. So
Yeah.
in the next part of our segment, I'd like to talk more about and dig into the responses when we encounter students in distress, when we encounter behavior that's maladaptive or that's making it difficult for others to teach and learn. And I want to give a shout out and credit to the Children's Therapy Group of Lawrenceville, Georgia. They've identified the 3 C's of the language of behavior, and those 3 C's are communication, connection, and calm. So I'd like to dig into some more reflection and conversation with you, Josh, around the first C, communication. That is learning to match the communication to the behavior. So a couple of questions coming to mind for me. How can we navigate effective communication when we ourselves may be co-escalating with a student in distress?
Yeah. So for an educator, especially if you have a relationship, if this behavior is continued, right? It's not a first time offense. It's hard for us not to take it personal. And so when we do take it personal, that's when I think it's about escalating the behavior or the communication even further. And so if we take ourselves out of that, which is hard, I myself as administrator have had plenty of times where I have not done it right. I have mirrored the behavior as far as volume or being too close or stance and whatnot, and have escalated the situation. So I am not perfect by any means. However, I want to go back to, what I learned with the trust-based relational intervention, which was IDEAL, that acronym. They talk about like how to communicate and build that relationship. And one is being immediate, right? So responding to the behavior as soon as possible. So once you learn about it, you're going and you're responding right away. Direct, meaning that you're face to face, but also having like a safe space that you're in. So, if a kid is in a survival state of mind and they're not in a surrounding where they feel safe, that conversation is going to go sideways real fast. So you need to make sure that you're direct, but you also have to understand, like, you're not towering over the person. You're not yelling at the student, but you are having eye contact. You're having proximity to the student, even though you may not be like right directly next to them. But you're also not across the room sharing all of their information out to the entire class, right? So you want to have that interpersonal relationship, but you also want to make it a safe space. The other thing, efficient with your communication. So that's, again, with like low volume, not yelling, making sure that your tone of voice is not sarcastic, that you're actually being genuine in that. And then also having a low number of words. And I don't think a lot of people realize this, but when a kid is in survival mode, there's not a lot imputing into the mind. Like, they're not really regaining that information. And so being mindful that if they're in a high stress situation, that you may need to give them a break, and that may be 5 minutes, all the way up to 45 minutes, depending on how escalated their brain and survival mode is, to allow an opportunity to communicate. And when you do communicate, to make sure that it is not a 30-minute lecture, that is minimal in what your expectations is. But then on the back end of things, that we're making sure that we're communicating the appropriate behavior that we want. Again, we assume too many times that the kids have the skills to de-escalate, to understand their emotions, but then also how to act in these different environments. And so we can't assume that. We need to make sure that we're teaching not just math, science, English, history, but also the behaviors that we expect in these situations. And last one is just being at the same level and being consistent. I think consistency is huge, especially with a kid that has gone through a lot of trauma. A lot of times they don't have any control of their environment. And if we can make sure that they know what's going to exist at all times and being consistent in that, that's only going to help with that relationship, but then also that communication skills.
Just to extend a little bit of your thinking about that idea of level, the L in ideal, shifting back to the language of behavior, the 3 C's, communication, wondering what clues you can think of that behavior can give us about matching our communication to the need. You talked about limiting the amount of words. It's not an opportunity for us to reason with a distressed child, nor to talk our way through it. But what clues can the behavior give us about matching the communication to the need?
Yeah, for sure, Brian. I'll give you an example that I had with my dean of students. So, for instance, we had a kid that was escalating in class because of something that was said to him by a peer. Now, he did a good job. He wanted to fight that kid right away. And so he stood up and he was going to go do something about it in that situation. The teacher turned around, saw what was going to happen, and screamed the child's name and asked him to go outside. So for whatever reason, even in that escalated state, he complied with her request. Of course, we got the call to come down to rectify the situation. And so myself and my dean of students came down. Now, Brad is talking about behavior. We talked about, a lot of different things, but I want to talk specifically about nonverbal behavior. Mm-hmm. So for instance, this kid, right away, I could tell he was at an escalated state. And the reason being was extremely stiff in body language. Mm-hmm. Eyes were glazed over, fists were balled up, and he was breathing heavily. And that's just 4 of many different nonverbals. But just so you get an understanding, like, we as educators have to scan and make sure that we're reading what's going on, not just about the words, right? So my dean of students got into, because he was a former coach, got into coach mode, right? Wanted to lecture about, kind of give him the business about behavior and what our expectations were. However, the student wasn't even there mentally, right? He was already in survival mode. He wasn't listening to a word. And so I kind of gave a gentle tap on our dean of students' arm and just was like, hey, come here. And I broke it down to him specifically because he was new in the role. This is what's going on. And this child is not imputing at all. Like, it's not translating. There's no words going in those ears. So, I was asking afterwards, like, hey, what'd you learn from this? And he was like, yeah, he wasn't in his right mind. He wasn't even there. Right. And so physically he was, but mentally he was not. And so we just need to be in tune with that. And so what we did was we brought the student to my office, and I literally got work done for like 30 minutes of getting stuff, put into the computer and whatnot, until I felt like, okay, the nonverbals are now telling me that he is de-escalated to the point where I can have a respectful communication with him to, again, understand and break that down as far as what happened, what were the emotions, why were you upset, and really kind of assessing what happened in the classroom for me to go on the other side and respond as far as the restorative piece, which was how can we fix the missteps that happened earlier.
When we think about the importance of that in that scenario you were describing along with your colleague, a couple of things coming to mind for me, Josh, is that you had an opportunity to come alongside another adult and to really break down what you were seeing. And I think that's so powerful. I mean, it may be actually really rare in our classrooms, hallways, and on our campuses where adults can collaborate on a response that meets the needs of the child. Because when we're up against, or when we're faced with a child who is highly escalated, highly distressed, it's certainly natural for us to co-escalate along with them. But in my personal experience, it can make you feel very vulnerable and very alone, because it seems to be you versus the child rather than you coming alongside a child, especially if there's a risk of injury behavior that might be happening too. So I think it's really notable. And I wonder if any of our viewers or listeners today have had experience where you were able to collaborate with a colleague. We'd love you to let us know what the effect was. And we know that, those emotions are contagious. So Joshua, if you're able to bring your calm into that situation, it's going to have a positive impact, not only on the student, but on the colleague who's also trying to navigate that relationship and then that behavior that's emerging.
Yeah. And I'm learning like everybody else. When I first became an administrator, I did not possess the skills to really understand the nonverbals. That was over time to understand, like, okay, I'm talking to the student and they're not responding. Why is that? Right. And to be able to share that with other educators, that has always been something that, after that issue has occurred, that behavior has occurred, they'll come back and be like, oh, you know what? I learned quite a bit from that experience. Thank you for breaking that down. And that's just, I think, just a product of our training, right? As a teacher, I remember going through classes, I didn't get a whole lot on student management. It was mostly about, the objectives and mastery of learning and assessment. But as far as how to manage a class, I mean, that was my biggest fear going into the classroom, was having control of all of these middle schoolers. That's a scary thing. And so that's something that, as my third year, probably, I felt comfortable enough to say, like, I had a good management system. And I think the control piece is, I think, the biggest fear for folks. And just to, as an administrator, letting them know, like, you always have control. It's just a matter of how much you're willing to give up. And so for myself as administrator, I wanted to teach the teachers just as much as the students. There were plenty of times I brought students in talking about the brain, talking about emotional regulation, and really breaking down the nonverbals with them. When you are sitting in that chair and this and this occurs, this is what you're communicating to me. And our students don't get that. They don't understand, like, when they say something in this tone of voice or at this volume, or even a kid slouching down in a chair, like what that communicates to an adult. And so making sure that I'm teaching these skills, because this is not only future ready, this is like how to be successful as an adult. And communication, as we know, Brad, is so very important.
It's critical. And we connect through connecting. We connect through that communication and relationship building. It's connection I want to dig deeper into right now, Joshua, like understanding that connection can look different, and actually does look different for different children and in different ways than we would expect. So I'm wondering if you can think of any surprising or unexpected ways that you've connected with students, either in specific situations, maybe in critical situations, or maybe over time, surprising or expected ways you've connected with students to build those relationships.
Yeah, honestly. So Brad, with emotional regulation, there's been a lot of things I've tried based on what I've learned and what I've experienced. One thing as an administrator that I learned was, if I took a kid outside and literally just did a walk around the building, the difference of behavior and way that they communicated, and even just emotional regulation, changed drastically. Just from being, maybe it's just confined into walls, the fluorescent lights, I don't know, but just getting them outside of the fresh air, walking to and getting that movement, just changed everything about the child, to the point where I had such phenomenal conversations of learning who they were, about their background, about what they enjoyed. And it wasn't about, the kid messed up. We will address that when we need to, but so many times, and maybe this is just due to the curriculum and the time that restraints that we have as a culture. But for me, it was like, no, let's get outside. Let's learn about each other, because I had so many kids. Like, I didn't know everybody's name. I didn't know everyone's background. I didn't know a lot about the child. And that's what I wanted to establish, to have that good baseline prior to getting into the behaviors that occurred that were not our expectation, and the things that we needed to change and restore. And so just as simple as going outside made a world of difference of kind of just, again, de-escalating the situation. And it was an immediate change in how they responded to me, but then also the communication between myself and the child.
You mentioned that foundation, and if we begin with the end in mind, we want to plan ahead for how we want things to progress. And I think the foundational first few weeks of school are critical, whether it's across your campus or within each classroom. I'm wondering, Joshua, if you can either think of or recommend any particular strategies or techniques where we can find out about students' preferred ways to make those connections, but also to build on them, to keep sustaining them.
Yeah, so that was a big thing with that relationship action team, was trying to find the proactive piece, right, of making connections, but then also making sure that the students had the skills to be able to make connections with their peers, but then also with their teachers. So, it was a lot of relationship circles, which had a lot of benefit, because it was a system that we used for restorative practices. So it was kind of like a practice run for our kids to understand those strategies and that procedure, if they ever had to use it on the other end. But it was really just low-level questions that our teachers provided. And again, it wasn't something that was taking a lot of time. So if we needed a brain break in a classroom, we would ask the students to do a relationship circle. And the relationship circle was allowing the teacher to, again, make those connections. So for instance, what is your favorite fast food fries, right? I know Ray Hewitt would probably love this question. She'd probably give you a whole list. So it was an opportunity for our students to make connections. Oh, you love Chick-fil-A fries? I do too, right? Mm. The other thing that happened was the future ready skills, right? So it's like the listening skill, right? I have to be silent and I have to listen to every single person's response. But then it also gave validity to their response. I now have the attention of all of my classmates and my teacher. I am important. I have a place in this classroom. So that was one piece that we used all the time in the classroom. Our kids begged us to do these relationship circles. And then also they wanted to be the facilitator for that. So they wanted to be the one to make the questions. And so just finding ways to, like I said, make those connections with their peers and their teachers. The other thing that we did as far as having ownership within the classroom was making these relationship agreements. And so allowing the students to have a say, a voice in how people were going to treat each other. So that was peer to peer, peer to teacher, teacher to peer. And man, they loved saying what they wanted from their teacher, right? So that was something that we implemented that had a lot of strength, and because it was, one, it wasn't set in stone. It was something that could be manipulated throughout the school year. Two, it was something that was visible and it was clear as far as the expectations. But three, it wasn't that top down. It wasn't the teacher saying, don't do this, don't do that. It was all about how people were going to treat each other amongst the community. And that's what we were trying to do. We're trying to build a community where everyone understood that they were important, they're valued, and they're wanted. We want you to be here, right? You're a part of this group. The other thing too, real quick, Brad, is that we wanted to make sure that for our students that had a tough time to make those connections, those relationships, that our teachers made an extra effort to get to know them. So we did this 2-2 strategy. It was 2 minutes for 2 weeks to get down at their level, to understand who this child is as an individual. So getting down on one knee during maybe a work time where instruction isn't being provided, and the teacher just really honing in on that one kiddo to understand what's going on in their world and to learn about them as a human being versus it only being about the curriculum. And unfortunately, so many times when we had stuff going on, it was like, hey, I have a great relationship with this kid. And then we start to share some of the things that are going on in their world. And they'd be like, oh my goodness, I feel so bad. I didn't know that. And what the misconception was because the kid was compliant in the class and they knew a couple of facts about the kid, that they had a great relationship. And we wanted to go on a deeper level as an educational community to really get to know every student so that they had that trusting relationship with at least one adult.
You know, that 2-2 strategy, I think, is just so valuable in terms of helping us systematize and provide a structure for persistence. You know, my question for you was around persistence through the frustration and the temptation to give up on kids when we fail to make a connection. They're just too hard to reach. Are there other structures or other mindset shifts or self-talk that you would recommend or promote with your colleagues in terms of persisting through that frustration of a so-called hard to reach kid?
Yeah. So one thing that we looked at in regards to data, Brad, was that we had a lot of low level infractions. So typically it was like, you know, disruption in the classroom or what was deemed as disrespectful behavior, typically in communication, and trying to mitigate that so that it wasn't a loss of classroom time. Because a lot of times it was something that happened in the hallway or maybe the night before that we uncovered. Before, what would happen which was a traditional practice that when I got on the campus was still occurring, was that a student would misbehave, like I said, at a low level infraction, and they would be sent out of class and sent to either my office or ISS. And what was happening was if we were tallying up the time that was missed in the classroom, and it was literally thousands and thousands of minutes. And so the teachers were frustrated about the scores with tests and, of course, state testing. Well, there's obviously a direct correlation. They weren't with the expert of the content. So, of course, we're going to see a dip as far as grades and the state assessment. So for us, what we did, and we totally stole this, right? We've talked about stealing things from other educators. That's what we do at Teach Better Community, because why reinvent the wheel, right? So someone in St. Louis was doing these push-ins where instead of sending a kid out and sending them to ISS or the office, making sure that someone else relieved them from their classroom, right? So for us, it was counselors, administrators, coaches. Someone would go into the classroom, take over for literally 3 to 5 minutes, not very long, and then allow the teacher to go out with the student to have these conversations about what was the deeper underlying issue that was causing behavior. Because honestly, it wasn't about the teacher personally. It wasn't about them wanting to disrupt the class. It was about something that else was going on in their life that they didn't have an outlet for. And so it gives the chance that the teacher gets to know that kid at a deeper level, and then is able to have an agreement prior to going back into the educational environment. And what we found was that strengthened that relationship between the teacher and the student, instead of me as the administrator getting the chance to build that relationship, right? So cutting out that middleman and really giving the opportunity, because the teachers want to have an understanding of what's going on in the lives of their kids. Mm-hmm. They want to be there to help them as much as possible. But the biggest thing was time. So for us to push in and give them that time was huge. And I can tell you right now that the data showed that, man, we gained so much academic time back which then not only built a better relationship between the student and the teacher, but it also helped the academics. It helped the kid stay with the expert, because I guarantee if they were in my office, I can't teach them the same way as far as math, English, history. It's the same with the ISS instructor, right? Or what we changed was the SEL room. That person isn't versed in 8 different subjects or 20 different subjects if we're even bringing in all the different electives. So, it was better to keep the kid in that space for a low level behavior. Now, if it was something gigantic, right, a student got in a fight or something like that, obviously they can't stay in that environment. However, we were trying to make sure that we were implementing something where we were strengthening a relationship, but then also having a positive outlook on the academics.
We've touched on and actually dug deeper into 2 of the 3 C's of the language of behavior: communication, learning to match the communication to the behavior, some great strategies and techniques there. Connection, the foundation of all the good things is the relationships, both protective and restorative, that we work through. And the last is calm. And there are so many incredible educators working in this space in terms of self-regulation, co-regulation. I want to give a shout out to our friend and colleague, Lindsay Titus, who's in the comments right now. And Lindsay says and would say that behavior change is an inside job. And I want to give a shout out to some other educators, Dr. Laurie Deshotel, Dr. Mona Delahook, doing incredible work in the self-regulation and co-regulation space, all founded on relationships, and also Dr. Stuart Schenker, Dr. Susan Hopkins from Self-Reg, who have been part of my most transformative professional learning around self-regulation, Josh, around Self-Reg, and they have taught me that when our calm meets their storm, then co-regulation can begin. We want to approach behavior change through a lens of soothing and connecting, but we can't do that unless we find our calm first. So helping educators come from a place of calm first so they can help children and help colleagues, as you illustrated, share their calm as well. I want to ask you personally, what are some ways that you, Joshua Stamper, find your calm in any walk of life that you have, and in order to share it?
Well, first off, I'd say avoid power struggles at all costs. Because if you're trying to have a power struggle with a kid, that's only going to escalate the situation and cause a scene within either the classroom or in an educational space. So I would say that first, but then also understanding your own regulation skills. There have been times where I understand that I'm escalating and I'm only going to make the situation. So I either need to tap out or just pause. And I want to give permission for that. There's been plenty of times as administrator that I could understand that I'm not in the mental space to handle this situation. So, the student might need to sit there for 15 minutes while I regulate myself and get in the right mindset before having this difficult conversation and, kind of get myself in a good space. And that's okay. Like, we need to be mindful of that. And I think someone else had talked about, a lot of adults don't know how to do this. And I think it's true. Like, I was one of them, right? I had to go through the training to understand just my brain and how it worked, and in stressful situations, how I was going to handle things. So I think it's okay to use these same skills for yourself before you go into a difficult conversation with a student, with a teacher, with a parent, because some of those conversations are very uncomfortable, very high stress. And I mean, unfortunately, sometimes across the table, people want to get the better of you. And again, if you're avoiding the power struggle, then if you're in a calm state of mind, you're going to be a better version of yourself and communicate better also.
Josh, I'd like in just a moment to shift some focus to a prize giveaway that we have coming up in our segment, courtesy of Joshua Stamper. And we'll be getting into that prize giveaway in just a moment. I do want to just stay with that idea of calm. And I recall an adage about working upstream. Joshua, it's one thing to save a person after they've fallen into a fast-flowing river. It's another thing entirely if we're able to prevent them from falling in upstream altogether. And so when we think about behavior change as an inside job, and we think about sharing calm, what are some ways that educators can reflect on, I guess, serving or caring for themselves upstream, so that we have the capacity and we have the possibility of accessing our calm so that we can share it with others?
Yeah. So I think the same goes with our students as our teachers, right? So, when we're talking about like loss of trust or loss of safety, talking about shame or disconnection, a loss of sense of self. I mean, there's a lot of things that are translating to our kids that are also the same with our adults. So I think we need to make sure that we're reflecting, and this is something we talked about earlier in regards to our own lives, to make sure that we're our best versions of ourselves mentally so that we can then pour into other people. So as far as calm, I used to teach the kids, the students, when they came into my office about different strategies as far as meditation, as far as breathing exercises. Some of our students had high needs in regards to like ADHD and some other things that they were working through. And so, holding a piece of ice in their mouth or in their hands also regulated. So there's a lot of like calm music, scents. I mean, there's a lot of different things that we use. Again, this was something that we're learning. And so we were trying different things out with our kids. We totally revamped our front office as far as having it low lighting. We didn't have the overhead lights that are the fluorescents. We put in lamps, changed the lighting. So we did a lot of research also on seating areas, not only in our classrooms, but also in our SEL room in our front office. So trying to find ways for when kids are maybe removed from one educational environment, that if they were to go anywhere else in the building, that they felt this sense of safety and calm just in their environment, right? So even with talking about smell, like we had different aromas and things that help people feel better. So there was a strategy of apple pie makes people feel better when they smell it, and so we had different scents that we learned through these different resources that we tried to implement into our practices. And same with my office. Like I totally changed the way that I worked with kids. So like instead of being behind a really strong wooden desk that divided myself with them, if I had a student in my office, I was always going over to a table where the chairs were side by side, right? So it was more about working with them in collaboration about how to restore the thing that was broken versus me being over a desk divided and lecturing them on the behaviors that we need. So there's a lot of different things that we don't really think about that actually really contribute to the calm based on the environment.
Daily I come back to the words of Dr. Stuart Shanker, who posits that the health and well-being of our young people is inextricable from the health and well-being of all of the significant adults in their lives. We ourselves, Josh, are school leaders. We've had an opportunity to interact with both school and district leaders, superintendents in a 12-hour live. And I think there continues to be a lot that we can address in terms of the systems of our schools and relationships, support and relationships through our district leadership to really make our schools and campuses places where relationships can flourish and that we can learn to speak and anticipate the language of behavior to head off even more serious incidents. Can you think of, or would you have any advice for our school leaders and district leaders who may be watching and listening about reflecting on their obligation to serve and support the educators in their buildings so they have those healthy relationships? What do you think more needs to be done?
Yeah, so for us, it was an initiative that we really believed in as far as building relationships in the classroom, but then also the restorative piece on the back end. And so not only did we teach this to our staff, but we also implemented it in everything that we did. So whatever meeting it may be, right? If it's a subject matter meeting, if it's an admin meeting, if a staff meeting, whatnot, we always tried to implement these strategies as far as getting to know each other on a personal level. And it's a culture builder. I mean, these things that we're trying to do in the classroom definitely do help as far as being a collaborative staff and being one that understands that, yeah, we're here for you. We care, right? So we talk about that safe environment, making sure that everyone belongs and knows that they're a part of a community. Well, we should be doing that with our staff and our campus. Like it sounds so obvious, but it doesn't occur. And so for us, it didn't occur. And so what are some strategies that we can do? So, I talked about the relationship circle that we did with our classes. Well, we did that with our staff, and we didn't just do it as a one-off to teach them how to implement it. It's every single time that we're together, we're doing something where we're learning about each other's, and there's a lot of unique ways that you can do that. We did an inside circle, outside circle. So there was a rotation, and, you got 30 seconds to talk about this. And, they learned so much about each other. There's so many times that, this elective teacher on this side of the building never gets to talk to this English teacher that's in the second level, on the opposite sides. And so trying to find those opportunities for them to make connections with each other, to understand that, yes, we're a team, we're here together every day, and we're here to help. And then you talk about like the diverse experiences, talk about some being veterans and some being new teachers. Those relationships need to be built, and we need to give time as administrators to do that. Because as you know, Brad, it's a long school year, and there's a lot of times where we need support from our colleagues, and that's on a personal level and a professional level. And so as an administration, we want to make sure that we're not only talking the talk, but we're walking the walk, right? And so to do that, to implement it in every single thing that we do.
100%. I mean, when the principal sneezes, the school catches a cold. Similarly, when the principal models the desired and expected behaviors, and I think as you did with your colleague, unpacks the why behind what we do, it makes a tremendous difference. So huge kudos to all of our school leaders working to build those connective communities and to be both models and responders to help our educators respond to that language of behavior. Joshua, it's time for us to announce our giveaway winner. And giveaway winner is going to receive a copy of Aspire to Lead by Joshua Stamper. Tell us a little bit about that book, Joshua, and what does the recipient have in store for him or her when they receive it?
Yeah, so the book is all about my journey as far as becoming a teacher to administrator and all of the different things that, man, I just messed up, Brad. I did a lot of things that were successful, but at the same time, I did a lot of things that I wish I would have done differently. And so this is a guide to help folks become leaders. But in addition of that, I had some key qualities. So once you're becoming a leader on a campus, these are the 3 things that I felt were important for educators to learn about, right? And so one of those is empathy, which is totally in line with what we're talking about today. So with the empathy piece, it talks about the relationship action team. It talks about a lot of the strategies that we've talked about today, just in greater detail about that implementation process of helping our school community learn about restorative and trauma responsive practices.
Joshua, you also have the Aspire podcast. How is the work and the mistakes that you made leading to supporting others in their journey to leadership, whatever their role?
We say that one more time, Brad, because I was looking at this comment from Dustin, and I want to make sure that I'm giving my office reference a little shout out. Sorry.
Dwight Schrute really can't be beat, if you know what I mean, Joshua.
Yes, as the beet farmer. I love it. Brad, will you repeat that? I'm so sorry.
100%. You're also the creator of the Aspire podcast, and I'm wondering how all the mistakes that you've made over the years have led to this commitment to helping others in their journey to leadership, whatever their important role in education might be.
Well, Brad, you're a part of that journey, my friend. So we started recording once a month between the two of us. So super excited about the upcoming year and getting a chance to record with you more. But yeah, Aspire to Lead. That podcast actually was the first iteration that, I've been doing it. It'll be 6 years in May, which is crazy. And that was just really trying to give an opportunity for other leaders to speak wisdom and insights into the lives of other aspiring leaders. And so, yeah, I built that because, Brad, I was learning from the district I was in that a lot of people didn't have any guidance or mentorship to help them succeed as far as getting to that next level. And so for myself, I figured I learned so much from these amazing leaders within the district. What if I had the opportunity to speak to people from all over the country, which now it's all over the world, to be able to help others, figure out this really difficult challenge of leadership and how to be successful. And so I've had the amazing opportunity to, just learn from so many folks, but then also take that content and hopefully help other folks, become better every single day. And Dustin's killing me with these comments.
Joshua, I'm really excited to announce that our winner of the copy of Aspire to Lead, courtesy of you, is Jennifer Hartman. Jennifer, congratulations. You were the first person to pose a question about the language of behavior in one of our broadcast streams. And so, Jennifer, if you could please email Katie, Katie, at teachbetter.com. Katie will be back in touch about how you will receive your very own copy of Aspire to Lead. And I do encourage you, and everyone watching and listening to like and subscribe to the Aspire podcast from my bestie, Joshua Stamper. Congratulations to Jennifer. Hey, Joshua, I'm just reviewing our comments, and this would be a great opportunity for you and I to maybe to dig in to some of those listener and viewer questions that have come in. And I'm wondering if any have caught your eye, or if there's anything that you wanted to jump in on and expand on the conversation about the 3 C's of the language of behavior while I find one of these questions.
No, I just can't get past the Office and Dwight Schrute comments with Battlestar Galactica. So shout out to Dustin.
Here's a question from Jennifer. How can behavior be managed effectively when it's multiple students simultaneously?
Yeah, that happens often, especially in middle school. So yeah, I think the major thing, and there's no cookie cutter response or, a silver bullet here to Jennifer, anyone that's listening. So for me, it was always about what can be constructed to make sure that I'm teaching the appropriate behavior to whoever it's occurring. I mean, unfortunately, I've had instances where 21 students were involved, like there's been some times where it's as one person trying to spend the time to interview a lot more than 21 students to understand what was truly going on, to then the communication with teachers, administrators, counselors, other resources, in addition to parents. That's a huge undertaking. You can't do it alone, for one. So with that, Jennifer, I would say, for myself, I had a team that I was very intentional with as far as making sure that if my dean of students or a coach who has his master's in educational administration, that I knew that I could trust them, but I also knew that they had the skills to be able to handle that situation in whatever facet I need. Talking about restorative practices, we didn't really touch on the procedures with that specifically, but I had a team of people that were trained on how to run a restorative practice. I had a team of people that knew how to investigate and get information from students. I had a whole team that if I needed to say, hey, I need this communicated to a parent in regards to what occurred and the consequence that is proceeding, or the actions in the response to that, that they were able to do that. So that has to be done, because I've tried personally to take on all of those responsibilities with student behavior, and I got burnt out. I couldn't do it by myself. I failed constantly. And I was, Brad, I use this as an analogy, is if you've ever gone to a basketball game, shout out to Ray, who loves basketball. But when you have that, I see Ray responding. So when you go to that halftime show and you got that lady that's spinning all those plates, she has these touch points, right? She's touching on these plates to make sure all those plates are staying up and rotating. Well, for me, I was trying to do that with way too many plates. And so what was happening was those plates were falling and breaking, and I was letting a lot of people down within my educational community, where I realized, unfortunately, by failure, that I needed to make sure that I had a team of folks to lean on, especially when I had these major behaviors at a large scale, where there was a high percentage of students that were doing these things. I am only one person to 1,200 kids or 1,400 kids. So I needed to make sure that I had a larger group, not only to support myself and make sure I didn't burn out, but then also to make sure that as a ecosystem, right, that we had people that I could trust and had these strategies to make sure that we were changing not only student behavior, but then the culture within that building.
Joshua, thanks. Here's a question from Michelle Bailey, who's a viewer on YouTube, asking, how do we help students to self-manage instead of teacher manage? Students may lack the persistence and self-management skills of adults. If you can recall part of our conversation or any tips to help any of our viewers and listeners about helping students to self-manage instead of teacher manage.
Yeah. I mean, this is something, shout out to Lindsay Titus. She talks about this all the time, but these are skills, right? So, what I was challenging my teachers to do was to teach these emotional regulation strategies, but then also to be able to do things like, for instance, a check-in, right? So a check-in every morning with our students to understand, is there anything going on in their world? Is there any resources they needed? And us to get a baseline of what's really going on in the student's life in a way that's not announcing it to the entire class, right? We're not doing this in a relationship circle where we're checking in, and some people use a number system, some use colors, but a way to get an assessment of where the child is at the beginning of class prior to for instance, a behavior occurring. So I like to give this example, right? So I had a student that didn't get any sleep the night prior because their parents were escalated and fighting, and it was a really bad situation. And so that student came and kept putting his head down. And of course, he got in trouble with every single teacher the entire day. And until the very last period where this teacher did a check-in. And then they found out about what happened the night before. Well, because that teacher understood at the beginning that on a number scale, the 1 to 10, 1 being the best day of his life and 10 being the worst, that this kid was at a 9. Well, obviously I'm going to treat that child differently in a 9 than I would at a 1 or a 2, right? And so because she got that number system in place, understood something else was going on, she then was able to have that conversation and kind of dig a little bit deeper as to why the child was putting his head down 2 seconds into class, right? Because they were exhausted. Again, that child was only in survival mode. He wasn't there to learn. He was there just to get through the day. And so to put things into place, one is important to make sure that we have that assessment of what's going on in the life of this kid, but then also to give strategies about, okay, how can you advocate? So we're not learning about this at 8th period, right? That student need to have a trusted adult to go to at the beginning of the day to say, this is what occurred. And of course, as an education community, because we care about the needs of this child, we would give them that opportunity to go and take a nap, take a rest. And I know some people are like, what? Why would you do that? Well, because the kid's going to be set up for failure if we didn't give them that resource. But we need to make sure we have things in place to understand that that's the need of the child at the beginning of the day versus the end of the day.
Yeah, you just said having things in place, and that reminds me of that upstream work, which I know you and I agree, and educators agree is so important. It's those structures, those check-ins, those touch points, as you named them. It could be morning meetings or classroom community meetings. It could be, your relationship walks that you've mentioned, or relationship walks that goes for school leaders as well. Not, walking our hallways and visiting classrooms with intention to take that temperature and being specific and asking educators, how are things going? Anything you need, anything I can help with? And just pay attention to what the response might be as well. That upstream work, Joshua, is so important in how we structure our classroom environments, how we orchestrate relationships among our classroom communities and among everyone that we serve, and as well help us to identify and to speak that language of behavior. What fantastic conversation today. Joshua, what are your reflections or takeaways, or maybe a shout out or a challenge to anyone watching and listening, a small but meaningful step that they might take based on our conversation, or based on wanting to better understand and to respond to the language of behavior?
Yeah, so a challenge would just be to understand, educational leader, that you have a lot that you can change, right? So I came into the position and there were a lot of things that were already established as far as the discipline matrix. And I finally got comfortable in the place to say, I don't have to abide by this. I get to create this matrix. And so I didn't do that alone. Like I said, it's all about collaboration and making sure that you have other voices within that education community to build something. But I mean, I think Mark had said this earlier about, changing the systems that he's got in place as far as working with student behavior. And there's a lot we can do different. And so I just challenge everyone to be creative, to restore what was broken. If that's a relationship, if it's a physical item, there's a lot of things that students can do to fracture. And so what are we doing on the other side to make sure that we're building the skills necessary for that student to be successful in life? And so that does take time. It does take some creativity. It does take a team of people. So you do have to be intentional, but I do ask that we don't just default to what we have experienced or we know of, that we try new things. And so thankfully I was on a campus with some other folks that were able to do that. And I think we built a system, although it wasn't perfect, it was better than, what we started with.
Try new things, learning through practice, failure leading to success, failing forward, and all things we do. That really exemplifies the teach better mindset, doesn't it? Better today, better tomorrow, and the community to help you get there. Joshua, you are such a crucial member of this community and of my personal and professional communities. I've been delighted to dig into the language of behavior with you. And speaking of preparing for success, we have a couple of superstars coming up. It's Ray Heward and Katie Miglin. And talk about working upstream. They're going to be talking about formative assessment. And they're backstage ready to ready to come on. Joshua, thanks very much for a wonderful conversation. And Katie and Ray, we're looking forward to your segment as well. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for watching us on 12 Hour Live.
Trying to stay up to date on all things Teach Better? Head over to teachbetter.com and join our email list. Simply scroll down until you see Mr. Chad Ostrowski's face and click on Join Our Email List. Right then and there, you'll be asked for your first name and your preferred email. We will only send you emails when we have good things to share. Everything from free resources to shout outs to all things good happening in education. Hey everyone, welcome back to 12 Hour Live. Katie Miglin is muted and can't figure out how to jump back into the live stream, so yippee, it's just me.
That's just my headspace. It's muted now. It's been too long.
We jumped it. Can we take like 3 minutes to reset? Because your mute thing was wrong. I just realized my lights aren't on.
Hi, we're Katie and Ray, and we're at the Hot Mess Express. Choo-choo.
Let's do a snack check-in while I turn these lights on. It'll take me 3 seconds. Guys, what snacks have you eaten? Put them in the chat. We want to know what's going on. Hold on.
Okay. I just want you to know that my yesterday Katie was like, I'm going to be healthy. And I have nuts and I've got fruit over there. I don't want any of these things. I want like a cheeseburger right now. Like, this is stupid. Why did I think about that?
You can DoorDash a cheeseburger.
Do you think I'm a DoorDasher? Do I strike you as a DoorDasher?
Do I strike you as a DoorDasher?
120%. You're like, oh, I kind of need a glass of water, but I don't feel like getting it. I'm just going to DoorDash it.
Okay, I only did that one time with milk, and you don't need to rub it in my face.
Yeah, she did. She did, and I can't.
Guys, maybe that's what I want to know. Maybe I don't necessarily need to know your snack if you don't want to share it, but I want to know if you DoorDash or not, / whatever that is. Homemade chocolate chip cookies with your daughter. What?
Oh, I'm going to Lindsay's house. See ya.
Yeah, she's in New York. We could get there.
Yeah.
That would be oh, peanut M&Ms. That's where my steak was made. I didn't do those this year, and I regret every moment of this 12 hours without peanut M&Ms.
I'm not going to lie. I tried to steal my kids' Valentine's Day candy last night, and Stella, my middle child, that's all I need to say, she caught me like taking it upstairs, and she's like, those are mine. I'm like, yeah, but they've been in here for like a month. You're not going to eat them. She's like, I was going to eat them tomorrow. So now I don't have any candy.
I believe it. And it's whoa, cinnamon sugar.
Are they what's that brand? There's a brand, and I'm not. It's the brand that I ate when I was on a meeting with you, and I was like, I can't stop eating these.
Is it? You're saying these are like not something you would go and buy at a bakery? This is like a prepackaged something?
Yeah, I mean the ones I ate. I don't know. Maybe she's like baking.
Well, I'm envisioning like going to Auntie Anne's and getting like pretzels.
Oh,
I would like.
Yeah. See. Wow, they're addicting. Chuck, yes, absolutely. That's my life. See, this actually was like kind of terrible because now I'm even more hungry and I still only have the fruit and nuts next to me. You
still have time. You can DoorDash. You still have time to be able to say, I'm not going to eat any of this. I need something else. So I've done 2 smoothies, leftover Chinese food, which I regret and threw away.
Yeah.
Sour Patch Kids and veggies. And jalapeno chips. I've done really well with my variety.
I haven't done that well. I had like steak and risotto earlier, leftovers.
You had steak and risotto during 12-hour live?
It was leftovers. It wasn't that exciting. I literally kept it in the back of my fridge so no one would touch it all week. And I was like, yeah, it's 12-hour. I get this as my leftovers.
It's fine. Hey guys, what are you guys eating your 12-hour live? Peanut M&Ms, like fruit punch snacks. I had steak and risotto.
Okay, it was literally one of my kids' plates that they didn't eat. So
No.
like let's write it in here.
Are you bringing your glass of wine later and your, what, like, do you
Might, you never know.
candlelit dinner? That'd be great. Hi, Michelle.
Hey, I think we're supposed to do like real things. Like we have a script.
Yes, we're talking about formative assessments. I just needed like a few minute break because we've been live for 8.5 hours.
Here's the takeaway. Too long. But
Wait.
today,
Can I be honest that I said 8.5 hours on Instagram, what feels like an hour ago, and it's still 8.5 hours. So that Instagram story must have been within the last like 20 minutes, and I like rounded up. But now, do you know what I'm
here's
saying?
the thing. Every time you talk about the time, I look, and when you like sat in those, like, it was like the class right before lunch, and it didn't matter how good the teacher was, the time stopped.
It hasn't moved.
It hasn't. And every time you're like, we've been live for this many hours, I assume every time you say that the time stops for a little bit because it's the same all the time.
Yep. Anyway, formative assessments.
I forgot that you can see when I hold this up.
Yes, Katie wrote help on the backside of her paper. That was during a segment a few sessions ago, so you're welcome.
Which in Ray's mind apparently was 4 hours ago, but it was actually 20 minutes. So formative assessment in the grid method. This is actually something we could talk for many, many hours on, but we're only going to talk for a short time.
I have a question because I have a vision of what this segment can look like, but you and I have not discussed it. So in your mind, Katie Miglin, for the next 25 minutes, what would be our goal in what we're going to cover today?
I assumed our goal is that people would be able to take away some ways they could formative assess students using the grid method or within the grid method.
Okay.
Is that close enough?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
All right. Did you have a different plan? I mean, I'm just literally going off of what our title's called, formative assessments in the grid.
Yeah, I know it says in the grid method, just to confirm, but yes. Yeah, I think that sounds good. I did a workshop on this for an elementary school recently, and I would love to blend in like the formative assessment concept into then how to use it with the grid. So you did a good job.
Okay, thanks. So here's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to bring to the table since you did a whole session on this.
Yep.
I'm going to say we have a great giveaway from Charles Williams and the #EdCrew. They're giving away a t-shirt and a book, and you can register to win at www.teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways for those and all the other amazing prizes. Don't forget to register by midnight. Otherwise, nothing.
Is it midnight East Coast? Like, what if someone is midnight Mountain Time?
Why do you have to be difficult? It's going to be whenever I remember to turn it off tomorrow, okay? That's the reality.
Guys, if you have a friend here that deserves something free, but they didn't tune in, just send them that link and we'll never know. Like, give away free things. It's great.
Jeff's here. Shh.
Sorry, Jeff.
Back to formative assessment.
He's not even paying attention to the live stream. He's like,
this is so valuable. I don't understand. All right. So Ray, I'm a teacher. I use the grid method, and all I do every single day is give worksheets, and then I have them check it or I check it. And then at the end, I take a quiz. That's good, right? That counts.
It's a step in the right direction. Yes, Katie Miglin, it is. Okay, so it's interesting. When I think of formative assessment, I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole recently when an elementary school that we're working with asked for specifically support on formative assessments. And honestly, we talk formative assessments like on a continuous basis, but it's rare that we would spend like 3 hours working with teachers on formative assessments. That's just not something that people have requested recently, at least. So I went down this spiral rabbit hole of like, okay, I could define formative assessments. We could build formative assessments. And then I realized that the term formative assessments almost needs to be like debunked for a minute, because it's not so much that we care how you go about getting information from the students, but it's more about, can you craft strong enough questions that when you ask the students whatever you want to ask them, you get the information you're trying to get out of them. then the how is like fun and can be low key because the question is actually the only element of this that matters. And when I was talking to educators, they really wanted this like toolbox of formative assessment resources. And we did. We spent a lot of time. We brainstormed over 50 ways to formatively assess students. The reality was, though, a lot of them don't work if you don't know what your end goal is. And so that's what circled us back to really talking more about questioning and having intentional scaffolded questions in addition to then how are you going to do it? Oh, we'll do a think aloud, or we'll do a think pair share, or we'll do a conference, or we'll do a quiz. Like the how almost becomes minor.
Okay, you say that, but I want to disagree with you in some ways because the how can make a difference. Because, okay, so I'm like just thinking through, you have a mastery question that you want answered. You're trying to gain the information. 100% agree with you. But the how could not work for all students. So how are you going to get the information so that you can truly see where all students are at in their learning? And that is, I think, why it's important. I understand what you're saying, that there's lots and lots of hows, but being mindful of you have a question, but you are trying to get every student to be able to show that they can answer that. So we've got to make sure that they kind of go hand in hand.
Completely. I mean, we could go back and forth on this the entire half an hour that we're supposed to spend here together, because I would argue that a lot of educators I work with are like, oh, I'm going to do a conference here. And I'm like, that sounds great. I love conferences. That's a great way to formatively assess students. But if you have no idea what you're asking them, then that conference can either be too long, ineffective, you're going to pay for it later. Like, so
100%.
like that's, I think, a little bit of when we talk about the grid. I like to see some sort of formative assessment in every single box of the grid. But I would argue that depending on what your goals are for that formative assessment, big or large, will really dictate how you get that data out of the student's mind. So I agree with you. I think we could go back and forth on this because it's a repetitive, like circular process.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to start off this conversation with maybe the how and asking our community here, what's your favorite way to get data out of students? Because the reality is like, you should be able to say almost anything that your students give a response to. That's an option of how. And when we brainstormed like over 50 ways to a formative assessment, I thought about just like reading them off and giving them to you here. But we can literally make a list in the comments of ways that you get feedback from students and how you can actually see that be successful. So Katie, if we were to brainstorm, like, do you have a way?
Yeah. And I was even going to say, though, like, challenge yourself to think through things you think could be wrong. Like, think through could potentially be wrong answers. That's one of my favorite things when we work with schools, for me to push back and be like, what are all the times you interact with a student that you can gain a level of understanding of their learning?
So that's the other thing that I think is a common misconception of formative assessment, is that it needs to be some big thing.
Right. Something formal.
Constantly. Like when I was working and I went down this rabbit hole myself designing the workshop, I'm like, we need to sit down and like put together an official thing. Every time you ask students, Nicole modeled it earlier in our thing together, anytime you ask students to respond to you in any way, shape, or form, gives you information. Now, if it's a strong enough question, it's going to give you information that you can hopefully use very quickly or at some point during your lesson or reteaching. If it's a really weak question, then you might get rid of that data because it's not actually giving you any value. And so she had something where she asked when a student was speaking, the rest of the class had to give feedback, and they made hand gestures if they agreed with something, didn't agree with something, kind of agreed with it. And that in and of itself is a moment to take a formative assessment look and say, okay, do we need to do reteaching on this, or do we need to clarify in this discussion?
Right, because you, like you said, every question you ask that you need to get something out of the answer, you should be able to create a next step. So if you ask a question and it doesn't create a next step for you as far as the teacher, like what you're going to do with your instruction, then it was kind of a weak question. And so
this can be a question you ask in the grid, like it's literally an assignment in the grid. It can be something you ask during your mini lesson. It could be something you ask when students walk in the door. Like when students enter your classroom and you're in the front saying hello, and you go to a student, you're like, Katie, how are you? And they go, ugh, so tired. That actually is data. You might change your bell ringer to enact some sort of energy into your classroom before you get started. That's a formative assessment. It's not a content formative assessment, but it is a formative assessment within what you're working on.
Yeah, so when I think through like all the ways that we can collect that information of, guides our instruction, I'm thinking specifically content. Yes, there's lots of formative instruction for the SEL components of our classroom, but I'm thinking conferences, literally just walking around, talking to students, just asking them like, hey, where did you come up with this answer? Or I noticed you did something different than your partner. Can you elaborate? Anything like that is huge. Those are things that like, I think sometimes we forget. Those count. Those little moments count. Totally. I saw a graffiti wall, any kind of sticky notes, like, putting something up, conferencing. Obviously we could both sit and talk about that forever. I don't know. I feel like it's like just literally nonstop in your classroom.
Well, and that's why I think when I think about formative assessment, I'm really pushing us to be more focused on the question we're asking than the medium, because I can literally, and we're going to do this probably in the next segment, I literally can pull up ChatGPT and say, give me 50 formative assessment ideas for a second grade class. And because I'm just looking for the medium to deliver the question.
Yeah.
And it's still going. Exit tickets, thumbs up, thumbs down, draw and label a diagram, think, pair, share, sticky notes, peer assessment, 5-finger summary, sentence starters, 1 minute write, gallery walk. It will literally give me, that's all the how. So once you have your question, once you know your teeny, teeny, tiny target that you're trying to meet, like what's my students' moods for the day? Are they understanding what the word variable means before we dive into this content? Do they remember the definition of a theme or a setting? Once I have my teeny, teeny, tiny target, the opportunity of how is endless, especially with the tools and resources that exist right now. And that, I think, is something that I want to reframe in our community here, that we have to focus more on being deliberate with those teeny tiny targets than actually the medium in which we execute, because that's then the part we can have an abundance of support with. But you'll choose the best option of these random 50 things ChatGPT provided based off of the question.
Yeah, and I want to bring up something. I don't know if now is a good time, or maybe like I think they could kind of cover this a variety of times. But Alice essentially asked a question: if a teacher is just going to teach the next lesson in the unit, so 2.4 will go after 2.3, do those questions matter? And absolutely, because how do you know when you're supposed to move on to 2.4 if you don't know anything about their learning in 2.3?
Okay, yes, but I'm going to put words in Alex's mouth. I feel like I was a teacher starting out who was given a textbook and I was teaching lesson 2.3. And then the next day I was doing lesson 2.4. The only value formative assessments then actually had in my teaching was in the in-between times when I had like said the content to students, who knows if they learned it, and then any sort of reteaching or feedback I could give before the class hour ended, because I was going to move on regardless of student success. When you start to get more flexible, then you can say, well, maybe I'm going to spend more time on lesson 2.3 because I don't think they understood it. So maybe I'll spend 2 days, maybe I'll extend my lesson farther. I think the key that we need to give ourselves some accountability on here is that personalized feedback, where when one student's ready to move forward, what are we actually doing to allow them to move forward? When other students are not able to move forward, how are we giving them that reteaching? Formative assessments are only valuable if you're actually going to reteach or give feedback. If you're just going to take in the information, there probably is no value. I did that. I can say honestly, I did it for years. I would do an exit slip at the end of the lesson, especially in my non-math classes. I would take the formative assessments at the end of the day. I put them in the recycling bin, and I had my lesson for the next day. And I'm embarrassed to say that, but that literally is the definition of a waste of formative assessment data. Like,
Well,
why
'cause
bother have it?
the reality is we hear all the time that it comes down to time. You know, students, the idea is great. The idea of giving an exit slip and then looking at it and changing your lesson, all that is great. However, if you won't have the time to look at it and adapt to the next day or the next lesson or whatever it is, then it was a waste of space. So, or waste of time. So, and a waste of your recycling bin space. So yeah, looking at formative assessments as a way to, okay, what do I need to know? And then how can I get that information and then give it to them so that, and whatever the how is, like we've talked about, and then being able to make the next steps. That is where you've got that like sweet spot of the steps.
Alfred really agreed with you because he's going to bark about all the fun things you've been sharing about formative assessment. So I apologize.
Thank you, Alfie.
Yep.
So when we're looking at the mastery questions and we're looking at building them and creating them and figuring out like, okay, we need rich ones. We need ones that are actually going to help us make decisions. This goes back to one of the early steps of creating the grid and looking at your standards, breaking down the DOK levels, and then creating those essential questions. And I'm going to be the first to admit that Chad is in the background, but ignore me, Chad. You're not listening. I might have skipped this step in my early days of planning because I was like,
too.
Right, because I was like, I know what the mastery questions are. I'll figure that out as I go.
Always.
And then, and then you're like, oh, that's why we do the mastery question.
I mean, I skipped it like for multiple grids. I would even say for multiple years, I did the grid method. And then I would wonder, literally, this is what it took. I would wonder, why are my conferences taking so long? Why are some of my like activities kind of a waste of time? Like, why is this content taking so long to go through? I'm like, it must be the grid method. It's the grid method. That's why my content is taking so long. It's taking me like an extra week to teach it. It's the grid method. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's that I have so much in there that the students don't need to master, or I'm not evaluating if they've mastered it quick enough. So it's just a waste of time. They're not getting what they need quickly enough. It's amazing.
It doesn't provide, when you skip that step, like we're both admitting before we were Teach Better people. When you skip,
I was, I think, a Teach Better person.
Chad's here. Dad's
I'm Ray and I have a problem. I have fixed. I'm in recovery.
But when you skip that, you tend to get away from what the standard is and what the DOK levels are. So that's where it's important, is it helps focus. And I'm saying, as someone who's literally skipped it and then said the same thing, felt all over the place. When you don't have those questions to really pinpoint where you're at, where students are at, and what do you need to do, what next steps, then it does can be kind of a lot of like wasted time. And yes, we love to blame it on the actual method because that's what's new, right? That's the different piece of our teaching. Is anyone else loving Ray's mom face?
I am so sorry that my dog is barking. He's like usually so well behaved, but there's something I can't see over there that has him like flipping out, and I can't fix it. What?
Wait, Ray, I know you've been focused on your dog, but I just want it on record, and by record I mean this is recording. Chad just put in the chat that he used to skip the mastery questions too.
No way, Chad. I am going to screenshot that. Man.
My gosh.
That is the big deal though. Like seriously, because it feels like a waste of time. And now I think I think I've been drinking the juice that now I'm like, this is all that matters. Like, this is all that matters.
Yes. And so if you're someone that's like, okay, I've done formative assessments, I deliver them in a variety of ways, great, you're awesome. But make sure that you are leaning on those mastery questions. And I'm going to be the first to admit that even after I started incorporating those, there might be times that in the moment I would have to evaluate what that mastery question is and tweak it, because I didn't feel like the student I was speaking to, I'm mostly speaking in a conference, but if I was talking to a student and the question I had prepped, I didn't get what I needed, I would have to kind of switch on the fly, because I was like, I know they know this information, but what I'm asking isn't getting that accomplished. Alfie is very passionate about formative assessments, and I think it's hilarious.
I quit.
Now, one thing I do want to say for those of you who have not, we're going to talk about this in the next segment, which we will get into here soon. But when you are building the mastery questions and you're going through the DOKs and all the things we talk about early on in the grid process, use AI. Like Chad's going to talk to Ray about this here soon, assuming that Ray's dog calms down.
I am. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Mm-hmm.
But use AI to start, because sometimes that can be overwhelming. And I think that's honestly why I skipped it, is that I was like, I don't know. There's 1,000 questions I need answered out of this unit or out of the standard. So it was an easy thing to bypass. But using that to help guide you can also be really beneficial. And then you can, as the educator, decide which questions are ones that I want to use, which ones actually relate to the standard or this skill that I'm looking for. And it does just like kind of help focus.
Yeah, Chad and I have a whole plan of what we'll be sharing, but I would actually suggest allowing AI to help you streamline what your mastery questions should be. That way you as the educator can evaluate if you agree, adapt, adjust, and then also use AI to help you then identify the right formative assessment. Because again, the whole focus that we continue to have, especially today with how lesson planning can be easier with AI, is just to help make your job more focused on you being the professional and making that final decision. This is a brainstorm partner with you that's going to help you curate all the resources together so you can make the best educational decision possible.
And if you are someone who's been listening for all of the 100 hours we've been live, but really this last segment, something we do want to take away is the formative assessment is meant to help guide your instruction and is meant to help you make decisions about the learning that's happening in your classroom. It is also going to save you time in the long run. And we know as educators, we do not have a lot of time to waste. And we've seen that in the comments today of curriculum and pacing guides and all that. So when you are thinking through, okay, I don't know that I have the mastery question part down, remind yourself, it's going to save you time in the long run. It's going to get your guidance focused, and so that you know exactly what you need to do to help students continue to make progress through the content.
So many good things. Sorry about the barking, but very excited to bring on the one that some of you have yet to meet, Mr. Chad Ostrowski himself. I cannot wait for Remy to see that he is a real person. He does exist. We'll be right back. Hey everyone, welcome back to 12 Hour Live. We have the one and only Chad Ostrowski with us. My name is Ray Hewer, and we are talking AI to make your life a little bit easier in education. We've actually been able to mention AI a number of times in the show. Now we're really going to talk about lesson design. Chad Ostrowski in the house. Dude, how are you?
I'm good. I got referred to as Bigfoot a minute ago, so that's pretty neat.
Yeah, people are excited to connect with you.
Thank you to Dustin for that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Remy's a part of our grid method certification pilot. And so
Amazing.
we have talked obviously a lot about you. They've seen courses with you, but they're all dying to meet the one and only CEO.
Well, I hope I don't disappoint them too much.
I mean, it's like the bar's not that high. You'll be all right. But for those people who may not be connected to you officially, you are a founder and CEO of the Teach Better team. Without you, we would not have the grid method. We wouldn't have this wacky crew putting on a 12-hour live. So can't decide if I love you or hate you, but do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sadly, sometimes I feel like it's all my fault. Me
Yes,
and Jeff
it is.
Gargis, for the most part. But yeah, no, my name is Chad Ochowski. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the Teach Better team. Came with this crazy idea called the grid method in my middle level classroom, like going on like 10 years ago now. Started working with schools and other teachers on how to do that. And since then, it's been a crazy journey, and I've loved every minute of it because we get to do amazing things like 12 hours of live PD, work with schools and districts across the country. And I am still, so like, it's funny when our networks, like I've never met that person because our core training team is who all of our schools and teachers and districts know. So it's always like interesting to me on like that dynamic. You get to usually walk in both worlds a little more than I do though.
I do. That's what's kind of fun is that we're able to see teachers in so many different spaces, whether it be in their physical classrooms or virtually. And it's weird that, you know, they kind of do come together a little bit in this setting.
Yeah. It's always really interesting to me. And the funny thing to me is that, like, I don't care how people are improving or getting better on a daily basis with our content, as long as it's happening. So whether they're finding us through our network or a 12-hour PD or in schools on a daily basis, it's a win for our team. So like, we win either way.
Totally. Well, we're going to be talking a lot of things today, specifically lesson planning, and then, of course, everything grid. So if any of you have questions, please feel free to put them in the comments. We have a ton of comments so far in this live stream, but it doesn't even nearly come close to what we had in our first stream. So feel free to fill up the chat with your questions, excitement, resources, green hearts if you agree with anything that's said on screen, and whatever else you come up with. Chad, before we get into some discussion, obviously you're here with us, and I, of course, am excited to pick your brain. So much of what I get to do on a day-to-day basis, I learned from you, and I really, really appreciate that. But before we get into like the education part, can you tell us a little bit about like who you are as a non-educator? Like, you're also a husband, you're a dad, you're a quirky soccer guy. Like, tell me like the normal people things.
Absolutely. Well, I actually came into education as I had a degree in biology. I was originally going to be a doctor of physical therapy, and then switched over, worked in a lab for a little bit, and transitioned with something called a Woodrow Wilson Teaching Fellowship, and got my master's in education. I taught in high needs inner city schools for quite some time, which is where I actually invented the grid method way back when. And as you said, I have an amazing wife who deals with all my traveling and all of these things. I have 5 amazing kids. And I was a former soccer player, actually. I played all the way through college. And another fun fact is I was a rock drummer in a band who our co-founder, Jeff Gargis, managed when I was in college. So it was cool. We toured. We've been played on the radio. So that's a fun little tidbit a lot of people don't know. That's like a pre-origin story, Teach Better story, but not really a Teach Better story.
Yeah, so you guys think this team was like these educators coming together, singing Kumbaya, ready to change the world. These were just these dorky rocker guys that were like playing music on the radio that decided to, like, I don't know, pick a different profession. What? That's crazy.
I also, in terms of interest, I also I run a lot just to try to stay healthy and things like that. So that's another interest I have.
That's a great interest. Yeah. I can't believe we used to joke. Your schedule's a little bit better now, but we used to joke.
It is definitely better now, but that's only because yours isn't.
Well, no, but we used to track Chad, like tracking Santa. Like, we had that joke, and actually, I'm pretty sure there was a graphic that we had for.
There was like a stand-up, like on a stick of some sort, I think.
Yeah, where it was like, where's Chad this week? Because he would travel like 4 or 5 days a week supporting different schools. Now we're so fortunate that we have a number of different trainers on the team that we all kind of share that load. But Chad, you do the most travel out of everybody on our team. So if you are not seeing Chad on a live stream very often, it's probably because he's on the road. So he's a good guy to know.
I'm still working with teachers, I promise. Just not on the screen.
He's off on the beach on vacation. Like, he's like, I founded this company. I'm gonna go to Tahiti. That's what it is.
Not quite yet. Maybe one day we'll get there.
So we have the grid method, and it's interesting because you and I and Katie and Josh and Brett, everybody else, we've all been having these conversations around how AI can support the work that we've been teaching teachers to do with the grid method. And it's like kind of changing the way we can support teachers in a way that really does support mastery learning. So when you think of AI and where you want to start this conversation, what comes to mind?
Actually, I love that you asked me that question. So I'm a huge soccer fan, as you kind of alluded to. My favorite team is the Columbus Crew, and they just got a brand new coach. Before I know you're a Chicago fan, I'm not even going to get into this with you right now. But we did win the MLS Cup last year, so we win the championship. And they asked the head coach of the Columbus Crew minutes after they win the championship. They said, like, how are you feeling right now? And Wilfred Nancy, who's the head coach of the Columbus Crew, you don't need to know who he is. I'm just referencing the quote. He said, "Impossible is an opinion." And this is actually one of my favorite quotes of all time. It was off the cuff, 5 minutes after your team just wins the championship soccer game. And I think this quote perfectly sums up AI in education, because impossible, the things AI can do were impossible. And it was many people's opinion that it was impossible for something to do these things only 5 or 10 years ago. So the impossibility of being able to do things has changed. They have now become possible. And so I think my kind of general stance on AI is the impossible has become possible. And with that in mind, we have two options. We can ignore the new possibilities and struggle, or we can embrace the new possibilities and create a new reality, a new opportunity, and new ways to thrive as teachers and educators. So that was like a random thing I kind of put together, but like I really like that kind of philosophy of like impossible is a temporary thing because it'll eventually become possible, or it can become possible. And that's where we are. That's kind of my general thing with where we are from a general standpoint with AI in education.
Well, and that was kind of the nice part. We've been talking about AI a lot this 12-hour series, and Dr. Sarah Thomas was live earlier with us today, kind of talking about AI and education holistically. Something that I know Chad and I feel very, very passionately about right now with this Teach Better family is wanting to help all of you use it to the best of your ability to be the most efficient and effective teacher possible. And we can talk about all these big top level ways to do that, but actually AI can be really helpful in planning to save you time. So tell me about that, Chad.
Absolutely. So going from that big view to like the nitty gritty day to day is actually where I feel like AI can help the most. And to me, there's like three main areas. There's planning, prioritizing, and prepping. So in terms of planning your instruction, AI is an amazing tool. You and Katie just talked about some of this when you were talking about formative assessment. I need to come up with a 10-question quiz that measures these targets tomorrow.
Wait. Would it kill you if I like literally proved that this works? Like I have my ChatGPT up. Can you like tell me what to type and we can prove that this stuff?
Sure. Yeah. Well,
there's a
let's
fear.
play with it.
Yeah. There's a fear sometimes like, no, it can't really do that. Like, can we literally, we have no plan, but can we do that?
This is a great idea. This is exactly what I do when I'm in a workshop and a group of teachers doing a step of the grid method, because 90% of the people in the room who haven't done this don't think they can because they haven't done it, because impossible is their opinion. Just throwing that out there, tying up those ends. Okay. So I'm saying it's possible. So if I want to come up with essential mastery questions or 5 questions for a quiz I have to make tomorrow, I used to do this as a day-to-day thing in my classroom. Like as a teacher, I'd be like, I need a Friday quiz, or I need a whatever. I need to come up with the questions for it. So I would just sit there and rack my brain, and it would probably take me 30, 40 minutes to come up with everything and organize it. Well, we can do it, as you're about to hopefully show, in like 30 seconds now. So if I say, create a 5-question quiz for my 4th grade science classroom, now here's where we can bring in our target language. So if you've already done your planning work and you know what your objectives are, that assesses students' understanding of plants. or like, let's just like keep it simple. We'll do like a basic topic. Now, so now ChatGPT is like literally it just spit out 5 different things. Now, I don't necessarily have to love all of these things, but my favorite part is the ongoing thread that you can have or conversation you can have with ChatGPT. So you can actually do a second prompt that says, can you focus the 5 questions more on the parts of the plant and their function? So now I've taken those 5 questions and made them more targeted to what I need for my quiz tomorrow. So instead of taking 30 minutes, 40 minutes, like however long it takes you to rack your brain, I can literally just go, here you go, copy, paste into my Google Doc, print, or if they're formative quick checks, I can just print them or keep them in my back pocket to verbally bring up as a do now, as an exit slip, as those quick formative checks while I'm conferencing for students. And like this, once again, I'm going to come back to this thing that I keep coming back to, was not possible, right? Unless it was pre-developed. So this was possible if your district paid for like a huge curriculum resource, or it was possible if your district paid for like preset question banks that are aligned to standards. Yep, all that stuff exists. But this is the democratization of information and resources for every human on the planet, including teachers. So we no longer have to pay to access this amazing resource because it's creating content for us. Now, this is where I'm going to give my asterisk little fine print that you know is coming after all this. We are still the professionals in this scenario. Okay, so just because AI created that, I don't know where AI got it from. I don't know if it's at the appropriate DOK level. I don't know if it's aligned to the specific target I'm covering. I can't even ensure that it's going to be at the appropriate Lexile or grade level for the students that I'm teaching. So it is still my personal responsibility as the professional in this scenario to vet and evaluate the quality of what ChatGPT or Magic School or any AI tool you're using or Google Bard is giving me. So that's where the human interaction needs to come in. However, to my point in what we were talking about, we just saved ourselves 20, 30, 40 minutes. I could have done that after the last bell rings on my way to the parking lot. And then I'm prepped for tomorrow versus I'm going to be late for dinner. Like that to me is the beauty of it, right? Like, so go ahead.
Something I would like to add in terms of educators that might challenge themselves to do this, because we just showed you how easy it was. You can actually copy and paste your standard in there if you wanted to be more specific, to make it more aligned to the standard. We just arbitrarily said, about the plants, about the part of the plants. You can actually ask the exact same question and copy and paste your standard to make sure. If you're not sure if it's at an appropriate DOK level, you can ask follow-up questions about wanting to know more about why that question is valuable, what the right answer to those questions are, what is the DOK level of that question. And something I really enjoy is sometimes it's not in student-friendly language, so you choose to give it feedback. Can you write this in a more creative way for students? Can you make this in a simpler context? So that element of feedback is really big as you're, again, just using this as a brainstorm partner.
And I think the idea of it as a brainstorm partner is in my opinion, one of the healthier ways to approach this. I've also heard it mentioned as like a personal assistant, which I also use it as sometimes.
Sure.
However, but I love the idea of I'm the only content person in my school or grade level. I don't have collaborative partners, but you do now. Like you can literally have a creative partner that goes back and forth with you and goes, hey, what are some ideas I can do for this rubric to evaluate this standard or target? What are 5 questions I can ask about this? But now there's sort of like the prepping side of it. Like once you have these questions, you could then ask ChatGPT. You could go, what are 5 ways I could meet these objectives with interactive lessons? Could you make the lessons more hands-on? Could you make, right? So like you can keep funneling the questions down.
Can you make
Can you create a lesson that
supports question 1 and 2? And it will lesson plan an idea.
Right,
And
look.
you may not like it.
but it just goes. It's like the most fun. I still like, I've done this 100 times and I still get like giddy and excited watching it work.
Well, and I like, I hate this. Shorten this to a 5-minute activity. Like, so now I'm putting a time frame that it can make a better idea. Okay, your introduction is going to be 1 minute. They're going to make observations for 3 minutes. And there's a 1-minute discussion. They're helping me with this timing. I don't need to use this, but I can use this again as a brainstorm partner.
Yeah, I mean, and to me, that's the crux of AI, from like planning, prioritizing types of lessons, and prepping for instruction, right? Like using it in those planning and in development stages of what am I doing tomorrow? What am I doing to teach this next topic or create this assessment? I think that's huge. And we've actually tried to explicitly show this during all of our trainings, whether it's Teach Further, whether it's Grid Method, whether it's prioritizing standards, whether it's depth of knowledge, whether it's fill in the blank, assessment design. We've been like pleading with teachers to use and lean on these technologies, because you either use it or you struggle through it. And we get to work with teachers all the time, Ray, but we see teachers just staring at blank screens going, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, or I just got this new curriculum and I don't know how to write targets for this standard, or anything like that. So the ability to go, hey, I can help you. I'm pretty good at it. This is what I do. But there's also this tool that you can use when I'm not here to get them going. And I've literally seen teachers go from a blank page to a fully developed grid way faster because they started going, cool, at least I have something on the page. And I think there's something we need to acknowledge about the power of having something there versus having nothing, right? The idea of staring and racking your brain and everything being on you to put something down, to get something prepped, is like maddening sometimes, and it feels like a Herculean task. However, if I go, I need 4 targets at 4 different DOK levels that meet this standard, and it spits out a bunch of ideas, now it's not a blank page anymore. I've started the process, right? And I think that's huge from an instructional planning perspective.
So good. We're going to continue this conversation. We have plenty of time, so stick with us. I want to challenge those of you in the comments. If you have questions that are coming to mind, or something that you want to know about AI, about planning, maybe a limitation you feel like it does have that either we can affirm for you or give you a workaround, this would be a really good time to take a moment and type that in the chat. We're going to do our best to answer your questions as much as possible. We've only just skimmed the surface with formative assessments. While you're typing those comments, I do want to give a shout out to Jennifer Widgel. She is an amazing educator that's actually in our viewers right now, and she has donated a self-care gift basket. We want to make sure that that gets in the hands of somebody in our crew. So if you post a question to Chad and I about AI, you're going to be putting in your name to submit to win this incredible self-care basket. So all you need to do is think through a question that you might have related to this segment that we can talk through, and you'll be in the running to win that incredible self-care basket donated by a wonderful viewer. Thank you, Jennifer, for choosing to give to this amazing educational community. Isn't that so nice?
I love that's amazing. We have some really amazing giveaways and more amazing people offering to support this work. So that's awesome.
I know it's been always fun to be able to go to obviously the website where people can register for giveaways. But I mean, geez, one of my segments, I don't remember when it was. It's been so long, but I gave away a $25 gift card just because somebody said, "Hey, I'll donate $25 to a teacher." Like, it's not related to a company. It's not related to anything. It's just in celebration. Hey, go enjoy the $25 gift card. So I love this kind of stuff. And
We are getting some good questions too. So that's exciting.
Exactly. So we will have a winner for that shortly. But Chad, while you're looking through the comments, do you want to identify a question that we can start off with?
Yeah. So, well, we can go a lot of different ways with this.
I know. Good for you, boss.
So this kind of alludes to one of the questions, but at the classroom level, and it's like the fear of AI. Like, should we worry about students using it? And I think this is at the crux, not on the planning side, but on the execution side, the evaluation side of learning, the assessment side. And I don't have all the answers. This is still new. However, I think there is a general fear of how do I assess if a computer can come up with the answers, right? And one thing I will say is the same argument happened when calculators were invented. The same argument happened when Google was invented. The same argument is going to happen and continue to happen now that AI can curate and create answers. To me, it's just a shifting of what we're doing with information. I could go all the way back to the development of the printing press and the mass development of paper with information on it and books that wasn't available 10 years before, that democratized the idea of information can be spread. Then we had to create organizations like libraries that organize that information so it was accessible. So like to me, this is just a next step in that march forward about how we categorize and use information. So there's two questions here. Like, should we be afraid of students using it? No, we shouldn't be afraid, but we should be aware of how they can use it is my first response. So from the idea of students using AI is something that I always go back to. School should should be the real world, not try to emulate the real world. It's a famous John Dewey paraphrase, not in a direct quote, but that was basically his thought. And the world that our students will be going into will absolutely include AI. I would bet any money you cannot win in this argument if you think otherwise. It is there. It is available. It's in their pockets. It's on their devices. When things like that are occurring in the world, it is a disservice to students to shield them from it, because we are shielding them from the world we're trying to teach them to live in. And that doesn't philosophically make sense to me. So I think we should, the more artificial intelligence can create content, information, and answers for students, the more human the interaction around the questioning has to be. So as technology becomes more artificial and information becomes more artificial, the student interaction needs to become more human. So if I know a paper can be written by AI in 30 seconds, that's 5 paragraphs and uses research and is MLA formatted and discusses the reasons that World War II started, right, for a social studies class, I know that a computer can write that for the student. I know that AI, I'm saying a computer like I'm sorry.
No, it's great. It's further emphasizing the value of changing the way that you teach to allow you to have conversations with students, which is such a big sticking point right now in education. Is if you are standing up there sharing the information with students, you are missing out on the time that you need back to be actually engaging, interacting, giving feedback to students to know if they actually are understanding the information.
Yeah, and so from that perspective specifically, if I'm having students write a 5-paragraph essay, what am I doing in my class day to day that's not turn your essay in on Friday, I'll see you in a week, right? Like if I'm just doing an arbitrary assignment, that has no actual value anymore because I know AI can write it for them. So for me, I'm going, what evidence do I have that my students on a day-to-day basis are learning what they're supposed to through the process of developing this paper, right? So like what questions and activities and things am I doing day to day where they're demonstrating evidence and defending what they're coming up with, Or I can even show them how to use AI and go, hey, let's start writing an introduction. And the more obvious and explicit we are about how to use the tools, the more appropriately students will follow suit. But if we try to hide it from them, they're going to get to it anyway.
Well, think about the higher order thinking that's involved for you to ask AI to write an introduction for your classroom and then interpret what you would change, what you feel like is not correct. How
critical analysis is way higher than just summarization, right?
Absolutely. So, I want to take a quick pause here and give a shout out to Janelle Nicole, who is the winner of our incredible self-care basket. Make sure you email Katie Miglin, katie@teachbetter.com to make sure you get your prize. But congratulations, Janelle, on that awesome win. Chad, we are continuing our conversation here, and I want to make sure that we are focused on the planning phase because we could talk AI forever. I know Sarah did a great job earlier discussing a lot of the effects of AI. I'm so glad that conversation was also a part of today's live stream. I want to shift our conversation slightly back to how it can help with planning. And I don't know if we have specific questions we want to touch on or a specific area you want to go, but where would you think we should begin?
I mean, I don't think that's a question for us, but a question for the person using the AI, right? It's like, where do I begin with AI? I always like to ask teachers, what do you hate doing the most when it comes to planning?
Ooh, can I tell you?
Yeah, sure.
Can I be an example?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
My least favorite. I am not smart. I never wanted to be a math teacher. I literally became a math teacher because I hated it so much as a student. So it took me so long to understand what the standard actually wanted the students to do, because these standards that I was evaluating in like Common Core math were so wordy. There were so many words. And I was like, can you just tell me what I'm supposed to do and I'll do it and it'll be fine. Like, what's the goal? And it's amazing to me that now we can copy and paste a standard into ChatGPT and be like, can you dumb this down for me, please?
I think that's a great place to start. And I will have teachers during the work we do paste a standard in. Let's say we're in one of the first steps of making a grid, which is identifying the DOK level of a standard and developing learning targets from said standard. You can literally paste a standard in and go create what DOK level is this standard would be my first question. And that's going to like literally give me some thinking to go by. And once I do that, I can go, okay, create learning objectives that meet the requirements of this standard. Now, identify the DOK level of each of these learning objectives. So if I'm thinking about building a grid, I now have all my targets at a certain DOK level, building up to meeting the standard. What is the extension of this standard? Now I have levels 4 and 5 if I need that, if I need objectives for that. And it doesn't mean they're going to be perfect. I want to come back to this again and again and again and again. This isn't like it's doing our job for us. It's a tool. Just like Google's a tool. Just because you find a lesson on Teachers Pay Teachers doesn't mean it's a good lesson. Just because you find information on Wikipedia doesn't mean it's right or true, right? So it's the exact same kind of point where I would absolutely be pasting my standards in and going, what are the learning objectives I need to focus on to meet the needs of this standard?
Yeah, I like this. If you I just copy and pasted a high school algebra standard.
Sure. Let's
say, what is the DOK levels of these standards? I think I grabbed 2 below.
And now it's telling me that one of them's a DOK level 2 and one they feel is a DOK level 3. Cool.
And then I can say, using Webb's DOK, create learning targets for the first standard.
Yeah, let's try that.
See what it does.
Like, it's so cool. I still get excited every time I watch this happen.
Well, and then I can even say, like, can you consolidate these? Or
But if like, let's say you're making a grid though, like, or you're planning a lesson that's the first one and you want to stick to lower DOK levels, you can go, hey, give me all of the DOK level 1 stuff. Give all the DOK level 2 stuff, right? So depending on the scale or the scope you're trying to achieve, like unit planning, this is perfect, right?
Well, and I can write in here, what's a good activity for students to complete for the target in DOK 1 above? Which was what? DOK level 1 was recognize and name the parts of algebraic expressions, like terms, factors, and coefficients. And look, now it has a activity. And I may not like it. I can do something else, but it's at least a starting point, right? It's just
absolutely. Yeah, like the page is no longer blank. Like that's how, like, you've started. You're on the road to to moving this process forward.
So let's say that we use AI to help us break down our targets and break down our standard into targets, break down our targets into mastery questions, and help us use those mastery questions in formative assessments, and we build a grid. Is there anything else we can use AI for, or do we kind of put AI away until we need our next grid planned?
Oh, I think you can keep using AI. Like, so like from like a planning perspective, but like there's also like non-instructional tasks you can use it for, like to give yourself more time to plan the instruction. So I literally was asked last week to write a letter of recommendation. And I have templates that I've used in the past, but like none of them were specific enough. And I was crammed. I think I was traveling, had a bunch of stuff to do. And I was like, I don't know when I'm going to get this done. I don't know how I'm going to kind of get this done without blowing this person off for like a couple weeks before I finally get it to them. So instead, I literally created a new chat. So let's talk about the mechanics of this, because I love what you just did. So just for anyone watching, I think this is really important. ChatGPT or most of these AI will save the thread or the conversation you're having so you can go back to it later. But it is critical that if you want it to start a new conversation, you create a new chat, because now you're only feeding off those prior prerequisites. So that's just like, I just wanted to add that because I saw that you did that, and I think that's an important note for our audience. So write a letter of recommendation for Katie Medlin by Shadowshowski. She was the director of curriculum instruction and was fired for poor behavior. I think it even mentions it. While it was true that Katie was let go, what does it say? But like, look at that. Like, that sounds like, so like you could take any part of this and be like, I don't know how I'm gonna. Can you hear me? I think you're muted, Ray.
Hey, Ray, you're muted, friend.
That makes me so sad. I was reading it with so much excitement.
All right.
Okay, sorry. It says, while it's true that Katie's tenures at Teach Better came to an end due to behavioral issues, I believe it's essential to acknowledge her contributions and potential for growth. We all face challenges in our professional lives, and Katie is no exception. I'm confident that with the right support and guidance, she has the ability to learn from past experiences and continue to excel in her career.
But like, let's think about that section right there. Like, that's a section where you would stare at your screen and be like, I don't know how to explain this thing that like I've never explained to anyone before. I don't know how to make this sound good or sound right or what have you. Like, or I could read this and go, could you make it mention these 5 characteristics? Could you mention her leadership, her innovation, and her perseverance? It almost says perseverance. Almost.
I can't spell.
I can't even like
Here, I'm gonna
give
go
you any
linear.
crap because you've been on here all day.
Seriously, linear innovation.
Ask ChatGPT how to spell perseverance.
Can you also add more personality? Because that's my new favorite thing, is asking it to add more personality to not sound like such a computer. So it will change sentences a little just to add a little bit more character.
Right. Or make it funnier, make it more serious, more formal, more professional. You know, like you could do a lot of different things with it.
You can
But, like-
also like just ask it to shorten it.
But like I'm sitting here going, like, how many days did you spend in your classroom either responding to emails, putting together things like a letter to parents, right? Like for the new fundraiser or the committee you're a part of, or meeting note, like whatever you had to do, it's like those are all things that take, in my opinion, away from planning, right? So like I don't necessarily even think like AI needs to be used 100% for planning. It can also be like, hey, I have these 8 ingredients in my fridge. What should I cook for dinner tonight? So now that that's solved, I can make this assessment for tomorrow or get grades in or do these other things. So like to me, like that's the first tier of how AI can help you with planning without having anything to do with planning. Like during a grid, that's how I would be using AI on a daily basis.
I just wanted to know if I had popcorn, veggies, pasta, and leftover Chinese food, what I could
Yeah,
eat for
like-
dinner. Oh, it literally told me.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Right. So like, how can it relieve that other stress? Because none of us have more time to give you time to plan more appropriately. Now, the other thing you can use it for is stuff that's happening in your class day to day. So like you can embed it in your assignments and use it to prompt students or as an activity or even as a mini lesson before you start a grid. You could go, hey, I know some of you in our paper on our grid are going to start writing introduction paragraphs. Let's ask ChatGPT how it would write it. You can do a whole lesson around, as you said, improving and modeling what they need to be doing in the grid.
Yeah, I like that. I also think that, you've now covered 2 things. One is being able to use it to help you plan. The other is to use it as your plan, right? Like
Absolutely.
have the questions you're going to ask and be able to look at this type of conversation.
Or even have students like, hey, that could be a box on your grid. Have ChatGPT write a introduction paragraph, pair it with a video or content about what makes a good introduction paragraph, and then have the student critique and evaluate. Maybe this would be like a level 3, by the way. Critique and evaluate the introduction that they get from ChatGPT. So now instead of me having to like write a whole worksheet or activity, I'm using the tool to kind of fill in those gaps. So it's not another worksheet, it's an interactive experience for the learner. So like, I do think when you're in the grid, you can use it a ton. I also think, let's say I have a project on level 4, or maybe it's an extension project on level 5 that I don't have a rubric for. One of the coolest things ChatGPT can do is you can literally say, like, if you go back to the plant quiz assessment. All right.
Let's get to the quiz questions, which we have.
Now I'm going to go. Let's go back to the targets. Did we have? Yeah, let's get back to those targets. Do we have targets for this one?
We
Those
did
are
2
fine.
targets. We can do
That's
targets for
fine.
this math one. We have these targets.
Yeah, so like grab like a random 3 or 4 targets. We're doing this on the fly, so like it's even more fun because this could blow up in our faces real easy.
Here,
But I
we'll do
think that's what makes it so interesting.
We're going to grab DOK level 1 and 2 for that first math standard. What are we doing with this?
Right. Okay. So let's say don't paste it yet. You
Okay.
can just put create let's do a 4-point rubric.
Okay.
that measures each of these objectives.
And then I paste it, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
So like here, this could take you way longer than you want it to if you had to come up with all this. But here it's giving you that starting point. And it can even create you a table. Like if you put on the, so like put this rubric into a table, see if it works. I've done it before, so hopefully it still works.
Oh, I've never done that.
So literally it can put that together for you. It's a 4-point rubric if you're a standards-based school and you need those proficient, basic, and other things. So now we're sitting here going, wow, that would have taken me an hour and a half probably, or like a decent amount of time. Whereas now I have a clear rubric created, started, so I can just go, boom, it's done for that project.
Well, and I want to reiterate 2 things. One is it saves you time so that the time you are going to spend is to type in the information and be as descriptive as possible and to evaluate if it's what you need with your students. That will be what your time is used for. The second thing is some of you in the comments are making suggestions for other AI tools. We love it. I know Sarah Thomas highlighted so many different AI tools. We're using ChatGPT now, but this may not be the AI tool you decide to use.
Or it may not exist in 5 years.
Or it may not exist in a year. Who knows? But the point is that we're just showing you the process. We don't care if you use ChatGPT. We don't care if you use something else. And we're not condoning the fact that ChatGPT is necessarily even the right thing to use. It's just the tab we pulled up and we're trying to make some examples. But I think there's an element of needing to know how we can use AI that really is going to be served well in this conversation.
Yeah, but like to me, like that's how I'm using it day to day. If I'm like in the middle of a unit working through it, I'm first using it to save me some time so I can do so instead of writing that letter for the fundraiser, I'm prepping for my mini lesson the next day, right? So like I'm using it to do the one thing we always thought was impossible and to create time. That's what I'm going to use it for. So
yeah, I like that. I do want to add a note. It's really good to fact check. So have that be kind of on your to-do list of fact checking the information that you get. I literally have only caught it when it's been about a person. Like if when we wrote that funny letter about Katie Miglin, sometimes I'll find information that I'm like, Katie wasn't a reading teacher, but it pulls information from somewhere. So just things to keep in mind that you want to make sure the information's right and then relatable and important to your students. Chad, the other way that I've seen this a lot in planning recently is finding better examples of real world application of content, because we're no longer needing to brainstorm with our colleagues on this exclusively or pull up old textbook chapter intros exclusively, but we're able to literally go into ChatGPT, copy and paste a standard and say, first of all, can you explain this to a kindergartner? And second of all, what are 10 real world examples of where this information is used?
Yeah, and I think that's another great way to just brainstorm with ChatGPT. I mean, we've tended to go, look in the columns next to the text on your textbook, right? Or look at your worksheet or word problems you have in a math class for these extension ideas for a Teach Further unit or for a high-level grid activity or a PBL you're trying to design or what have you. And now you can go, what are the real-world applications of this concept? And it will give you a lot of information that you'll go, oh, that's a great idea. I can use that because I know this guy and we can bring them in and we can do all this stuff. And all of a sudden the gears are turning. So instead of sitting and stewing as an individual by myself, not knowing if the ideas I have are good or bad or other, now I can have a thought partner. So I think that's a really, really great kind of thought there.
I haven't used this in workshops yet that we've been facilitating, but I wonder if this is also something you can use
and maybe I'm more so asking, it feels like you can, the days where you have a student where you're just absolutely stinking stuck because their behavior has been rough, or let's not even say behavior, like let's just say that they literally are struggling to understand the concept, and it's not for a sake of not trying, but trying to explain a concept in a way that you haven't ever thought of explaining before because you've been spending 3 days on this idea working together and they can't understand it. Like, is there an opportunity here to say, hey, I have a student in class that's struggling with XYZ. They enjoy these types of hobbies, but they're not understanding this component of my content. Is there anything that I can do to like bridge these concepts together, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think using it to connect dots and give you ideas that are going to spark sort of excitement in you or a learner, I think is a great concept. I also think like pulling it up with the student and going, what's your question? Because I've explained it 15 times in the ways I know. I've had Billy over there explain it and you still don't understand. So like, let's ask ChatGPT and see if it can help us. Like, let's do this together. I think just being vulnerable enough to go, I might not have all the answers, and when I get stuck, here's what I do, in modeling that, I think could be a really powerful kind of relationship building move that you could do with a student. Absolutely, because you're modeling how to solve problems at that point. It also helps if I'm going to go back to the formative assessment and essential mastery questions conversation. Like, if you know what the outcomes you're assessing are, you can scaffold around those using ChatGPT. Like, as long as you're not letting ChatGPT do the work to give you a false positive on whether the student knows or doesn't know the actual question, I think that's another thing you can do and go, oh, here, ask ChatGPT these 3 things. Now that we have this information, can you answer the original thing that I asked you? So I think there's a lot of ways that you can interact with students, around students. I've had IEP teachers use it when they're drafting individual education plans and things like that. So I think there's a lot of ways to use it for intervention, support, and help. And then, or just like, I need to vent to someone, but I can't actually do it. So I'm going to vent to ChatGPT and see if it throws any ideas my way. Because my teacher bestie's out today. Can
you legitimately do that? I've never thought of that. Can I just talk about how hard my day's been and be like, do you have any ideas on how to make my day suck less? Like, is that a thing?
It is a thing. It's as long as you form it as a question, it'll respond.
Hold on.
I had to go live with Chad for an hour today.
Yeah,
What should I do?
Chad Ostrowski for an hour. All he did was talk and give ideas to our network. I didn't even get a word in because I was too busy taking notes for all of his mic drop moments. Ugh.
Well, but like now if you say, I am frustrated and don't know how to, I am frustrated with him and don't know how to approach him about this, what should I do?
With him, what should I do?
Sounds like you had a frustrating experience with Cheddar.
But like,
yeah. Set boundaries, reflect on your feelings.
So some of this is obviously like psychology 101, right? Like some of this is pulled from just like, this is what a therapist would have in their college therapy 101 textbook. But it doesn't mean it's wrong, and it doesn't mean it's not helpful to you, because if one of those bullet points gives you an idea, you've now helped yourself through this conversation because you are not alone in the conversation anymore.
Create a script for me. Hi, Chad. I hope you're doing well. I wanted to follow up on a recent meeting where you shared some fantastic ideas for our network. I must say I was really impressed by your insight and creativity. However,
I also wanted to share some thoughts about the dynamics of our conversation during that meeting. As I was taking notes on all of your mic drop moments, I realized that I didn't get a chance to contribute or share my own thoughts. I felt a bit frustrated because I wanted to engage in the discussion and offer my perspective, but the conversation moved quickly and I didn't want to interrupt. I wanted to clarify that oh my God, this is so funny.
But like, it's not bad at all, right? Like this is like, if you are wondering how to respond to a colleague or an awkward situation, like this is such a easy thing you can use as a thought partner.
I like it better when I rephrase
Me,
it.
pirate voice. Or if you just need to laugh at yourself, that's
me
fine
already.
too.
I wanted to have a word with E about our recent parlay. So good. So good. All right, Chad, we're wrapping up our conversation. I'm sorry, I'm having way too much fun with our ChatGPT, but this at least hopefully got some nerves out and some ideas to our network about how we can use AI in some way, shape, or form to help us be more efficient. And Chad, something I really value about the conversation that we've had thus far is your focus on it allowing you to help yourself plan so that it can be more efficient and effective, and so that you can really use like your educational knowledge, right? Like really using the higher order thinking.
Right.
And the other thing I really value is you also lending the idea that if the planning is going to take longer, can it help us in other ways that are not related to education so that we can free up ourselves with some of the tasks that we have on our to-do list that might be personal lives. So really good things there. What do you think was your favorite takeaway from today's conversation?
Getting to hang out with you is always an awesome takeaway, first and foremost.
I have a script I'm telling you later.
No, I think my greatest takeaway is hopefully those watching are willing to at least try. I love the fact that we brought up and modeled how to use this. And just so everyone's clear, like that wasn't pre-recorded. That was happening in real time and could have gone awfully bad or wrong. But like, I think there's value.
I couldn't spell. Obviously, it was not pre-recorded.
But there's value in that, because all it takes is opening that chat up, ChatGPT or your favorite AI tool, and starting. I promise, like once you start, I think that was my favorite part, is getting people past the fear of trying. I think that is the biggest hurdle that exists with this. I promise once you open it up, and I think you mentioned this, you have to find out how it's going to help you, because we don't know that, right? We know how it can help a lot of people, but how it's going to help that one thing that you hate doing or are not great at or need support with or don't have a thought buddy for, like that's where it helps you. And the other big takeaway I want people to have is that don't forget that you're the professional. Don't forget that you are the expert in the room, and that the more artificial intelligence is used to create, the more human our action needs to be. So I think that's vital as we move forward into the unknown of where AI is going to go next week, month, year, decade.
So important. You know, Chad, before we wrap up here, I know we have about, 6 minutes, and then you're actually going to continue this conversation. So I'm sorry you're going to have to compare hanging out with me to hanging out with Jeff Gargas, because you guys are actually going to look at prioritizing standards, which is, again, hard work. But I think that you guys will have so many tips and tricks to try and make it sustainable and important for educators to do. I do want to ask you maybe a question outside of what we've been discussing. Your team that you started with Jeff Gargas in 2015, you and Jeff, and then you brought all these wacky people in, has been live for 12 hours almost for what I think is the 7th time we've done this. And we have had viewers that have stuck around the entire time. We have had a number of different Teach Better team members, not only live, but contributing in the comments with marketing, with discussing different, things that we could have on, contacting guests, all that stuff. And this is just a sliver of what the team does. What do you want to share with the team
our community here, our network, and also our internal team that, you know, continues to work day in, day out to serve educators?
I am way too cocky about what our team can and can't do, because I think we can almost do anything. I think with the current team we have, I think a lot of the content we have, some of it dives pretty deep, but a lot of it's just scratching the surface of the work we get to do on a day-to-day basis. And I just want every school district and teacher to know that, like, we're here to help. We're here to help you get better, whether it's in your classroom, in your school, in your district. We're also here to help you reach the goals you don't think are possible now, so that they are possible tomorrow. And I think that's just a huge mindset we've had. And I think it's a confidence that has grown over time because we continually find new areas and ways to support schools. We continually help them reach their goals, whether it's instructionally, trauma-informed, improving PBL, unpacking standards, you name it, we've probably done some of the work. And so a lot of times people will go, oh, I know we worked with you on this thing, but I didn't know you also worked on this other thing. And I almost wish everyone could get just handed a Teach Better menu, like, in their mailbox. I don't think we could afford the mailing rates for, like, every person in the United States, but of just all the things we do. And it need to be a pretty big sheet of paper too, probably. So, like, additional shipping costs. But to me, how can we help? What are your goals, and how can we help you get there? Is I hope what they bring to us, so we can help them accomplish those goals.
You know, that's a perfect segue into the last follow-up question I have for you, which is about our Teach Better 360 wheel. We have had commercials highlighting it all day long. It's actually has its own feature in a space, and it also is at the end of every single commercial that we've played in our 12-hour live. That wheel was approved just about 6 weeks ago and took about 7 years for our team to fully craft. Do you mind speaking to it a bit? Because in the next commercial, as we transition, people are going to start seeing that colored wheel. Obviously, they can go check out the full details over at teachbetter.com/professional development. But what is that kind of vision for you?
Yeah, so, like, the 360 approach is basically a customized approach to meet schools like we want them to meet students right where they're at. So to me, we've learned a lot about working with schools and what doesn't work when you're working with schools. So a lot of times a school will come to us and they'll say, hey, we want mastery learning or the grid method. And then it's our job to ask, well, do you understand how to unpack standards? Do you know what depth of knowledge is? Do you know what good assessment looks like? Are your teachers open to things like retakes? Right? So, like, where are you at in this cycle of growth in learning? The other thing we realized is that people aren't all on the same part of that cycle. Some are ready for mastery learning, but some need to understand how to unpack standards, and some need to understand assessment. And some are good with all that, but they need some help with trauma-informed or SEL or classroom management practices. So it's literally the culmination of over a decade of work, real actual work in schools, and success that we've seen across the country in almost every instructional setting, that we've developed this 360 approach because we can literally attack whatever goals and targets you have instructionally as a school or as a district from any angle we need to, sometimes from multiple angles at the exact same time. So that's really where I think it was you and I were having a conversation where, like, we used to have all these flow charts that were from, like, left to right. And we were like, right, but what if they have to go back because this part's not right? And what we realized was that it should really be a cyclical, like, circular model. And I think that clicked really quick. And that's kind of evolved into the 360 approach and how we approach everything we do, because it's not about what we have to give you. It's about what you need that we can provide and how we can support you to meet your goals. So I think that's a really great way to illustrate all the great work we can do and all the ways we can meet the needs of any teacher, school, or district, or state, or country's educational organization that would want to work with the team.
Friends, stick with us for our 12-hour live. We are getting into prioritizing standards, then we're getting into podcasting, and then we're wrapping up the show here eventually when we hit that 12-hour mark. Don't forget, this is 12 hours of free professional development. We still have a lot more giveaways to give away, and we still need many, many more green hearts, so we'll be right back.
Welcome back, friends. We are continuing. We're getting really close to like the end of this 12 hours. So we've been going for, I don't even know how many hours running at this point. We're like, what are we, 2 hours away? So that's what, 10? Is that how math works? Where we're at.
Maybe.
So maybe we'll figure it out. So that's okay. You are a science guy. You don't need to know math. So we're going to jump into stuff because we're actually, you and Ray were wrapping up perfectly talking about our 360 in our customized professional development. One of the pieces is prioritizing standards. And that's what we're going to talk about here. But I just want to note, I'm going to do two things. One, I want to note, little compliment to you and Ray. That was a session where, and I've said this before, I think on pretty much every time we bring you live, is where I spend so much time with the two of you that I often forget how smart you two are when it comes to this kind of stuff. So like that was another moment. I think you're probably going to do it here in the next 30 minutes, but that was a great session. I really enjoy it. Actually, it's everyone on our team, I think, that does that. It's really you that I often forget who is smart. I think it's because we spend a lot of time in things that aren't smart, if that makes sense. That's a story for another day. Anyway, so kudos, good job. Love it. If you're still here and you understand what I'm trying to say is nice to Chad, please give me some green hearts. Yes, Dustin.
I don't know if I understand what you're trying to say is nice to me.
I'm trying to say it's great to be here on 12 Hour Live with you, my friend. What I'm actually trying to say is that I want to get the giveaways done right now. I want to mention these things because I know I'm going to start asking questions and we're going to forget what time it is. So quick shout out. Again, the site to go to is teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. I want to shout out two awesome educators, Ryan Stour, who donated his book, PBL Simplified. Great book. And it's actually a complimentary book study that goes along with that. And then our good longtime friend, Dr. Matthew X. Joseph, he donated his Always Stop at a Lemonade Stand, Empowering Student Independence, his book as well. So make sure you go, if you haven't already submitted yourself in there to win, go do that now. Really important to do. So, all right, with that said, let's dive into this because I don't know who thought it was a good idea to give you and me 30 minutes and not like an hour, but I'm going to try to fit us in. So I'm going to just throw some questions that I have for you. I want to introduce people to this. So let's start with the basics, sort of the foundation here, Chad. When we say prioritizing standards, what do we mean?
That's a good place to start. Absolutely. So the idea that all standards are created equal, I think, is a fallacy that some teachers fall into. They go, I have to teach every single standard. They're all just as important as every other standard. But then what ends up happening in the real world is as you're going through instruction, you start to go, oh no, I didn't cover this standard or that standard, or we never got time to cover these 5 standards. Because when the theoretical meets reality, the perfect conditions never exist so that we got to cover everything as much as we wanted to. Like, I've never gotten to talk to a teacher and they've been like, I'm so glad I got to finish all the chapters in my math curriculum this year, or I'm so glad I got to finish everything I wanted to. There's always those things where you're like, ooh, I didn't get to cover that as much as I wanted to, or we had to rush through this or that. So to me, at its core, prioritizing standards comes down to understanding which standards you absolutely need to cover and which are the highest priority and which are still probably going to be covered but can be pushed aside a little bit easier or embedded more organically versus explicitly covered. So like when we go through this process, it's really about prioritizing what standards you're really going to cover and measure in grade 4, in grade 5, in grade 6, so that you can vertically align your curriculum so that you know that when students leave your class, they have everything they need to be successful in the next grade level or that next level of content they're going to study. So standard prioritization is a process where we give tools and ways, which we're going to go through during this conversation, on how to actually do that. So how do I know which standards are the most important or what I need to cover? So
let's dive right into that. So when we work with districts, and we do this with districts all across the country, can you kind of break down for the audience our approach to this? How do we actually support a school district and teachers in this process of prioritizing their standards?
Yeah, absolutely. So our standard prioritization kind of follows 3 steps. First, you look at leverage, and then you look at endurance, and then you look at depth. And I'm going to go into each of those things. So if it's confusing right now, it's okay. So the leverage a standard has is how much does that standard impact other areas of understanding or other content areas. For example, literacy, like nonfiction literacy, has a ton of leverage in a science and a social studies class. Does that make sense? So if that has leverage over science and social studies, that standard has leverage overall. Okay? So the endurance of a standard, and we can go deeper into each of these. I'm just going to go through the vernacular real quick. The endurance of a standard is how important is this single standard to future learning in this content or in future grade levels in this content. So if they don't know this in grade 1, are they going to be able to do the grade 2 stuff? Or is the endurance is it something you teach once and then you never talk about again? Like, does it just kind of way because it was nice to know?
So endurance is like the longevity of the importance of it, or the positive impact on future learning.
Correct. And then there's the depth. So we use DOK to identify the depth of standards so that if standards require higher levels of thinking, they're more valuable than those that require lower levels of thinking. So for example, a student being able to critically analyze math problems is way more valuable because it's probably a level 3 DOK than do you know what the parts of a plant are, which is like a DOK level 1, because they can just Google the second thing. They need to actually be able to think through and understand. So using those, you can actually score a standard. So the way that we have districts score or teachers score standards is you get 1 point for leverage or 0 points if it does not have leverage, 1 point for endurance or 0 points for endurance, and 1, 2, 3, or 4 points based on the depth of knowledge of a stated standard. Gotcha. Now, I want to preface all of this. I just said a bunch of stuff, and I can dive into any one of those things, give you examples. I just wanted to kind of give an overview. This is a nonpartisan voice in the room. It's not a perfect system that's going to be right every single time, no matter what. So what I like to tell teachers when we're going through this process is that, listen, if you and another math teacher are arguing about what you need to cover first, second, third, or which unit you need to cover first, you then go to the scoring of those standards and you can go, which one has a higher, LED score, which one has a higher prioritization score based on our rubric. So
it can be almost like a tiebreaker in a sense.
Right.
Yeah.
But it can also guide pacing and curriculum mapping. So
it can also start the conversation too, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, it can be the starting point, and then we go into the let's have the back and forth discourse.
Right. And a lot of times the next steps are highlight the ones with the highest scores and make sure you cover them earlier in the year, because we need to make sure we cover those or we embed those. And some of those are going to be skills, right? Some of those are going to be like, hey, we need to embed these skills more often because this is a high level, a high scoring standard in this rubric.
So can we? Let's go through each one of these things and sort of the approach to like how do you actually determine each. So you sit with the teacher. We've got a standard that they're looking at. How do you actually determine its leverage? And you gave a little bit of an example earlier, but like how do we decide that it gets that 1 or it gets the 0? Like, does it have to have, like you mentioned, literacies having over, I think you said history and science.
Yeah,
so it's got it over 2. Does that get it 1? If it was only 1, is it a 0? Like, how do we figure that out?
So these conversations are my favorite part about this training very specifically, because we actually force teachers to talk to other content areas in this part of the training. So this isn't something that you can just like Google, right? Like you can't just be like, hey, do you use like, I guess you could like ask Google, like, do you use literacy and social studies? But what I want teachers to do is to argue and discuss and decide with their grade level team and or grade band team, maybe your K through 3 team or just your third level team or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Whoever's in the room, kind of depends on the conversation.
Sure.
I want them mixing with those other content areas. And I want them to go, hey, I teach this in math, science. Do you use that in any of your formulas? And then science goes, no, they don't need to use that until high school and we're in 4th grade. Okay, not critical for science. So that's going to go lower than decimals, with the science teacher might go, ooh, yeah, if they don't know that, we're not going to be able to do any of our measurements at all, right? Like, so to me, it's about, does anyone else need it? And are you responsible for teaching it so the students have it when they get there? So for me, it's really about opening up conversations. And my favorite part about this training is when teachers go, I haven't talked to that department in 8 years, right? Like I haven't had, I mean, they talk about other stuff, I'm sure,
but not about that, right?
Usually you don't talk cross-curricularly once you get outside of elementary school, you know, and you're not teaching all the subjects yourself. But so like, to me, it's about that discourse. It's about those conversations. And to me, it's less about being right or wrong. And it's more about having the discussion so that you can have it documented for later.
Yeah. And it's, I love that you say it's one of your favorite things, because it's over the last, I don't know how many years, whatever many years been doing this, some of my most memorable points in workshops and stuff is when a teacher will literally say, I've never looked at my standards this way before.
Right.
And we're seeing that with this too, is I've never had this conversation before. That you said I haven't talked to that department about anything, 8 years, but it's leading them to the fact that it's having the conversations is actually the real power of this and stuff. So when we talk about endurance, this is the one I was really interested in. Is like, how do I determine the longevity importance of a standard or something that I'm trying to get my kids to like? How do I know? Like, I'm sure there's some that are obvious, right? But like, how do we actually have that? Is that just the same thing? Is it just a matter of conversation? Are we going and talking to upper levels, or is it?
This is a larger conversation vertically. So I'd usually recommend this conversation at least in a grade band. So like K through 3, 3 through 5, like middle level or high school, so that you can talk within a grade band. And here's the hardest part about both of these conversations. The leverage conversation gets really heated sometimes because, I don't mean to go back to that, but I kind of remembered this. it gets really heated because teachers feel attacked when you say that this is or isn't important in other areas. So I literally had a conversation at a workshop where a teacher was like, well, I don't want to say that knowing this type of poetry doesn't have any value. And I had to like stop the conversation because they had like a poetry unit they did, and it was one of the standards in like second grade, but it had zero leverage over any other subject. So it got a lower score. And I said, it doesn't mean it's not valuable knowledge. It just means that it's less of a priority than the thing that does have an impact on these other classes.
Yeah.
So the same thing is true for endurance. Just because you might use it later on, I want to know, is it measured or mentioned in the standards later on? So a lot of times teachers know more than they have to teach. It's actually 100% true 100% of the time because that's how it works, right? So sometimes we'll go, oh, I could see how you would use this in this type of equation. And then I have to backtrack the teacher and go, okay, but do you have to teach that in 7th grade math? And they go, no, they're not going to see that until college. Well, okay, it doesn't have that endurance that you thought it did then. So a lot of times it's them going to their respective standards and going, find where in your standards this standard from an earlier grade is utilized. And a lot of the state standards even have kind of expansions that show you prior and next grade level standards. I know Ohio does, and some of the other grade levels do as well. But it's a really thought-provoking conversation, and it forces teachers to kind of remove their personal bias from the conversation. And that, to me, is really what this process does more than anything, because as teachers, we have things we quote-unquote like. We have things that we know our students like. We have things that are really fun to teach and things that are not so fun to teach. So here, once again, using this prioritization process, we are now creating a third-party, unbiased representative in the scoring of the standards that's going to just help with the conversation.
And so depth, I think, is fairly self-explanatory, right? Like it's going to get a letter of 1, 2, 3, or number 1, 2, 3, 4 based on just the depth of knowledge, right?
Right. So yeah.
But I don't want to assume anything. So why don't you go ahead and explain that a little bit to how you approach something in that sense as well?
So if you're analyzing the depth, we like to use depth of knowledge, but we've had teachers use other scales if their school uses other taxonomies of thinking and things like that. But we tend to do a 4-point scale because it's pretty universally focused. So if they don't know anything about DOK, we usually teach them about DOK as an initial starting point. However, depth is DOK is how a student needs to think to solve a given circumstance or question being posed to them. So when you're looking at the standard, you are asking yourself, what type of thinking does this standard evoke? So if you're looking at a social studies standards and it says, understand, be able to explain 3 causes of the Revolutionary War, that's going to only have a depth of like 2 versus compare and contrast the political views of the North and South during the Civil War and in how they were different and similar based on evidence, right? So like the thinking around that second thing I said about the Civil War is much higher. So if we are practicing those cognitive muscles, they have more value than remembering 3 bullet points I gave them on a notes sheet that I gave them, right? So that's going to have, at least using our scale, more value or more of a priority because we need students thinking at higher levels more often. And oftentimes, depth tends to be a little bit of a tiebreaker because a lot of times things can have leverage and endurance, like maybe you have 2, but the depth is what kind of pits one a little bit higher than the other. So it can really help facilitate, once again, that conversation.
So with that said, if depth is sort of the tiebreaker, what happens when we have a standard that we determine is it's a level, we have two different standards, both level 2 DOK. Both show the same basically type of leverage where maybe both standards are going to have an impact on our science learning somewhere, and maybe also in our math. And so it's kind of tied across the board there. And we're in the endurance, and maybe we're a little unclear on, but like, how do we essentially, when we have a tie, like where our tiebreaker is giving us a tie, does it just come down to the conversation now between you and I as two professional educators who have to figure it out, or is there a way to weight one of these differently? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
That's when professional judgment and the adults need to enter the room, as far as I'm concerned. Sure. Like, I want to be super clear that, like, just because something scores a certain way doesn't mean you're going to agree with that score, even if it's on the face value completely correct. So you might go, hey, like, I know that this got a lower score, but that's super critical because they don't have it, even though it's not directly mentioned in the standards. So, like, this is like a flexible, ongoing process that tends to drive those conversations. But you also have to remember, we just talked about like our 360 approach, right? So like standards are the first step that we take with most of schools and districts we work with.
Yeah.
So before you start digging in to go, what's the first grid I should make? What PBL should I make what standard should I use in my PBL? Like, this is the work that starts the conversation of, have you looked at your standards? When was the last time you actually analyzed them? So the other benefit of the prioritization of standards is just getting comfortable in understanding where they're at in how to approach them from an instructional standpoint. And a lot of times that allows the other work to happen much more organically and quicker because they've done the work on analyzing the depth and the endurance and the leverage. So a lot of times it's just greasing the wheels for further instructional goals. So like prioritization of standards is just a really, really good first safe step where you're like, let's get everyone on the same level of understanding.
So with that said, that being a good the first step, and like you said, the first step that we take with the majority of the schools that we work with, if I'm a teacher or an admin in school, what's like the first step of this process? Let's say I don't hire Teach Better, we're just working through this on our own. How do we actually like start with this?
Using the LED process I just described is a good start.
Just pick a standard and start going, correct? I mean, is that essentially what it is?
So there's different ways to attack this. From a strategic standpoint, I would never recommend being like, do this with all your standards, it's due next month. Sure. The other thing to understand is that this work, while it directly impacts instruction, I'm trying to think how to say this, is foundational. So you're not going to see it necessarily in the finished product you're looking for. So if we're building the foundation of the house and we've prioritized our standards, no student is going to see a prioritized standard. However, the assessment they're taking is going to be better developed because you know the prioritization of that standard. Does that make sense? So this is not as shiny as like the grid method that's transforming a classroom and making it self-paced, or this isn't going to be as shiny, but this is like the foundational brick work that's going to make everything else that much better. So I would start with unit by unit, having teachers identify the standards that they're covering and then prioritizing those standards as they cover them throughout the year. So I would start slow. I would have teachers kind of identify what their priority standards are. And like, even if they're not using the scoring system that I just went through, even having a teacher go, I want you to have every core content needs to have 10 priority standards submitted so that we know what the 10 priority standards for second grade math are. Like, what are the big take homes? And like, if I'm a principal or a superintendent or a curriculum director, I would ask the question like this. I would say, what are the 10 to 15 things that you will guarantee me your students can do at the end of your grade level subject? Like, what are those things? Because that's what we're going to work towards. And then you can start whittling them down, funneling them, making them more targeted. But to me, like, if you don't know that, you're just trying to cover everything at the exact same way. So it really, really is about just understanding your content and where you're going with it so that you can then backwards design from it.
Gotcha. Okay. We're gonna kind of tail off here with a more teach better, very specific one. If a school administrator is watching right now and wants to bring this type of work to their school, how can they do that? 2-part question. On the other side, if a teacher is watching right now and thinks their school needs this, how do they get that conversation going? So 2-part question for you.
Well, anyone can email me at chat@teachbetter anytime. You can also go to teachbetter.com. I think it's /professional development, which is a great resource. And you can just reach out. Honestly, this is the part of the work that what was the second part of the question? Because I got focused on
if a teacher is watching right now and wants to get that conversation started in their school with either their team or their administrator or whatever, because they believe their school needs this, how do they get that conversation going?
Still email me, because that's always a really great start. I'm being honest, like, a lot of the work we do with schools, districts, states, grants, large projects start with an amazing teacher that wants to be better and wants their colleagues to be better too. So we'll do like free PD contests sometimes. We'll do outreach. I'll connect with an administrator and they'll say, my teacher's doing amazing things. So a lot of times it's just connecting those dots and having those conversations. I tell teachers all the time they can directly share resources, but the best thing you can do is send an email or a message to the team and go, hey, I just wanted to introduce you and see if you can connect, because it's all about those connections. We have 50 different social media platforms you can connect on, so I'm not going to go through all those, but absolutely reach out, make that connection, and we can help you with whatever step or process you're on. Whether you're a teacher that's like, I just want to learn how this even works. How do I get Ray Heward in my school, because that's my actual goal, because that would be really cool. Or how do I get, this work in my school? I would also suggest that we have a ton of free resources that you can use. We have free academy courses and things like that you can dive into. So there's no real end to where you can come into the process, but a lot of it's just reaching out and making that connection.
Let me ask this, and we're down just a couple minutes, so you're going to have to keep this one shorter, is like sort of foreshadow ahead. We've gone through this process of prioritizing our standards. What is typically the next step after we've done that to utilize what we've just done, how we've graded them, how we've prioritized them? What is typically our next step with a district or school?
Traditionally, as long as they don't have other goals that we're kind of trying to customize and meet for them, traditionally we would suggest after you prioritize your standards, you need to start unpacking those standards, developing clear learning objectives to then design assessments, instruction grids, or whatever your instructional goals are. Now, that can also change, because if your goal is something like standards-based grading, we might take the step of, after you've prioritized those standards, we need to create rubrics for each of those standards and metrics to measure where you are on your proficiency of each of those standards. So some of that depends on the goals of the work long-term, but most of the time, the next step is identifying those standards and then identifying those clear learning objectives and targets, because from that work, that stems everything from grid method, assessment design, and everything else after that.
Gotcha. Love it. Well, dude, you did it again where I forget that you're smart and do it. And someone called that a backhanded compliment earlier, but it's not that I think he's dumb normally. It's just I forget how smart he is. I always think you're smart. Just like sometimes I forget that you know this stuff too. Because usually it's just like running shoes and stuff. So appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you jumping on. I know you're going to take a quick break and then you're going to be back with us to wrap things up and stuff as well. We're about to jump in. I'm going to bring Joshua Stamper on, and we're going to talk about launching your podcast. And this is for anyone, if you've thought about it, you're thinking about it, maybe you already started it, and you just want some reminders of things or whatever it might be. Josh and I, this is something we love doing together. It's something that we put together about a year or so ago of how to help educators launch their podcast, and it goes along with our podcast network and stuff. So I'm excited to bring Josh on to do that. We still have some more giveaways going as well, and we will still see Chad again. We will see Ray again and Katie again, so stick around for that. And I'll be back with Josh Stamper in just a minute here. Stick with us. Whew. Welcome back, friends, colleagues, Teach Better family, everyone, and Joshua Stamper. What's up, brother? You got you got the gray pullover. That's like old school exclusive. I like that.
Someone special in my life gifted this to me at a conference. So I
really? Where did you get it? Oh, that was from
the
me.
amazing Jeff Gargas and Chad Ostrowski.
Yeah, I know that guy too. He was just on with me. Yeah, that was an old school one that we had and found it. So anyway, excited to have you here, brother. It's been a good day so far. We are an hour and a half away from finishing up 12 hours. There's been so many awesome segments today. We've covered a wide variety of topic. You and I now are going to chat about podcasting. Go figure, right? For those that are watching, I don't know, Josh has been the leader of, the manager of, and really the architect mind behind our Teach Better Podcast Network. You've been building it now for, gosh, I don't even know when did we launch that?
3 years ago?
Probably 3 years ago. I think so. And at the time, you and I were doing your mailbag episodes with Aspire podcast, and randomly I said something about needing someone to like manage and lead that, and you're like, I've kind of always wanted to do that. And then before I know it, somehow you were on the team. So like that was that, and it's been a fun ride since. And we've made some really cool changes in the last few months and stuff. Even some amazing podcasts coming on, but also out of all that is we've done some podcasts and sessions together. Now Ray and I have done some things in the past too, some really fun sessions on podcasts with your students and stuff. And then you and I think it was just last summer, wasn't it? Or we've done it 2 years now. Last summer we did a conference, or someone brought us out to do a couple-day workshop on launching a podcast. So we are currently working on a course that'll be coming out sometime in the future as well. But we're here to talk about launching a podcast as an educator and to grow. So first and foremost, if this is interesting to you and you're in the comments and you have questions about it, drop them in there. We've got an idea of where we're going to go with this, but we don't have to go there. If anything that we know about the team was, we don't need to go the way that we planned on it. We want to go wherever you need us to go. So please drop your comments in there and we'll jump in with that. Does that sound good? You cool?
Yeah.
All right, brother.
I'm game for anything.
I know you are. All right. So let's start right from the like sort of the start. The first question is like, why should an educator even think about starting a podcast? Why would an educator want to start a podcast? And I think we can answer that best with, hey, Josh, why'd you start your podcast, dude?
Well, I mentioned this a little bit with Ray earlier in a segment when we were talking about books, was that I think a lot of times when we're creating any type of project is because we sense there's a problem that needs to be fixed. And for myself, I had the wonderful opportunity to be part of a leadership cadre for aspiring leaders within my district. And when that project was taken from us to the district level, I was longing to help educators in multiple ways. And so I landed on a podcast through Todd Nesloney, kind of seeing the back end of his stuff to say, okay, that's a medium that interests me, where I can potentially get some additional folks on the podcast to speak wisdom and inspiration into these aspiring leaders. And so that's kind of why I had this charge to create the podcast. Now, it took me a while to get the confidence to record and to build, the title and some of the other things that we're going to talk about today. But I think for myself, I just saw that there were, folks that were longing for some more information. They didn't know where to go to. And I thought at that time, a podcast was a logical place to amplify their voices, but then also give some guidance for those who are looking to amplify their leadership journey.
And so I love that. So one of the things that we talk about is one of the reasons, obviously, is providing value and filling and helping to solve a problem or provide support, right? And I think you'll agree with the other one. I think about when I started my first podcast, which was in a different world before Teach Better, when I interviewed entrepreneurs, I did that for myself as it was twofold. One was a little bit of building a brand. I want to build notoriety, in marketing stuff. So that's part that can always be a thing. And that works here as an educator too. If you're trying to do something on the side or just building your name as an educational thought leader, whatever, there's definitely a lot of value there. But I also did it for my own personal development in that world. I wanted to talk to people that were a lot smarter than me, that maybe wouldn't agree to talk to me on a regular basis. But if I put them on a podcast, there was a reason for it. And I got to talk to some amazing people. And that's something that Ray and I have talked about so many times before when we launched Teach Better Talk. It's gone through several different iterations since. When we first launched it, in the first 300 episodes were of Ray and I interviewing educators. And we said all the time, this is the best professional development in the world. And so that's another reason why I think educators can definitely consider launch a podcast. I think kind of tied to that is the networking, right? You build relationship with people, you bring them on, you build that friendship, that colleagueship there. And I think what I found was a lot of times, one of the things that I love doing that is a lot of times our podcast was like the first time an educator ever did anything like that, ever went out and said, I'm going to put my voice out and put my thoughts out. And that's a cool relationship to be a part of that with someone when they find themselves and realize that they are awesome. They do have a lot to share. So networking, you mentioned learning the new skills and getting the confidence of yourself, right? The creativity going, the confidence of I have a voice, I can use it. I have something to offer, but also using the skills of I got to figure out how to record this thing and how do I put it out and how do I do artwork and all that stuff. Right. So I think that those are the reasons. Am I missing any reasons why someone might want to consider starting a podcast? I think I touched on them.
I think you did a great job. I want to kind of highlight the PD in your pocket thing, because it was one of those things where after a little while I was like, man, I've spent all day at the campus level. I am exhausted. Now I need to go and record with this person. And I kind of equated it to exercise. And I was talking with Evan Robb, who's a brilliant administrator, author, speaker. And he was like, well, it's exercise for your mind. And it's so true. When we go before a run, it's like, man, I'm tired. I don't want to go and exercise. And then after you get done with that run, you feel amazing. You're like, oh, I'm so glad I did that. And that's how I feel after every podcast, because every guest that comes on is just spewing so many wonderful insights. And I'm like, man, this is going to help me tomorrow or the next day. And I just wanted to reiterate what you said as far as personal PD is by far the best PD I've ever had. And to have all these phenomenal educators all over the country, all over the world, to have a chance to speak to them for 30 minutes, I mean, that's priceless.
It looks like Ray just wants to be famous. I'm just seeing that now. What I said, so Janelle said, networking, huge asset there. I think absolutely the confidence and the networking is huge in my opinion. We've met some amazing people doing podcasts, and we literally just talked about how, you met us by coming on to, I think we actually met in a Voxer group for podcasters.
Yeah,
but then you came to the first Teach Better conference, and then we started podcasting together. That's literally how we formed this relationship and ended up working together. So that's 100% proof right there. The networking piece works. And I've learned so much. As you know, one of the only people on the team that's wasn't a classroom teacher. So much of my education in the world that we are in has been from listening to people and having amazing people on the show and listen to other podcasts as well. So I think those are big pieces of it. So I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the comment that Chuck saying that isn't Ray already famous. Yes, she is. We all know that, but she wants to be more famous, I guess. That's what, maybe it's because of the podcast. Ray, are you famous because of the podcast? Maybe that's what it is. All right. So we figured out, so here's some of the reasons there's some of the reasons why you might want to start a podcast. Now people are watching right now, Josh, and they're saying, okay, I do want to start a podcast. because of one of these reasons. We go through the steps of starting a podcast. One of the things that you and I talked about, the first step is figuring out, okay, well, what's the purpose of your podcast? What's the goals? Like, why are you doing this?
Mm-hmm.
So how do we approach that, and how do we sort of do that? And what are some of the goals and purposes that a podcast can have for an educator?
Yeah, I love this portion of what we do when we're working with educators on this, because we kind of give them a guide as to do some reflecting on kind of the theme and the purpose behind it. Because if we don't have that mindset and that goal set prior to building the podcast out, I think it can go in a lot of different directions and probably fall flat on its face, in the sense that, you're not passionate about it, or you've lost interest, or realize that there's a lot of other work, on the background end of the things that we're going to be talking about later. So it's really good to make sure that you understand, like, what's that problem? What's the purpose of the podcast? What are you trying to get out of it? And make sure it's something that's of passion, right? I've been doing my Aspire to Lead podcast for almost 6 years, and I wouldn't have done it for that long if I wasn't passionate about it. So if it's just something that you're like, oh yeah, I think I might do it on this topic because it's popular right now, that's not probably going to last very long. As you know, Jeff, the longevity of a lot of podcasts isn't very much. It's like 5 to 6 episodes is the life of most podcasts that are out there. Yeah. And so I think that's surprising to many, because when they look at it, they're like, oh, there's millions of podcasts that exist. And that's correct. But at the same time, a lot of them don't have a very long shelf life. A lot of folks kind of get in that motion of things and then realize, oh, this is when I wasn't what I expected, and it's not a topic that I'm super passionate about. So
you need that why to be driving you, right?
Yeah.
Can we just reiterate the fact that, like, that's an actual stat? Like, it's like the majority, I can't remember the exact number, but majority, it's like 60, 70-ish or something like that % that don't make it past 7 episodes.
Yep.
But that's insane. Like, that's not that many episodes. Like,
it really is.
It's really not that much. So that passion and having that, I think that is definitely, that's truly an important piece of this. So when we think about some of that, like when we think about some of the goals, so you had a goal of sort of essentially increasing your impact and reaching out to people and delivering something to them. We mentioned, like, I think some of the reasons to start are some of the goals that we talked about, right? What's the purpose of it? Right. But you might have a reason for starting, but then what's the actual focus and purpose of your podcast? Meaning, like, what are you hoping that it either brings you and or your audience, right?
For sure.
And you mentioned, right, so when you started, it wasn't necessarily, hey, I want this personal development, even though that is something that came from it. Your focus was, I saw this work we did. I saw it work within our district. Now I'm not a part of that. I'm going to fuel myself a little bit by doing that, but I want to share it out to other people. And I think that's a very good purpose or goal for a podcast. When we started Teach Better, part of our podcast was actually also to generate a little bit of brand awareness for the Teach Better team. It was maybe somewhere down the road, generate leads into something that we were doing, right? So if there's a side hustle thing in your future, that might be it. I think also in sort of this, we talked about this before, like a creative outlet of just, I have all these ideas, I have all these thoughts, or I love exploring new things, like we talked about before, learning new skills and stuff. So this is an outlet for me to do that. So I'm trying to think of the other goals and purposes that a podcast can have for someone.
Well, I think that side hustle, like a lot of people generate it as like, I'm going to flush out some ideas for a book potentially.
Absolutely.
Or maybe, it's starting as a podcast, and this happens to me, is like, this is something that I really enjoy speaking about. And so I want to go to conferences, which led me to Teach Better 19, right? Getting to speak there and have the podcast. So I think, your purpose, obviously mine started with, helping other aspiring leaders. But as I was going through the journey, I mean, I did pivot, and I had different goals as time went on with the podcast and how I kind of generated into other things. But I think you do need to have that core value, right? Established prior to moving forward.
All right. So we're going to just a little sort of preview what we're going to do here, Josh. Now we're going to break down some of the topics and formats and ideas of brainstorming. This is sort of the process you need to go through if you're thinking about launching something. You need to figure out what's the topic and the format of your podcast going to be. You need to think through the title, subtitle, description, artwork, Brandon, that type of stuff. You need to go into the basics that you'll need, the equipment, the softwares that you might need. I see the Bree comment asking about the platform, so we'll touch on that as well. Then there's sort of phases of creating your podcast. And then when you get into the episodes, there's the pre-production. So prior to recording, there's the recording part, there's the post-production, the editing part, right? There's the publishing and getting it out there. And then there's the promoting of things. So we're going to try to get through all that. If we get questions and we get thrown off, that's okay. But that's sort of the process we're going to go through right here. So Bree, we're going to get to the platform. So when we start talking about things like that, there's a lot of overlap between whether you're launching your own podcast or if you were to do podcasting with students as well. So we will get to the question because hers was specific to student podcasting. So all right, let's start with figuring out the topic of and the focus of and the format of your podcast.
Yeah. So some things to consider.
Thank you. I was going to say, how do I do that? You already on.
So things to consider before even pushing that record button, which, we talk about in our sessions is, one is, like I said, the purpose of the podcast, but then also, what's your topic? Because like for mine, it obviously was aspiring leadership, or for those who are potentially young or just leadership in general, but you can even get into a greater niche than that. I'm looking at our podcast network and we have some that are tech specific or SEL or assessment, right? So there's a lot of different topics that you can go into, and then also your audience, right? For, are you looking at all educators? Or are you looking at just counselors, just teachers? So you got to look at what that may look like. Title you had mentioned, right? Something that's, maybe catchy, but then also ties into the topic or theme that you've got going. The format, is it just a one-off? It's just you talking into the microphone about the subject matter? Or is it interviewing people? Some podcasters have like a forum where they have like a round table type of situation. So there's a lot of different formats that folks kind of tie into their podcast. Also schedule, is it once a week?
So let's pull back. I want to slow you down for a second. Let's talk about formats for a second.
Sure.
More. Let's cover there's a variety of them. So so you mentioned it could be like a solo monologue. It's just you doing an episode. Maybe whether you're just speaking inspiration, whether you're going over a topic, a deep dive, whatever it might be, just a solo individual doing it. You mentioned the interview. It could be like me interviewing Josh, or even, if you had a co-host, Ray and I co-host, we both interviewed someone, sometimes multiple people. You mentioned a panel discussion. Maybe we have a group of 3 or 4 or 5 of us that get on a podcast, and it's this conversation between all of us, and that becomes the episodes.
Yep.
We've talked about storytelling. So you could literally be telling stories, and that's sort of similar to a solo, which would probably be solo, but more like you could be just as if you were writing books and storytelling that way. You could actually be going and creating your podcast that way,
or a blog.
Essentially making your podcast becomes like an audio blog or even an audio book series or whatever it might be. News, really, it's, again, that could be solo, that can be monologue, that could be solo, that could be interview based, that could be partner based, it could be a discussion, whatever, but focus on news where you're actually just reporting things versus necessarily creating. And then it can be very instructional where you're breaking down very specific topics and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of different formats and ways you could go. So I just wanted to touch on that. I want to slow us down for a second. So, but with that, we went into, okay, what about scheduling? So we thought about, okay, I decided I want a podcast. I've got an idea of what my topic's going to be. I want to help XYZ. I want to help teachers understand how to create more engaging math lessons, right? So then from there, now I've figured out, how I'm going to do that is I'm actually going to do a blend. I'm going to do some solo episodes, but then maybe I'll also interview some really awesome teachers on creative stuff. So now the next step is where you were going, which is, okay, what about let's talk about titles, descriptions, artwork, and then maybe even into, and we can even tie in there like the schedule as well. So what do I need to focus on when it comes to my title? Let's start with that first.
Well, I think for a title, you have to understand that you're in a very large arena. So there's a lot to choose from for folks. So like when we talk about title, we talk about making sure that it's, formatted in a way that it ties into who you're trying to talk to or the problem that you're trying to solve. If you just have some type of random catchy phrase, sometimes it kind of misses the mark as far as what people want, as far as like, are they going to click on it in Apple, or if they see it on even the Teach Better Podcast Network website, is that something that's going to draw them in based on, again, the audience, the theme, the purpose of the podcast. So it's just something that even if it's a catchy type of title, you may want to have something that's more specific in the subtitle right? So when we do this with our session, it's giving examples of podcast artwork that has kind of these weird off the wall titles, and it's like asking the audience, what is this about? If you click on this, what content are you getting? And a lot of folks couldn't tell you just based on the images used, the colors, and the title that's presented.
I think that's definitely one of the mistakes you see with a lot of podcasts is that they come with, it might be a really cool, catchy, fun name.
Yeah.
But if it's not telling me, it might catch my attention, but it's not necessarily going to hold me there because it's not what I'm looking for. Right. I want to go back though, because I just saw Janelle's question and she said, I would think the topic would need to fall under a larger umbrella so that the episodes could be more specific. Right. I want to touch on this maybe, but not necessarily, because your topic could be very, very specific, very niche down. That just means your episodes are just going to be always around that very specific topic, right? They could still get more specific or go more in depth or explore different angles and things. It doesn't have to be broader. And in fact, a lot of podcasts that do really well are ones that are very, very specific, very, very niche down, because then when I go to listen to that, I know exactly what I'm going for. I'm going for this very specific thing versus if it's a little broader, I might not know exactly what I'm going to get from it. Now, again, I also might want broader, and that's okay too, right? So Josh, yours is, it's broad, but it's not, you could have just went leadership, right? Which is very broad. You went a little more, you went a little more niche down of aspiring. You could have went really specific of like aspiring elementary leaders or, stuff like that. So you're niche down a little bit so that I have a little bit of a better idea that this is for me, who is someone who wants to be a leader, versus just leadership that is a little broader, right? So I hope that makes sense. She says it makes sense. So that's good. So when you're thinking of your topic, like you can go as very, very specific. Like we could, as Teach Better, we could launch a podcast that was very specific to like the grid method. Mm-hmm. And that would be just perfectly fine for us to dive into that, or an SBG podcast or whatever. Or we could stay very broad. And ours was very broad. It was Teach Better. It was very broad. We talked about anything and everything around the idea of just trying to teach stuff better. Like, so you can go either way. It really depends on obviously on your expertise, what you're trying to do, who you're trying to reach, and why you're doing it. So, but great question though.
I want to talk to Janelle too, in regards to like, there was college students that made a podcast about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and they get thousands of hits every episode. And you'd be like, oh, that's too specific. Why on earth would you make a podcast? But that's it. Everyone that goes there knows exactly what content they're going to get. It's very specific. It's odd, but a lot of people enjoy that podcast. But there's no guessing game, right? You know exactly what it is. And although it may seem niche, it's a topic, I guess, a lot of folks resonate with and want more information on.
And that's a good segue into the fact that, by the way, just because you're an educator does not mean that your podcast has to be about education.
True. You
might have a love for Josh, and Josh has a love for sports and sports talk radio. So it makes so much sense for you to have a sports podcast.
I've thought about it.
Ray loves to be famous, so she could have a podcast about being famous, like she, the life of a famous person, right? So, but like, so for me, like, I'm a huge Friends fan, right? And I actually have talked to my brother Paul, he and I, it's like a bond we have. I'm like, we could totally do a Friends podcast. Now there's a bunch out there. And he's like, who the heck would listen to that? And I'm like, the millions of people that watch Friends.
For sure.
Like, we could literally just watch the whole seasons, like the whole 10 seasons all through again and just do an episode per episode, right? So, and I think that's the important thing is like, while we typically are talking to educators and we're typically launching podcasts around educational topics, like this is a creative outlet. This is something that should bring you joy. And that might be talking about comedy, talking about sports, talking about politics, talking about whatever it is that you get excited about and passionate about, that's going to make you want to do it again, like you said earlier, but also it's going to serve people because they're either going to get information out of it, maybe comic relief out of it, or maybe educational professional development. So you can go any way, and this stuff all works with that. So, okay. So we covered formats. We covered a little bit more into topics. Thanks for the awesome question there, leading us there. So you mentioned like titles, right? And so we don't like catchy is good, but clear is better. You also mentioned the idea of like a subtitle, and then we can go into like the description is another place that you can clarify a little more about what your podcast is about, right? So like it can be a very broad or catchy statement, but then maybe there's a subtitle that's like a podcast for, peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
Fans. right?
Right. Well, and so you better have a
clear.
catchy title or something that's going to draw them in to get that extra click. Because that's the thing, is you're not going to see the description unless you're searching for that. So you got to pull them in somehow. So either you're pulling them from the image, or pulling them from the title or the subtitle to get them to look at the description. So description is important, but it does take a little extra work in the podcast platforms to even see what the heck the podcast is about. So you kind of have to give some little breadcrumbs there for folks to understand what the main topic's on, for them to even discover that even further.
Yeah, like Alex is there. That's a great subtitle for the podcast titled The Podcast. A podcast review podcast about podcasts and why you should listen to them. I don't know if that exists, but like it might, and it would be a great podcast because then you'd be in the app and you can find it. Anyway, but like that's so your title needs to be clear and catchy, or if it's not clear, you need to make sure that the subtitle is there and very clear. And then the next thing is also your description, which is like what shows up. It's more like a paragraph to really explain what it is. That's where you can mention things like this is a weekly interview style episode that does XYZ, meant for such and such people. So you also talked about the artwork and brand. I think that's similar, right? And so we can touch on that briefly, like catchy, looking good, but it should also, like, that's the first thing I see, right? When I'm going through, scanning through on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, whatever, I'm going to see that artwork. So your artwork should also be be clear or help clarify what your podcast is about.
Yeah, I mean, being a former art teacher, this is obviously very important to me specifically. So, I mean, things to look at is like, for myself, you talked about that creative outlet, right? So for me as a former graphic designer, I mean, this was my jam. So like I made a logo and I, made the cover art, and I was looking at color schemes and fonts and all that kind of stuff. And I've had different iterations of that over time. So I know some folks, that's not their forte. So sometimes they look for outside, folks to help them in that space. But yeah, I'm with you as far as like whatever you're doing with your branding, it just needs to be consistent. And so I think Teach Better obviously does a phenomenal job. Ray does a great job with that as far as making sure everything that we do is in line with, the same fonts, the same images, the logos, whatnot. So just making sure that you're very intentional that whatever you create, that it's something that's, one, is catchy, but two, that is something that you're going to keep for a long period of time. Yeah. And that you're not deviating too much from that, because you don't want folks to get used to something and then you completely do a 180 and then they don't even know what the podcast looks like anymore.
Yeah. They get
maybe
lost.
They're like, why on earth do I have this podcast in my podcast player when I didn't subscribe? But it's the same podcast that was there before.
Yeah. Yes. All right. So we know why we started. We got an idea of our purpose for it. We figured out what kind of topic we're going to cover, what our format's going to be. We think we've got a good title, good description. We've actually worked out the artwork. We're all there. We're good there. We've done all that stuff, right? We've reached out to Josh to critique our artwork. We've made sure we got it the perfect size, and so Apple doesn't, reject it. We're ready in that sense. We're ready to actually start recording and start working in there. Let's talk about some of the things that we need to think about from a logistical standpoint before we even start recording. So coming to my mind are things.
Where do you want to go? There's a lot of things.
Sitting down. You and I are sitting down. We're about to record an episode of our podcast. We need to be thinking about, for this episode, what is the purpose of this episode? Like, what is the focus of this episode? Thinking about the logistics, and we're going to get into the tools next, but like thinking about the logistics of like, is it just me or Josh and I doing this together? And if so, how are we going to make sure we don't step on each other? How are we going to make sure that we are, that it's going the way it does and we're following that we're on the same page, what it's supposed to be? Do we have planned out questions? Do we have topics planned out? Do we have a flow of the show? I'm thinking, Ray just popped up. When Ray and I did it, we had a very structured show. The guests got the questions we we're going to ask beforehand, and Ray and I knew who was asking each question. So we knew which way to go. We also had a sort of that we had worked out in the back, and of like, hey, like you'll pause and don't start speaking unless they pause for at least a couple seconds, because that means Ray's done talking, and then so we didn't talk all over each other. And we did a pretty good job with it. And then the other thing is like, I'm trying to think of what I'm forgetting. Oh, if you're working with a guest and you have a guest on, how are we communicating with them before, during, and after? How are we prepping them to make sure that they are ready for the show? And then what are we doing afterwards? What else am I forgetting logistically?
Well, if you have a guest, you want to make sure that you have their information, their bio, their headshot, social media, website, all that kind of stuff. Because the thing a lot of folks don't understand is that you need to have show notes. You need to share what the episode's about. If you have a guest, you want to make sure that you have their information as far as sharing out who they are, what's their experience on the topic, what are their projects, maybe they're an author, maybe they're a YouTuber, so on, and then making sure that you're finding ways to connect your audience with that guest that you have on. So you got to kind of collect that information. And, for myself, I had various iterations as time has gone by as to what that has looked like. As far as communication too, that's kind of morphed over time as far as the information that they needed or felt comfortable with, because that's the main thing is if you're having a guest, you want to make sure that they're not nervous, that they know exactly what's going to happen in that process. And so I do that not only in email communication, but I also, if I have them on Voxer or sometimes like on Instagram or something like that, I'll send a voice message. And then also prior to pushing record, making sure I go over that and give them an opportunity to ask any questions. Yep. So I was very scripted when I first started. I'm not so much that anymore. So, yeah, I mean, that's also when you get comfortable in that setting and being a host, it gets a little bit easier for you. So you don't have to be so scripted, but it's very natural to start that way.
Yes. And in specific, like I'm going to obviously pull back from, Ray and I's experience together. We stayed scripted way longer than we needed to. We could have went off the cuff, probably after 25, 30 episodes pretty easily, but we stayed scripted because it was with two people. It's just easier that way. It made it just so that it flowed properly. We also found that our guests, like I said earlier, like a lot of time was the first time they were getting onto a podcast. So getting the questions beforehand, they really liked. Yep. They were able to kind of breathe a little bit. They can make some notes. We did it all through Google Doc that explained like how everything's going to go, what they should have prepared, what's going to happen. And then they gave them a space to put some, answers in and stuff. And the guests that didn't need that didn't feel the nerves, whatever, they didn't use it. They could if they wanted to, but they didn't have to worry about it. So, and then that sheet also is actually where we requested their headshot. They put it in there, and then we use that for everything. Like talk about the show notes and everything we needed later on to make sure we had the right links, the right social stuff, all that type of thing. So, okay. I think we talked about all the stuff to be thinking about prior to recording. So now let's go into okay, I actually have to record this thing. So what do I do? What do I need? Do I need to book studio time? Do I need to buy a big fancy mic with an arm thing on it? What do I do? Do I need to run off this Rodecaster thing with all these channels and lights that Jeff has over here? What do we actually need?
I actually need one of those too, Jeff. So if you could send that over, that'd be great.
I'll let you know. If you actually, I posted a picture way earlier today on social media. You can see it in the background. It's really pretty. I don't even know what it does.
It's a very nice piece of equipment.
What are some of the and this is I think one really important thing. Let's break down you don't need a lot. So Josh, what do we actually need in order to start podcasting, equipment wise?
Well, honestly, if you have zero budget, you could literally do it on your phone. And I know of some folks that do that. You can. I mean, I know it was Anchor. Now it's Spotify podcast.
Yeah, it was Anchor.fm, which is bought by Spotify. So it's Spotify for podcasting. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and that is 100% free.
It's free. Yeah.
Yes.
So you can.
Let me go on that for a second because you didn't use it. We used it.
Yeah.
You didn't like it. I think you like it more now. Well, early on, it had really bad analytics, and Josh is the analytic guy, so he didn't like it. They fixed that.
I'm a data geek. Yes.
But to your point, with Anchor, and Ray and I literally put out episodes that we literally record on my phone. Now, you can actually, on the app on your phone, you can record it with a guest, and they can record from their phone too, or together. You can edit it and publish it to all your major podcast players, all from your phone, 100% free.
Yep.
This kind of goes, Bree, I don't know if I'd say this is the best format for podcast with your students, but it's a really nice one because it's free. And so that is literally all you need. But let's say we don't want to go that way, Josh. Let's say, or maybe we're going to use Anchor, but we're just going to use it for publishing or for hosting and publishing. So as I'm saying that, I'm thinking, wait a minute, I'm talking as if everyone knows what I'm talking about. So let's talk about those pieces first. Can we do that? Okay, so you have your recording, right? You have somewhere where you're going to capture the audio. You're going to record the audio from what you're speaking into some sort of microphone. That's going to be done on something, right? On a piece of software or whatever. The other part is you have to, if you're going to, you would edit it. So you need something to edit it, right?
Yep.
And then when you hear us say publish or host in it, I think a common misconception is that when you pick up your phone and you listen to your favorite podcast, either on, Apple Podcast or Spotify, whatever, that is not hosted on, it's not stored on Apple Podcasts or stored on Spotify. What's actually happened is it's stored somewhere else. And then that somewhere else, so let's say on Anchor, that is being sent to your player, whatever player you use. For this, the example we're using is either Spotify or Podbean or Apple or whatever, by something called an RSS feed. So you need to have somewhere to store your podcast as well. So for us with Teach Better Talk, we store it and publish it right on Anchor, right? So we actually recorded it somewhere else. We've used a few different things. We recorded on a few different types of software. I edited it in something called ScreenFlow on my Mac, and then we stored it on Anchor. So even though we could have done it on Anchor, we didn't. Josh, I know you record on Zoom. You edit on.
Well, I used to be on Zoom, and now
I'm sorry. You record on StreamYard now, which we're on right now. Then you edit on. Remind me.
Well, I know I do Audacity.
You do Audacity, okay?
Yeah.
And then you host it. You publish and host it on Captivate. And so there's those sort of the three pieces. Now, with that said, you can do that all in something like Anchor, which is now called Spotify Podcast. You can do all of that within there. A lot of people don't do that. That would be a way to start with free, but you need to decide whether that's the best way to do. And there's pros and cons to all of these things. So when you hear us talking about the different things, those are what we're talking about, right? So in theory, what you need is a microphone of some sort, which can be this guy, Josh. I don't know what you're on today. What microphone are you on today?
I don't know what I'm on.
Are you on a USB mic though? So you can have
I'm on Blue.
So mine's what you call an XLR mic. It's like a typical quote unquote microphone cable that I am running through a audio processor that sits on my desk and then goes in. Josh is running on a microphone that's built to be just plugged straight into your computer.
Yep.
Right. And he puts it in. Or like we said before, you can literally go off the microphone that's built into your phone or buy one of those nice little mics that plug in from Amazon or whatever. So you need a microphone of some sort to capture the audio. Then you need somewhere to edit that audio if you're going to edit it. And you might edit it for adding an intro, adding an outro, cutting out spots that maybe there was a mistake, adding music, whatever you want to do. So you need to edit it. And then you also need to then publish it somewhere and store it somewhere. So I just wanted to kind of cover that part of it because I felt like we were using words that maybe not everyone would know. So I hope I think you're right. Confuse everyone with that.
Yep.
So let's talk about one of the things that we do in our podcast, our workshops, that we share some of the tools that they can use for these pieces. So do you mind going into that right now?
Yeah.
Which one that up? I've got it up on my screen. Do you want me to read them off, or do you want to?
It depends on. I have it too. So
let's talk about the recording. Let's talk about recording. So some of the tools that are available for recording your podcast. We've already talked about a couple of them, but let's do it. We're just talking about recording. How are we capturing the audio that is going to eventually become that podcast? What are some of those tools?
So you talked about using your phone. So voice notes, you could do it through there. Anchor is one, or Spotify podcast now. I used Zoom before. Some people just they just record on Zoom, take that audio, drop it in without even editing. StreamYard, what we're using now, is a wonderful hosting or recording site. You got iMovie. I tried YouTube when I first started, so I live streamed for a little while using YouTube, and then taking that, just downloading it right off of YouTube, and then editing and then posting. Zencaster is one, Riverside FM, Squadcast, but those three that I just listed are paid versus the other ones were free. So it depends on if you want to pay for a service. And I guess technically StreamYard has a free version, but if you want like more time,
you're gonna need
you have to pay for that too. So
and I want to touch on the reason why those are paid and why you may want to consider it. And the reason that is because this, I don't want to get too technical, but like when you record, like right now, you guys are getting Josh and I's audio straight over the internet. Like it's coming from us to you.
Yep.
And if Josh has internet issues right now and he gets a bad signal, we're all going to experience Josh's lag, whether it's in his vocal, whatever. Right. So on a podcast, if Josh and I were recording right now, obviously he's in Colorado, I'm in Ohio. both our voices are going through our microphones up into the internet and hitting and then coming out. If we were recording this and I don't want, Josh is having some internet issues, my guest is whatever, like that's going to be on my podcast, which I'm not going to be likely be able to edit out because it's just going to be there, right? Or if there's some delay. When you pay for something like a Zencastr or a Squadcast, Riverside, or StreamYard, if we're recording, what it does is it's actually going to record Josh's audio on his side of the internet before it goes up where the lag would happen. So what's going to happen is we maybe experience that lag or that delay while we're recording, but it's not going to be on the actual recording, which makes it a higher quality audio. Also, most of these tools also have built-in features that are going to make the quality of the audio just better, right? So that's why you'd pay for something like that. And those range from $10-20 a month to a lot more, depending on a lot of times on whether you're going to do guests, whether you include video, how many hours you're going to record. And a lot of them are also starting to build in some editing pieces as well. I know in StreamYard you can use some clipping and stuff like that as well. So Ray's bringing up a great point too. Like we use for like our podcast now, we take our from our morning shows Monday through Friday, and then our show on Sunday night with Brad and Ray, we just pull the audio down from that gets recorded in StreamYard, and we just put it up onto the podcast. We don't edit it at all.
Yep. And
Ray referenced, like, we have the intros and outros. That's all built into StreamYard. Clicks of buttons. It all gets recorded, and we just throw it up into our podcast. That's just the iteration of what Teach Better Talk is now. It's a housing for all these things. Josh, when you record, you do a little bit of editing. You have an intro that you put on that I'm pretty sure it's pre-recorded, and you just put the same one on each episode, right?
Yep.
And then you have an outro piece, but then you might do some editing because maybe your guest had a trip up and they feel self-conscious about it. You're like, oh, I'll edit it out. No worries. We had a little issue. Maybe we had some tech issues and we want to do some editing, right? So good note there by Ray. Okay, so recording tools. I need a microphone of some sort, and then I need something to record it in to actually capture the recording. And there's a bunch of free tools out there. There's also some paid ones and stuff like that. So the other piece that we talked about needing is the editing process of it. So let's talk about the editing tools.
Okay. Do we want to talk about the recording space too, or no? We didn't even dive into that.
Let's talk about recording space. Go ahead. That's
well,
a good one to go. Let's go there. Yeah, let's go there. Yeah, let's do that.
So I was thinking, like, we just talked about recording on these different applications, but in addition to microphone, you might want to get headphones. Like both me and you have that on because sometimes you get that reverb.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about you, Jeff, but I've had it where I could hear myself ask the question, and it trips me up, and you can't get rid of that on the audio. And so I always have it in my notes to ask the guests to have headphones in addition to myself for that. So the other thing is internet connection. If you've got, I got 6 kids. So if they're all streaming at the same time, well, my 2-year-old won't, although she probably will try. Yeah, she's pretty smart. But if all 6 kids are trying to get on the internet and I'm doing a recording, obviously I'm going to have some lag on my end. So to make sure that, you boost your internet if need be. And then the time management, making sure that you've allotted enough time to have that pre-conversation before recording, and then having that post-conversation, because a lot of times some folks don't build that in. And I learned that the tough way. And then also making sure that your recording space is one that's not going to have echoes and, because as we know, volume bounces off of different things. So, so I know of some folks that record in a closet, with clothes.
Quite a few people that do that actually. Yeah.
It's beautiful sound in there. Right. So, and then in addition to that is just making sure that it's before you actually publish or even getting to that recording with a guest to do kind of a test run, to test your microphone, test the space that you're recording in, see what it sounds like prior to, because that's the worst is like going through that entire interview and maybe it's like a 30-40 minute conversation. And then you go into that editing process and realizing I'm recording in a terrible space. I could hear myself, there's a lot of issues that could happen during that recording. So just doing a kind of a test run prior to getting that guest in or recording your first episode.
Also, a little note there, like, it's perfectly fine to tell your guests, hey, like, you're not quite where you need to be as far as quality here. We need to adjust something. Can you put some headphones on? Like, And most people are perfect as long as you're not a jerk about it, right? Like they, if it's the first time, they haven't thought about that. So, but I don't know, like Carrie mentioned, like car makes a good recording space. Some, like, I know quite a few people who've done a lot of really great recording in cars. The key is testing it out, right? And figuring out what is my space, how am I going to be set up. And that goes for everything. And as you do it more and more, you'll think, you go, okay, you know what? I've got a good space. I feel good. I need to upgrade my microphone now. Yep. I need to upgrade my headphones so I can hear better. And get into that type of stuff. So I do want to know, so as we get into the editing, are we ready to go into editing now? Or am I forgetting something else?
No, you're good, man.
Okay. I do want to know, like Ray mentioned somewhere up there that I used to be crazy with editing, and I did. I went and got rid of all the ums and ins and all the gap words, the filler words and the non-words that Ray and I used. And now, if I'm being completely honest, I took out most of mine. I took out some of Ray's. I got over that quite a bit after we got into it for a while, because which, by the way, going back to one of the great reasons to do this, like my confidence and just being okay with how I speak, grew so much by getting to the point where I'm like, I shouldn't be spending so much time editing this. Or when we eventually pass the editing on to someone else, and I couldn't be like, hey, can you make me sound really good every time? Because that's a lot of work for someone. So.
I know. I edit you every Aspire mailbag. It's such a chore.
You edit me every time?
I edit every podcast, buddy.
So you need to listen to Ray's thing too, is you don't have to edit it all the time, right? And I think she also brings up another great point where in another comment there, thanks, Ray. Ray's adding a lot to this conversation. Is the fact that like I don't know where she put it, but like every podcast is different. Mm-hmm. And like she's, iterating the fact that like now with the way we do our podcast now, again, it's just us pulling the audio. So we're not as worried about the editing process because we want it to have that live feel because we're doing this stuff live and we're just going from there, and that's okay. So great stuff. So anyway, interesting. I want to bring this one up. I want to bring up Dustin. I want you to speak to this. Let's talk. We'll get to the editing stuff. Let's get Dustin out of this rut real quick.
I think there's some truth to that though, because so for instance, and I'm going to equate this to speaking, when we were doing, Jeff, the virtual speaking engagements during the pandemic, right? We couldn't go to schools, we couldn't go to districts, and we did everything online. It's really hard to bring the same energy online, like what we're doing now, versus having 100 people in front of you, right? Just that interaction there gives something different. And so when you're doing a podcast by yourself, I can totally relate with sometimes with what Dustin's saying, is when you're doing a solo episode to try to bring the same energy you would with a guest, because you're feeding off that person, right?
Yeah.
And so you might have to kind of change your mindset with that. And I've heard some crazy stories of people like putting a picture of somebody up on their screen next to their camera to engage with. And I know it sounds insane, but it's that mental aspect of getting over it and trying to replicate what you're wanting to do with the guest. So I don't know, and maybe you can speak on this, Jeff. I don't know if there's a difference for you, but I can relate a little bit with what Dustin's saying.
Totally. I totally can. And just the thought, Dustin, just the easier said than done thought is listening to things that get you motivated, that get you excited. Listen to maybe other podcasts that you really love the energy that person brings, specifically if they do solo episodes, to get you ready to roll. Or if you're talking about a specific topic, something that gets you fired up about that topic, a speech that someone gave, or a YouTube clip, or something that you can read or whatever, to get yourself as much as you can. It's going to be different because, to your point, like you play off the person's energy, right? And sometimes it's going to be up, sometimes down, but it's going to be different. Yeah. And it's really, really almost impossible, I'd say, to really replicate that. But that doesn't mean that it needs to be boring, using the term that Dustin used. It's just gonna be different, and that's okay. Different's fine. But getting yourself up to that point, like you might just, can you find those things that are going to be the inspiration to get you fired up about the topic that you're doing, to get you excited about it. And I think that would help you there, Remy. So
you just listen to some Papa Roach beforehand and getting yourself.
Just cut my life into pieces and I'm ready to go. Right. That's just the way it is. So, okay. We've got a little bit of time here. Not much time yet. Wow. We're down to like 13 minutes.
Wow.
Okay. So let's stop real quick. I want to make sure, because I don't want to forget this. I want to make sure we mention giveaways, because this is actually connected to our podcast network.
Oh,
So we have two awesome folks on our or actually three different people on our podcast network. Out of the Trenches, our Punk Rock Classrooms, and the Recharged Ed Family Podcast all have swag that they are giving away for us here. So this is all part of the form. So if you've already filled out the form over at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, you're set. But if you haven't, and you're looking for some podcast swag, make sure you jump over and get that as well. And I know someone posted in the comments there, I think I don't know who it was that mentioned it. Maybe it was Remy that mentioned it, but if you're liking this shirt, I have two versions. I have the black one and I bought this red one. That's over at teachbetterswag.com. And in the next 30-minute segment, we are actually going to give away a gift card of some sort to the swag. So you might be able to get this shirt for free, basically. So
there you go.
Okay. All right, so let's go. Let's run through. We're going to run out of time, but let's run through some of the tools that people can use to edit their podcast.
Okay, so we'll do the same thing, and I'll talk really fast. So we've got the free tools that I'll go through first, right? So Spotify, you already talked about it, or Anchor, or whatever we want to call it. You can edit through that. If you have a Mac, you can go through iMovie or GarageBand, depending on what platform you like better with that. Specifically, I use Audacity.
They come with your Mac, by the way.
It does come with your Mac. It's literally on your your device right now. I use Audacity. I know it's a PC platform. I have all Macs in my house, and so I have found a workaround. And if you need directions or guidance on how to use that, I can help you in that. But Audacity is typically a PC, or use GarageBand. Yeah.
If you have a PC, Audacity is free, and it's a great tool.
I love Audacity. Yeah. And I've used it for almost 6 years. So that's my default. And even so that I transferred it to a Mac. Do you want to talk through the paid tools?
Yeah. So paid ones, you got Logic Pro, which is a pretty high-end paid tool. Auphonic, which is also middle tier, but and that's I think those are both PC and Mac. ScreenFlow, which we use for a lot of our, that's what I use to edit all of our podcasts and we do a lot of editing for our videos, for our courses and everything. That's a Mac-based tool. ScreenFlow, it's for like capturing video and stuff too, but also a great audio editor built into that. Well, and then there's like, the big daddy Adobe Audition, which if you've got a lot of money to spend. So those are like your four. There's a lot of other ones out there. Those are four top-notch ones. I love ScreenFlow if you're a Mac user because there's so much more of it. ScreenFlow also rated all the commercials in ScreenFlow as well. Like it kind of covers both of your podcast, but also if you want to do videos and stuff too. So, and you can capture sound from your computer. We actually used to record our podcast into ScreenFlow. Initially, we would connect with them over, I don't know if it was Zoom or not, but I actually used to, what's the old one before Zoom? What was the old, I can't even think of it right now. The old internet video call program that Zoom killed.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Throw it in the chat for whoever's
I can't think of it. Anyway, I used to record on that, but then I would capture the guest voice through ScreenFlow. Skype, thank you. Through ScreenFlow, just recording from the Skype call and then record my voice through a microphone, and I'd have it, and then I'd edit it, and I'd do it all in ScreenFlow. So like, I like ScreenFlow a lot. So those are your editing tools. The last thing you're going to need is when you get into the publishing hosting part. And then when we see publishing and hosting, it's the same thing. Hosting just means stored on, saved in. And then publishing is that's where you push it out to all your different podcast platforms like Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and so on and so forth. So free tools for publishing. Go.
Free tools. Well, there's a caveat because a lot of what's going to be free and what I'm going to list, there's kind of a little asterisk there because everything has a limit for the most part. So outside of Spotify podcasts or Anchor, that is legit free. But these other platforms, for instance, Podomatic, Buzzsprout, Spreaker, SoundCloud, all of those are going to have a limit as far as how much time you're allotted within that free account. And if you want to go over that, which most folks do, especially if you have like a weekly show that you're putting out there, you're going to have to bump it up and make it so that's a paid purchase to get that additional time. So if you typically in that sense, like if I was to use a Spreaker, I would probably use it as like a trial to see if it's a platform that I like. And if it is, then that's when I might bump it up to get that additional time. So that's the little caveat. There's really not a whole lot of free platforms as far as hosting. and connecting that RSS feed.
Really, that Anchor, Spotify for podcasts
Yeah.
is really the only one that I would recommend. Is like if you want to stay free forever, that's gonna be the way to go. So
Yep. wanna talk
paid
about
tools. Liberated Syndication is like one of the old school ones. I think it's still pretty good. It's been around forever. It's one of the first and original ones. Still cruising along. It's not quite as clean, flashy, and as intuitive as some of the newer ones. Captivate, which you mentioned, is one that you use that I also think is awesome. If I launched a podcast today, I would probably host it on Captivate or Buzzsprout, which you also mentioned has a free, but Buzzsprout's got some really great features as well when you get into the paid. Podbean, Fusebox is another great one, especially if you do stuff with WordPress. Fusebox is a great plugin with WordPress, as does Blueberry, which is actually spelled Blubrry, not like you think it would be spelled. But honestly, if you're talking to Josh and I, we're going to send you to either, if you want free, go to Anchor. If you want paid, we're probably going to tell you go to Captivate. It's going to be the way to go. So
yeah, and we have several on the podcast network. Actually, it's growing every year that are
really do
going through Captivate. Yeah,
yeah. All right, so I'm looking at, we got like 5 minutes here, give or take. I'm trying to think what are the other things that we can tell people right now with just, it's like technically like 7.5 minutes left. We're not going to get through everything that we would cover in a workshop or anything like that. Obviously, stay close to the teachbetter.com website and all of our social medias for when the course will come out in the future. Where we'll go in depth into everything with that course. We're actually going to go into like, what does it look like to edit a podcast and record and stuff like that. But we got a couple minutes, Josh. What are some things that we can leave them with if they're like, okay, this was enough for me to get excited. I got some ideas of tools. What now? What do I need to remember? What haven't Jeff and Josh told me yet?
Well, I think just the sustainability piece that we talked about before, like obviously if you're an educator, you have a full-time job, you may have a significant other and kids and whatnot. And so just to make sure that whatever you have as far as building those habits are sustainable. So, that schedule piece is really important as far as, and Jeff, I kind of stole this from you and Ray, is like, for instance, you all scheduled and you had a 3-hour block of time on a Monday, and you batched your podcast recordings. So that way you had content for most of the month, just in one Monday.
Well,
right?
it just made our lives easy because we were like, hey, on Monday nights from, Ray, I can't remember. Did we do 6? It was like from 6 to, we did 3 hours. I think it was like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 8 o'clock, like those hours Eastern time. Like that was just blocked off. So I knew like on Monday nights, I recorded 3 hours with Ray. Now, every Monday night, we might not have had 3 hours because the guests had to cancel or no one scheduled. But then that allowed us to set up a Calendly link that only had those 3 hours, and we were able to send it out to a guest. It worked well. Obviously, we were interviewing teachers, so having it after hours was good. But it made it so that we had that balance of like, look, that's just what we did on Monday nights. We didn't have to worry about it being on a Thursday night. Our family didn't have to worry about sorry, I forgot. I got a podcast episode tonight. Sorry, I got to miss dinner or whatever. It was on Monday night, Dad podcast with Ray. Right. That was what I did. It also just made it easier for schedule and stuff like that, made it more efficient, just made our lives easier. So like, I think I'm going to pull from what you were saying, like look for the ways to make your life a little easier and automate things and stuff. Yes. With that said though, Josh, when we talk about like how, I think a question that a lot of people will ask that we haven't touched yet is how often should I be putting out an episode? How much do I have to publish?
I think me and you have the same concept of more is better.
Yeah. Okay. But what's my most common answer? Do you know my answer that I usually give for this?
No, actually, I mean, I think most folks do once a week, but I don't know if that's the best practice that you're going to.
I agree. So I agree that more is better. I agree that weekly is a really good goal, but the answer that I always go for is consistently. Whatever that is, that's what it should be.
Ray said that. I don't know if you could hear or
is that what she said consistently?
Yeah, she did. She's celebrating in the background.
It's the same answer I give when someone says, how often should I blog? How often should I send newsletters? And how often should I do that? I don't know what she's doing.
She's consistent.
Okay, consistently. Yeah. I don't know why she could have just came up and said, don't you dare.
She could have.
But it's
she was eating the popcorn before.
So I knew the answer was consistently. I was saying it and I was literally yelling it in this room. I'm like, no one's here. Bye, guys.
Okay. So consistently, that's the answer, right? If that's monthly, then that's monthly. You can always grow and do it more. If that's weekly, great. But consistency is the actual key, so people know when to expect it. I want to answer really quick Remy's question there. You said, are you all pro or anti-background music? I'm pro as long as it makes sense with what the style of your podcast is, and as long as it's done well enough to where I can still hear you speaking. I've listened to some podcasts that have music all the way through.
Yep.
And if it's done right, it can be really, really good. There's also a way to use music to like bring in certain points of your podcast and stuff too. So I think that's, I think I'm pro. I think I'd say I'm pro. Are you pro background music? How do you feel about that? I mean, I know you have it. You have the music in your intro and stuff, but not during the episode.
Yeah, I have it on the intro and the outro. And obviously we have the Teach Better drop, that talks about being a part of the Teach Better Podcast Network. But beyond that, I don't have any other music. But I would say that there are some podcasts that it's been the entire conversation. And I've had some that it's distracting to me as a listener and I've turned it off. And there's been times where I felt like it made a lot of sense. I will say the one that it made a lot of sense was more of a storytelling format. And so the music really connected to me.
And I think that's the key, right?
Itself.
It's got to fit with the format and the flow of the podcast. So I think that's the way to go. Awesome. Okay, we're down to 2 minutes. I think I'm just gonna. It's driving me nuts. I'm seeing Ray more than I had before back there. So we're gonna move on.
She's motioning for us to be done.
I think technically we have 2 minutes. Like, I just want to be clear. Like, I've got 2 more minutes with just Josh before I have to pull all these other folks up here. But based on the way that Katie just reacted, we're going to go ahead and wrap the segment and get into the last one. Stick with us. We're going to come back. We're going to give away a gift card for the swag, Teach Better Swags store. We're going to chat about something. I don't know. We're going to see how bad Ray and Katie are at this point, and we're going to wake Chad back up. So stick with Welcome back. What is up? I'm just laughing right now because I'm looking at my phone and I just see Joey Tempest screaming in my face that it's the final countdown. What's up, Teach Better team?
Hey everyone, Teach Better. We're in our last half an hour.
It seems like it was just yesterday that I was like, hey, we only have 6 hours left.
It feels like it was just yesterday. Yeah.
Katie looks like Katie.
Bad news.
Is Katie okay?
No.
I don't think Katie's okay. Katie, are you okay?
I'm great.
False.
No. We are wrapping it up. We are wrapping it up. But all of you wearing swag, I wish you would have told me. Does this count as swag if it's a Teach Better green heart?
Is this swag? He's Teach Better green.
Oh, I thought it was swag. Yeah, that would be
No,
good.
It's Yoda, best dad ever. Love you, I do.
I cannot believe that we are in our last half an hour. Chad Ershowski, can you believe we're in our last half an hour?
I hope it's the last half hour because it's been a lot of them.
So funny. Katie, you've been here since the beginning.
Have I? Is this today? What day is it?
Chad, did you know that we were live like before? Like you've been in like the last couple hours, but did you know that we were live like this morning?
I've been monitoring the situation.
Because there was a couple times where someone said something, they're like, "Oh, I hope Chad's not watching," and I'm like, "I wonder if he is."
Hey, shout out to Maya and Mira and Scott who are watching us on the big television. Woo woo!
I don't know if anybody's caught. I saw Alex had us on the big TV too, like which
I think
Ray's
we're a lot
favorite
of
thing in the world.
Living rooms right now.
I love
I
it.
know.
That's the way to watch on YouTube. Hey, friends, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube because that's
Yes.
apparently a thing Josh
What?
wants.
How do you
Well,
think
we're
those
almost-
conversations?
We're almost at
Could I be wearing
1,500.
More clothes. Sorry.
We're almost at 1,500 subscribers. So if anyone isn't subscribed,
Keep
why
subscribing.
Am I subscribed?
So can I say so something this was something unique about today. Our YouTube folks came in because we had more people watching on YouTube than any other platform today, which is the first time. Typically in 12 hours of the past, it's always been Facebook. Typically either the page or group or it would split there. It was all YouTube today, man. So appreciate all of that. Love it.
love it.
Love it.
Anyway, so I want to speak to the clothes change. I did that in a couple of the other 12 hours where I made sure I had a different shirt on every time I was on screen. I wasn't going to do it today. And then Remy made a comment about it. And like maybe the second time I was on, I'm like, well, I guess I'm doing it every time now. So yeah, I had this sitting over there so I could pull the one sweatshirt off and throw the other one on and have the change. So
Good.
well, Ray just wears the same thing all day like a bum.
Excuse me, Amazon green heart sweater.
No,
all
I think
need
you
it?
meant amateur.
Don't even pretend like Josh wishes this was in our swag store.
Oh, there'll be something that's close to that. Trust me.
Oh,
I'm
Do you
not
think
gonna
I
lie,
could pull that
Ray.
off, Ray? Because it looks fun.
I think a T-shirt that like has the vest outline
Has the
in the
figure.
hearts, like just
That's what we need. Yes.
Katie will buy
like
that
it'd be
in a
like
second.
a Ray
Huh?
12-hour live costume. You know
This
what I
is
mean? Like
This
And
is
then-
the most color I've worn in, like a year. So you're welcome. Teach Better Green Hearts. Katie McCall, I know this makes you so happy.
Can
I'm
we
not
do
gonna
that?
lie. I gave you such a hard time about it, and I
I
spent
like it.
an obscene amount of time looking on Amazon, and I couldn't find it. And I felt like that was the universe telling me that I just had to let you have it. So I was like, how funny would that be if I like gave her such a hard time and then I showed up wearing it? And it was like the universe was telling me no, which I didn't appreciate. So
Guys, I will send you the link if any of you want the green heart sweater.
So I like it. I kind of like Chad's idea of like a shirt that makes it that just like the fake suit shirts like that. I
Yeah.
think we
Yeah,
should
yeah,
do
yeah,
that.
it's
you know,
just
saying it right now.
shape of the,
I think we could also do one with like Alex bow tie. I'm thinking that too. I don't know if anybody.
Ooh.
It's just-
That would actually be good because he's been asking for a bow tie, but the store doesn't have
he
them,
does. Yeah, we
so.
need to figure out how to do that. But
Wait,
anyway,
we could totally make like people version t-shirts. That would be funny. But I only want to know if like Katie's would be her pregnant. 'cause she
you're
was
talking like people like okay.
Should I stretch the hearts out? in
Yeah,
certain ways?
like it needs to look like a. 'Cause she
What
was
would-
literally pregnant for like 12 years, and then she was on maternity leave for like 10
12
years.
it was a
Literally.
ridiculous like 9 months, I think, Ray.
It was the
So
worst
it
time of
was-
my life.
Literally,
I can't
What would
believe it.
Chad's be?
a black shirt.
Just a
yeah,
black,
you and Chad would
like a
have
white
black
shirt but with a
shirt.
black shirt. Like,
We could just literally sell black polos on the site and be like, Chad.
nothing on. Just black.
Jeff's the same way.
The chat out. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
The
yeah.
best is when
Okay.
Jeff and I travel and we come out like for like a
we're
conference or a
wearing the
vendor
same
booth and we're
thing.
wearing the same gray pants and black shirt.
Would Josh's be like headphones around the collar, like as if he was like just podcasting?
No, like right here, it would be the beard, just like on your
Just a
on
white
your, that's
beard.
all it is. Just the beard, and then like I don't know.
I think that'd be great.
In case anybody
Alex,
was wondering,
you never
this
get in
is what-
Chad's mug, dude. It's never gonna happen. Just
This
Sorry,
is what
go ahead.
happens when the Teach
I
Better team
appreciate
is
you,
live for
Alex.
12 hours. It's
We still
literally
have the
not.
half an hour of content. We have not been live for 12 hours. This is not like 12 hours. We made it. This is
we
like,
have 24 minutes to go.
that's what I'm saying. This is like 11 and a half almost.
I love the comments about swag and how
Yeah,
it
Mark,
is
you have been here
individual.
for most of the day, brother. We appreciate you, and I'm thinking you're over the ocean somewhere.
Can we
I
maybe
believe-
comment? So typically,
Yeah, earlier.
typically our viewers, throughout the day, it's a Saturday, you're all very busy. We have stayed uncomfortably consistent within, a short range of change. I actually think a number of people have been here
Mhm.
for the
Oh, yeah.
majority of
Yeah.
12 hours.
Our number of viewers on average has not fluctuated from segment to segment more than like 5 or 6. Like it's been.
Katie?
What-
Katie
What's
over
Katie
there?
doing?
Yes, Katie.
I don't know why I'm asking permission because you guys know I'm going to do whatever I want right
Right.
now. But I just want to shout out somebody who has made us laugh all day long and has literally, I'm honestly concerned he hasn't moved from his daughter's bed, which is where he was at this morning. But Remy has literally been dropping comments. And I'm serious. This morning he said, I'm watching from my daughter's bed. This morning, he's been there all day for sure.
Did you put the Chad shirt one up for us real quick? What's he doing?
Chad shirt where?
Go up.
Was it like a Terminator?
It would be the guy from Terminator holding Polar. It would be Chad on it and say, "Have you seen this boy?"
Oh yeah, the cop Terminator.
Yeah, like have you seen this boy?
Yeah,
but
like
the picture
liquid,
would be you.
the liquid
It'd be
metal
your face.
Terminator.
Guys,
right,
it's because
right.
Remy is a part of our Grid Method cohort, so we've been hanging out with him every Thursday. But he was convinced that like Chad was a mystical figure that wasn't real.
Mission accomplished. Bigfoot. I guess Bigfoot. He called me Bigfoot.
Yeah.
I actually. Can we just take a second to acknowledge that there are households that are having arguments about what's on the living room TV because of a 12-hour event we're putting on. Like the educator in the house is like, hey, hon, I'm going to have this thing on the screen. Oh, it's just like a couple hours. No, 12 hours, 12 from 8 a.m. So it's gonna, so you're just going to watch part of it. No. It's just going to be on all 12 hours. And like, other family members are now reserved to like their phones or tablets or other TVs because we are apparently taking over living rooms across the world, which I think is kind of...
The people in the comments that showed up, I saw so many ambassadors, so many Grid Method cohort members, so many mastermind members, so many edu creators. It was so cool to see our networks kind of come together for an event, which I know we mentioned in a few other segments, but Teach Better has very intentionally very isolated networks where people feel safe to connect with new people and, you know, grow. And it's so cool to see it come together on a Saturday in the middle. Well, not in the middle, at the beginning of March.
Did I shower today? No. I mean, can we along those same sort of vein? Can we just take a minute to acknowledge and celebrate all of our awesome guests that joined us today and made the 12 hours actually watchable?
Yes.
Yeah, because could you imagine 12 hours of us?
Of this? No. Like, nobody wants that. Chad's not allowed to be seen for 12 hours. Let's go back in the woods.
I'm glad we had enough guests to buffer the amount of us that was on screen. Otherwise people would have turned their living room TVs with us off.
Yes. I think Kendra's been here for a good part of the day too.
Yes.
I'm seeing like some of these, I'm like, I know Nikki's been there. Nikki was stalking on Twitch, I think, for a little while, if I recall.
Yeah, I would love Katie, while you pull up a list of all the guests we had today so we can give them a specific shout out, I want to pull up a list of every Teach Better member that has contributed to the 12-hour live. Obviously, we can start with the one and only Chad Ostrowski on screen, and of course, Jeff Gargas, Katie Miglin, who has literally made this event happen, which is a huge deal. Carrie Pitstick was in the comments. Rachel Jensen made the marketing happen. Joshua Stamper had countless segments that he was able to share. Amanda Bolin shared so much information. Andrea, Coach Brenner, Brad Hughes was live. Sarah Jesse was in the comments. Brian Fennell did everything. She did comments, she did links, she was live, all the things. And Megan Polke was in the comments for a majority of our time as well. So we are very, very fortunate for our internal team making this all happen.
Yes.
So good. So fun.
Katie, do you have a list? I have the schedule up. If you don't, do you have it up already? Go ahead. You celebrate our guest.
Okay, so we obviously just had all the people that we listed that were sprinkled throughout. We had EPEC this morning talking about overcoming burnout, which was huge. And she had a giveaway, a 60-minute coaching session, which I hate to break it to you guys. We can't win that. I'm sorry. But we can't.
Ray tried.
I wanted it so bad. I'm like, I'm going to message her later and be like, well, how about 2 giveaways? One for me.
Right. We had Sarah Thomas from EduMatch with talking about AI, which was awesome. Another great segment this morning. Nicole Marty from just talking about all the things to engage learners, which I love that there were so many like tangible takeaways, like things you could walk into your classroom and implement next week. Xandra, who like, I want to become best friends with her. Sorry, Teach Better. You remember when you guys fired me this afternoon? Yeah, I went and applied in her district.
We wrote an elegant letter with the aid of Chat GPT.
Yeah,
Yes,
we'll talk about that in
that's
a
true.
second because that was funny. But can we just say Xandra's segment was the most surprising one for me. It was not at all what I thought it would be about. She
Yeah.
did such a great job.
Yeah.
Great job.
Yeah, she did. Mark Horner, love him always. He's fantastic. And like, honestly, I was like, wait, can we just like ignore everything the rest of the day and he can just like keep going? Because he
Just
was,
let Mark keep talking.
12
yeah,
hours
like
a
just
mark.
give him another quarter. It's fine. Charlie Peck talking about writing, which was great. And you guys, okay, I'm gonna say this. She emailed me after her segment and she said, give away 2 of my books. Let me know. So if you are listening still and you've been with us this whole time, send me an email right now because it's not on the giveaway list and it's never, and no one's gonna get it unless you email me whatever you want, but really just something
Great
that
book.
Great book.
Yeah,
Yes,
she's giving
great
away
book.
2 of them. So send me an email, tell me why you deserve
Oh.
that book, and I'll send it to you.
And she announced that she's writing her next book with the one and only Joshua
She
double
did.
underscore Stamper. So get her book now because you'll for sure be getting the next one.
Nice. And then it was just like a bunch of us, you guys.
You
So,
forgot
like,
Todd and Tyler. Todd
Yeah, my
Neslony
boy-
and Todd.
you forgot my boys. Come on.
Tyler
now.
Cook.
sorry, I scrolled too fast. I got really
She saw
excited
Josh's name and was like, nope.
Tyler Cook. Okay, so I've always loved Todd Neslony. That was like
Yep.
one that was a little bit like fangirly for me. But Tyler Cook held his own. He was so good in that segment.
Oh, he's dynamic. Yeah.
And I loved the 3 of you together.
Yes.
That I just think that like Todd Neslony is such like this like celebrity. And I loved the 3 of you. I think that should be like kind of a dynamic duo that
Yeah.
does live
Well,
again.
I think Ray, you mentioned like the one segment sort of surprised you a little bit. That was the one for me. Like I had heard of Tyler, but only really through Josh. I never really interact with him. Like, and he was killer. And I agree, the 3 of you together were just a great combination. I think you and Todd have such a good relationship, and then Todd and Tyler have such a good relationship, and I think you also with Ty. But it was just like it was just like 3 dudes that know each other and appreciate each other, just having a really powerful conversation.
And you guys discussed in the podcast segment, which was the last hour, the difference between personalities. I actually felt like that episode, that segment that we did, perfectly highlighted the 3 people on screen had very different personalities,
Mm-hmm.
but were really dynamic. And that's the element that we had all those comments about. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm right to be a podcaster. The personalities actually make the show more interesting. And I loved the differences between the 3 of you. I actually felt like it made the show more engaging.
I agree.
Well, I'm a super fan of both those folks. I've had them both on the Aspire Lead podcast, and I've had an opportunity to, have conversations with those 2 gentlemen. And although they're very different, they have immense experience in administration and leadership. So I was super excited when they said yes to the segment, but then also, for them to share their wisdom was phenomenal.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out. All the people we just listed literally gave up their time for free.
Yes.
They
Yep.
just said, I love Teach Better. Let me jump in. So, and it's a Saturday. So super big
that's
shout
not-
out. For,
no kidding. Yeah.
for, just giving up some of their time. And we've had guests in the past who've done the same thing, but like, they don't necessarily, say like, oh, that's 6 a.m. my time. I don't want to jump in. They're always so like willing to jump in, which is so like, we're so appreciative of that.
Can we flood the comments with some green hearts for those folks who
Yes.
saw the value in sharing and brought so much to it? And then if I can, I'd love to embarrass Katie for a second and make her blush a little bit, because Ray, you already kind of alluded to this, but I want to share that it was like, I don't know if it's Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, sometime this week, Katie reached out about something to do with the 12 hour. And she's like, hey, was there any discussions about something or another? And I said, no, we literally didn't do anything with 12 hour while you were out. Like
The whole time on maternity leave, we did nothing.
And then I thought, I'm like, literally the only conversation we had was this one person said they can't make it. Josh, can you ask someone else? And I can't even remember who that was or what we did. I think we changed the segment or something like, but that was literally it. I'm like, we didn't do anything. And so then I was talking to Ray last night, Mike. So like, I don't know if everything's ready. I have no idea because I haven't done anything and it worked. So clearly, Katie, you did a really good job, even though you were like out on your baby vacation for most of the time that we spent planning. I'm joking. It was an inside joke. But you were like gone for like all the period where this should have been planned and executed because you did it before you went on maternity leave and then finished it when you got back. And I just like all jokes aside, like you're awesome. Like I think that's important that we note that it's really cool to be able to work with someone that you're just like, I don't got to worry about it at all. Like
I was a little nervous this morning. I was like, Jeff,
so was I, because I worried about it a lot, Katie.
Usually text me like the night before and say, are we good for tomorrow? And you didn't. And then I got like panicked. I was like, but what if we aren't good for tomorrow? And this is the one time you didn't check on me.
He called me last night instead and gave me nightmares. So you're welcome.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Well, Katie, that's because I was worried about Ray. I wasn't worried about you.
Chad and Ray, take it back.
Okay, it was.
Yeah, go to ChatGPT and write a letter like, how do you get back an employee that you accidentally fired?
It was funny when we needed, if for those of you who missed the ChatGPT segment, that was fun, Chad, being able to ad lib random things with you. I love working with you, and we so rarely get to do that, you and me exclusively, without other people telling us what we should be doing. So that may have been my favorite segment, honestly, just because I always enjoy spending time with you, Chad, but also firing Katie in the mix of our activities was great.
Yeah,
by far my favorite.
It was a good time. And you know what? And ChatGPT did an amazing, very
great
thoughtful,
job,
professional job.
But Katie,
if anybody's hiring, let me know. I'll send you my resume.
Well, technically, it was a letter of recommendation. In the theoretical scenario, you had already been fired.
That's a good point.
So it wasn't a firing; it was us recommending someone else hire you.
Chad, I just
so
want
if you
to
need
know,
a recommendation letter, Katie,
it's already written,
locked and loaded.
It was so good, but Katie's camera was off the whole time, so I had to text her after that segment to be like, hey, you saw us fire you, right? It was funny, and it's going to come up in conversation. I just want to make sure you saw.
I wanted to be clear. I literally had to turn off my camera because my eyes were rolling so much into my head. I was like, they are ridiculous. I can't.
Can I say hello to Livia Chan, who's in the comments right now, by the way? I saw her popping in there earlier in one of the other segments and stuff, but hi, Livia. Awesome to see you. Do we want to do a giveaway?
We should.
Let's do a giveaway. Katie, it's a Teach Better Swag gift card, but how much is it? Do you know how much it's for? Or are we not allowed to say because Chad's on screen?
$100.
Chad approved.
$287. How much is it?
$3 million.
$25.
Oh.
Which will get you.
You're close, right?
The shirt that I have that's actually underneath now. It'll get you Katie's shirt too. That's plenty enough for
Baby Yoda hoodie.
No. This is probably a little more expensive. You got to be clear.
You won't get this one. $25 will buy you a new one.
However, if you want to send me $25, I will gladly send you mine as well. Like so, someone earlier or something about giving away one of my shirts and having signed.
Less.
It's worth more. Thank you. It's like a jersey. So
game worn.
Saying.
Hey, can you just give that away, please? Thanks.
Yeah. We need to do the comments. We need someone to comment something. Let's think about what it's going to be.
Favorite segment.
That's too easy. Isn't it? Seems a little too easy. Favorite segment? They just have to type in any segment that they want, right? Like that's easy. I'm trying to think of something better.
How about if I can throw this
No.
What if we did favorite quote?
That's a hard one.
That's
it
the
should
point.
be hard. Yeah.
What do you like? We're gonna do quote. Okay. First one to drop their favorite quote into from 12 Hour Live, has to be from today, and there is gonna win it. Favorite quote from the day, and you have to say who is from, like the segment or the person. And we'll go from there. What are you doing with the popcorn?
Trying to catch it, but I'm not doing well, and I have 2 dogs under me, so this is not gonna be successful.
Jeff, I will say that there's only one segment that got an image created for it and placed on Facebook.
Okay, can we talk about that?
Let's talk about that. Can we share that? You want to share that? Did we share that?
It's
Does
phenomenal.
somebody have it? That's true love.
Well, Remy says we're a hot mess right now, Ray and Katie.
That was it. So I go on social media after being live for 2 hours straight, might I add, with a half an hour break. and the first thing that pops up on Facebook is my head and Katie's head, like photoshopped on a train on fire, Hot Mess Express. I'm like, that's true love.
I'm gonna find
Are you
it. You
gonna
guys
get it?
keep talking. Did you find it?
I mean, I have it.
I'll bring it up in a second. If
I like help, Katie.
I like help also.
Help.
that's funny. I like that one too. Where's it at? It's the grid method. It was in the certification group, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There it is. All right.
Is this why Chad doesn't go live with us very much? Because he can't.
It's why I wouldn't.
He's the most mature out of us all, for sure.
Chad, you're so mature.
That shows how much you know, Josh.
Chad, I want to be like you when I grow up.
There you go. We're just
I
gonna
just
leave
wanna
it.
know-
This is staying up for the rest of the segment here. We got another 7 minutes in this. No, okay.
I just want to know what like pictures he took to Photoshop that, because they're not even pictures from today. Like, oh,
He grabbed them somewhere. Well, hey, dog. Yeah, he grabbed them somewhere, but we appreciate it though. All right, so who wins this? Is that
There's
was an
no
actual quote?
question.
Remy.
Remy's got to win it, right?
Remy.
Okay.
Yes.
Remy, you got it, brother. You need to send Katie an email, katie@teachbetter.com to get that. I know you have her email in there, so.
He
Okay,
also called Ray and I his grid method moms or his cohort mom.
It's awesome because usually it's all about Chad being like the grid Yoda, and I'm like grid yoga and grid method moms. That's an interesting dynamic duo.
Yeah, so props to you, Remy, for making us laugh all day long. Feel free to go shower or not. We don't care. It's virtual.
That's Jillian who just popped in and said Remy's her BFF. I haven't seen
Nice.
Jillian. I hope you've been with us.
Ooh, we gave away one of her books today.
We gave one of her books and
did.
shout it out. Yeah, appreciate that. That's awesome. What else do we have to talk about? Are we done yet? We're not
No,
quite done. We're almost there.
We have to hit 12 hours or the whole thing doesn't count. Like if we
It's not called the 11 hours and 55-minute live.
yeah.
I know. I feel like what we do, like we're like, all right, let's put together 12 hours. And like we only have 11 and a half hours of good content. Let's just do a half hour of nonsense.
Wait, you say that, Jeff, but and Katie is literally part of the process meticulously.
I know it's
That we have segments we cut because it doesn't fit into 12 hours.
because we have too much. Is like we could fill up more, is what you're saying. Like we essentially could do more than 12 hours, is what you're
So
telling me, Ray. That's
24?
what I'm hearing. So, like for instance, we probably have enough people in our community, our network that we could, I don't know,
No.
do 24 hours.
Nope. I didn't say
That's
that.
what I heard.
I
No.
thought she said that.
Nope. Katie, jump in. Help.
Have you not seen the catastrophe that's
Listen.
been on screen the last half hour?
I'm with Alex. What I hear from you two is that you don't care about people on the other side of the world who like us.
I don't. I'm going to say
Katie's
it.
like,
If I
no,
have
I'm
to-
not even going for it, Jeff. Like, you're right.
She's not going to get guilted in.
Is
She's
there any Teach Better questions that we can answer now that our community is eager to know?
Well,
Like,
that's a good one.
It's very serious the last 5 minutes.
oh,
No,
geez.
we're gonna get serious for 5 minutes. If you have questions that you want us to answer, we'll answer them. Anything goes.
I'm dying to know Josh's favorite color. I don't know why nobody's asked over the
It's
last
blue.
12 hours.
yeah. Ray.
It's blue. This is why
Did
Josh
you
is
see-
my best friend and not yours, because you don't know things like that. Come on, girl.
Ray, do you know my favorite color?
Yeah.
Black.
Let's hear this.
Is it green?
Wow, the silence is deafening.
She's busy. She's busy drinking. That's
No,
why
I've
she's
no.
doing that.
Okay, so I've literally no idea. Green, blue.
No, we don't have to be friends.
I want to know. Purple.
I'm getting a new job
Wow.
next week, so I don't need to hang out
hot
with you.
pink. Hot pink.
With a great recommendation letter, I might add.
Katie, what is it?
Katie, what is your favorite color?
She doesn't even
Orange or
have one.
turquoise?
Orange.
Yeah, or turquoise.
That makes sense. The one time that we matched, it was orange,
Yeah,
like a burnt orange. Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, Chad, what's your favorite color?
I don't know.
Teach better green.
Yeah, he picked Teach Better Green.
It's literally why it's the color. I'll
Definitely.
never forget. I was on a podcast and someone's like asking me like to explain why we picked the colors we picked, and I'm like, because Chad liked green.
Yep.
He's like, oh, really? Like, it's because like he had like reasons why I'm like, no, like it's literally just because Chad liked the green. Like
I
we
Isn't
say
that
a lot of
false
I
things.
think it looks cool.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Isn't that a
We
requirement?
always say
of
that we
science?
made it green so that if you're a teacher and your student tries to steal one of these pens, you see it better because it's green. But that's not why we did it.
Say why we made the pens green, but why I chose green is because it looked cool on the original Grid Method logo, which is now the Teach Better logo. Like the diamond, like the original color scheme I came up with was like the neon green, lime green with black and gray.
Which is
Yeah.
above Jeff. It's above you, Jeff. Look up.
It's also right here.
Oh yeah.
It's on our book over here. I don't
Guys,
know why
that
I'm like
was
reaching across my body.
That was
Stupid.
pre-Ray, just to confirm.
Are you saying, Ray, that if you were in control of our branding and marketing, we would not
different
have
color?
Teach Better Green?
I'm saying that as somebody in charge of the branding and marketing, I have changed everything except for the green so that you could stay happy.
You haven't changed
There's
everything with the
variations
green.
too.
That diamond comes from the very original.
I know I have not touched that. You're welcome.
You can't touch that. We own that.
I know.
Can't touch this.
You are allowed to change, Katie. That's fine.
But did you notice I changed the diamond when we did ambassadors and the admin mastermind?
I know because we said
Podcast
the
Network.
was the diamond, and that was going to be it's the thing that brings it all together.
I guess, guys. I guess.
Which, by the way,
It's
the diamond was a
supposed to be the
great.
grid.
It came from marketing genius of Chad. He's like, I think I like it as like a diamond like this.
Love it. Love it.
Funny story, when that originally got designed, it does kind of look like a grid that's like catty cornered.
Mhm.
Just
Is that
that's
literally
where-
not what it's from?
That is what it's from. I
Oh,
was
okay.
just reading that for the audience. So
I felt like my whole life was going to be a
original
lie there for a
concept,
second.
because before Teach Better existed, it was just called the grid method. So like it made even more sense
Mm-hmm.
as like a catty.
Okay. Also, just so everybody knows, we are 156 comments away from what we were on the other stream. So we can fill
Ooh.
it with green hearts.
Now's
and
the
also
time.
Any other Teach Better questions? Because we have 1 minute left.
Less than a
Now's the
minute.
time. Go.
Or you just drop in your favorite team member, just like throw in a name, KATIE, in case you needed to know.
Wow.
By the way, we're gonna go to 12 hours in like 1 minute so that we can tell Alex that we went over 12 hours for him and that he can be cool. All right.
Yeah,
here comes-
Alex does love when we go over 12 hours. So what's next? Can we highlight this for just a second? Because I realized this last night and I'm anxious about it. I'm hoping Brad gives me the night off. Tomorrow we have our Sunday show. And
Oh, yeah.
Megan Polkey is the guest, who's a member of our Teach Better team.
Really?
So can Megan and Brad go live for Sunday and like recap and talk? And can Ray have the night off?
I
Like,
don't see why not. I mean, I think we all agree that it's better when it's just Brad.
literally, and Megan.
I don't know.
Megan Polkey.
Why are we?
is so good.
It's like, hey, can we keep LeBron in the game, or should we put this janitor in? Like,
Ray
makes
won't
sense.
understand that.
Tomorrow, Brad and Megan Polkey will be taking on the Sunday weekly warm up, which you all can tune into exclusive in our private Facebook group over at teachbettergroup.com.
And if you have not registered to win, please head to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to register one of the amazing giveaways that we have to offer.
Wait, we could do commercials this entire time. What
We-
else?
we
And
are-
soon-
We are officially at 12 hours.
Woo!
Oh my God.
Yay! Yay!
Hey guys,
Congratulations.
It's been fun.
Oh, it's
I
been
love that
good.
Chad leans forward. It's like his head, like an old man in Zoom. Like, thanks, guys.
Hey, everybody's gotta click the thing on the thing.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Can you see us now?
It won't turn off. I don't understand.
Can you hear me?
Ray, where's your cake? She got veggies instead, Alex. 'Cause
Wait, I
And
have
popcorn.
popcorn.
let's have popcorn. Oh, get it, dog.
Alfie's about to get some popcorn.
He's about to have the popcorn. He's like, what is that?
Popcorn.
All right,
Sunday,
well,
12 hours.
I guess we're
let's
done.
go.
We did the
You have
12
closing
hours.
time
Thanks for everyone
up,
hanging out with
Jeff?
us.
Wait, Josh has to sing closing time, I thought.
No, I was gonna sing it. I was just hoping he had it like cued.
No,
I
because then he tells us
don't.
how it's not really about closing time. He does it every time. Come on, people.
This is
Wait,
tradition. Come on,
I
Katie.
don't remember this. Wait, what's wrong with closing time?
Nothing. It's a beautiful song by Semisonic, who's from Minnesota. So we just
It's
enjoy
not
it and
about
celebrate it.
closing time at a bar. It's him. He was right into his soon to be born child that it was time to come into their lives.
I remember this now. I regret this. We talk
Are
about
you having
this
flashbacks?
every 12 hour. We talk about this.
That's why
Everyone.
Katie was yelling at you for bringing it up because I wasn't going to say anything about it. So.
And this is why Remy won.
right.
This is why, because he knew.
Wait,
I'm
Wait.
gonna finish this off.
wait. I'm not ready.
Oh,
Wait,
it's
do I?
time, Ray.
Okay.
We're
I
all
think-
ready.
You can stay on camera after we get off with
you-
to no one as long as
Ready.
you want.
I'm ready.
okay?
Jeff
Good job,
Gargas.
Dustin.
Jeff Gargas, give us like a inspirational send off before we go. I'm gonna click the big red button and the commercial. This is so exciting.
Wait, can we pose for a final picture? Everybody do their best sign-off pose.
That's what.
This
Are
is
we
when you
done?
click it.
Is that
This
it?
is when you click it, Ray.
Okay, with that,
I want to stay on. I didn't click it off yet. Did you want to
you asked me to do this.
You were like, Jeff,
sign-off, and then
close
you
us
hit
out.
the button. You're like, Jeff, give us the inspiration and then the thing. And
He said. He said
You just-
okay.
I
Bye,
got
guys. We
so
love you. See
excited.
you later. Bye. Is that not it? Can we do it now? Can we
Ray,
hit it?
how do we end literally every episode of the 300 episodes of Teach Better Taught that we
Go
did?
ahead,
That's what was
Jeffrey.
asked.
Go ahead.
There's
I
no
don't wanna
users
say it
here to
now.
watch anymore.
I think it's ruined.
And until
Let's get out.
next time.
Let's get out there and teach better.